Kanwa continued, and it so happened that amongst the gods, the Daityas and Gandharvas, men and numerous rishis, none was regarded by Matli as an eligible husband for his daughter. And having held a consultation then in the night with his wife Dharma, Matli set its heart upon making a journey to the world of the Nagas. And he thought within himself, amongst both gods and men I have not found a husband fit, in respect of beauty, for my Ganakshi. Surely, one may be found amongst the Nagas. And saying this, he took his wife's sleeve and sniffing the head of his daughter, Matli entered the nether regions. Section Skvi. Kanwa said, when Matli was wending his way, he saw the great Rishi Narada proceeding at his pleasure to pay a visit to Varuna, the god of the waters. And beholding Matli, Narada asked him, saying, whither dost thou go? Is it, O charioteer, on any mission of thy own, or is it at Satakratu's command, that this journey of thine is undertaken? Thus addressed on the way by Narada, who was proceeding towards his destination, Matli duly informed Narada of his mission. And the Rishi, informed of everything, then said unto Matli, we shall go together. As regards myself, it is to see the Lord of the waters that I am proceeding, having left the heavens, searching the nether regions, I shall tell you everything. After a good search there, we shall select a bridegroom, O Matli. And penetrating then into nether regions, that illustrious couple, Matli and Narada, beheld that regent of the world, the Lord of the waters. And then Narada received worship due to a celestial rishi, and Matli received that equal to what is offered to the great Indra. And both of them skillful in business, informed Varuna of their purpose, and obtaining his leave they began to wander in that region of the Nagas. And Narada, who knew all the residents of the nether regions, then began to describe in detail unto his companion all about the dwellers of the Naga world. And Narada said, thou hast, O charioteer, seen Varuna surrounded by his sons and grandsons. Behold the dominions of the Lord of the waters. It is delightful all round, and full of riches. The sun, endued with great wisdom, of Varuna, the Lord of the ocean, is even much distinguished for his conduct and disposition and for his holiness. Possessed of eyes like lotus leaves, this Pushkara is, indeed, Varuna's much-loved son, endued with great beauty and delightful to behold. He has been chosen by Soma's daughter as her husband. That daughter of Soma, equal in beauty unto a second Sri, is known by the name of Jyotsnakli. Indeed, it is said that she had once before chosen the eldest and foremost of Aditi's son as her lord. Behold now, O companion of the Lord of the Celestials, that abode, made entirely of gold, and full of the wine called Varuni. Indeed, having obtained that wine, the gods acquired their godheads. These blazing weapons also of every kind that thou sayest, belonged, O Matli, to the Daityas who have been deprived of their sovereignty. These weapons are incapable of deterioration, and when hurled at the foe always return into the hand that hurleth them, nor have obtained by the gods as the booty of war. They require considerable mental energy to be used against foes. Here dwelt in days of yore many tribes of Rakshasas and Daityas, possessed of many kinds of celestial weapons, but they were all vanquished by the gods. Behold, there, in Varuna's lake is that fire of blazing flames, and that discus of Vishnu surrounded by the lustrous splendor of mighty caloric. Behold, the layeth that knotty bow that was created for the destruction of the world. It is always protected with great vigilance by the gods, and it is from this bow that the one wielded by Arjuna hath taken its name. Endued with the strength of 100,000 bows, the power it assumes at the hour of battle is indescribably great. It punishes all punishable wicked kings endued with the nature of Rakshasas. This fierce weapon was first created by Brahman, the utterer of the Vedas. The great preceptor Sukra hath said that this weapon is a terrible one in respect of all kings. Endued with great energy, it is held by the sons of the Lord of Waters. Behold, there in the umbrella room is the umbrella of the Lord of the Waters. It droppeth refreshing showers like the clouds. The water dropped from this umbrella, though pure as the moon, is yet enveloped by such darkness that it cannot be seen by anybody. There, in these regions, O Matli, innumerable are the wonders to be seen. Your business, however, will suffer if we spend more time here. We will, therefore, leave this region soon. Section 6. Narada continued. Here in the very center of the world of the Nagas is situated the city known by the name of Patalam. Celebrated over all the universe, it is worshipped by the Daityas and the Danavas. Creatures inhabiting the earth, if brought hither by force of the water's current, shriek loudly, afflicted with fear. Here the fire known by the name of the Asura fire 8 and which is fed by water, continually blazeth forth. Held fast by the fiat of the celestials, it moveth not, regarding itself as bound and confined. It was here that the gods, having first vanquished and slain their foes, quaffed the amrita and deposited the residue. It is from this place that the waning and waxing of the moon are seen. It is here that son of Aditi, the horse-headed Vishnu, on the recurrence of every auspicious occasion, riseth, filling at such times the universe, otherwise called Shuvana, 9, with the sound of Vedic hymns and mantras. And because all watery forms such as the moon and others shower their water on the region, therefore hath this excellent region been called Patala. 10. It is from here that the celestial elephant Airavata, for the benefit of the universe, taketh up cool water in order to impart it to the clouds, and it is that water which Indra poureth down as rain. Here dwell diverse kinds of aquatic animals, of various shapes, such as the timi and others, which subsist on the rays of the moon. O charioteer, here are many kinds of creatures that die during the day, being pierced by the rays of the sun, but all of whom revive in the night, the reason being that the moon, rising here every day, laying those deceased creatures with amrita by means of rays that constitute his arms, resuscitate them by that touch. Deprived of their prosperity by Vasava, it is here that many sinful Danavas live confined, defeated by him and afflicted by time. It was here that the Lord of creatures, that great master of all created things, Mahadeva, had practiced the severest of ascetic austerities for the benefit of all creatures. Here dwell many regenerate and great rishis observant of vows called Go and emaciated with the recitation and study of the Vedas, and who, having suspended the vital air-cold prana, have attained to heaven by force of their austerities. A man is said to adopt the vow called Go, when he sleepeth wherever he listeth, and when he subsisteth on anything that others place before him, and is clad with robes that others may supply. Here in the race of the celebrated elephant Supratika were born those best of elephants known by the names of Airavata, Vamana, Kumuda and Anjana, the first being the king of his tribe. Look, O Matli, if there be any bridegroom here, that is distinguished by the possession of superior merits, for then I will go to him for respectfully soliciting him to accept thy daughter. Behold, here lieth an egg in these waters, blazing with beauty. From the commencement of the creation it is here. It moveth not, nor doth it burst. I have never heard anybody speaking of its birth or nature. Nobody knoweth who its father or mother is. It is said, O Matli, that when the end of the world cometh, mighty fire burst forth from within it, and spreading consumeth the 3 worlds with all their mobile and immobile objects. Hearing those words of Narada, Matli answered him, saying, No one here seems to me to be eligible. Let us go hence, therefore, without delay. Section C. Narada continued, Here is that spacious and celebrated city of cities, called Hiranyara, belonging to the Daityas and Danavas, possessing 100 diverse kinds of illusion. Here in these regions called Paitala, it hath been built with great care by the divine artificer, and planned by the Danava Maya. Endued with great energy and heroism, many Danavas, having obtained boons from Brahman in days of old, lived here, exhibiting 1,000 different kinds of illusion. They were incapable of being vanquished by Sakra or any other celestial, that is, by either Yama, or Varuna, or the Lord of Treasures, Kuvara. Heard well, O Matali, those Asuras called Kalakunjas who sprang from Vishnu, and those Rakshasas also called Yatudanas who sprang from the feet of Brahman. All of them are endued with frightful teeth, terrible impetus, the speed and prowess of the wind, and great energy depending on powers of illusion. Besides these, another class of Danavas called Nivatakavishas, who are invincible in battle, have their abode here. Thou knowest how Sakra is unable to vanquish them. Many times, O Matali, thou, with thy son Gomaka, and the chief of the Celestials and Lord of Sakhi, along with his son, had to retreat before them. Behold their homes, O Matali, that are all made of silver and gold, and well adorned with decorations done according to the rules of art. All those mansions are decked with lapis lazuli and corals, and made effulgent with the lustre of the arcus fatica, and the radiance of gem called Vajrasara. And many of those palatial residences seem as if they have been made of the shine of these gems called Padmaragas, or of bright marble, or of excellent wood. And they are also possessed of the radiance of the sun, or blazing fire. And all the edifices, adorned with gems and jewels, are very high and stand close to another. Of spacious proportions and great architectural beauty, it is impossible to say of what material these mansions are built or to describe their style of beauty. Indeed, they are exceedingly beautiful in consequence of their decorations. Behold these retreats of the Daityas for recreation and sport, these beds of theirs for sleep, these costly utensils of theirs set with precious stones, and these seats also for their use. Behold these hills of theirs, looking like clouds, those fountains of water, these trees also that move of their own will and that yield all fruits and flowers that one may ask. See, O Matali, if any bridegroom may be had here, acceptable to thee. If no one can be found, we shalt, if thou likest, go hence to some other part of the world. Thus addressed, Matali answered Narada, saying, O celestial Rishi, it behoveth me not to do anything that may be disagreeable to dwellers of heaven. The gods and the Danavas, though brothers, are ever at hostility with each other. How can I, therefore, make an alliance with those that are our enemies? Let us repair, therefore, to some other place. It behoveth me not to search among the Danavas. As regards thyself, I know thy heart is ever set on fomenting quarrels. Section 6. Narada said, This region belongeth to the birds, all of whom possess excellent feathers. They all subsist on snakes. They never feel any fatigue in putting forth their prowess, or in making journeys, or in bearing burthens. This race, O charioteer, hath multiplied from the 6 sons of Garuda. They are Samaka, Sunaman, Suntra, Shuvakas, Suanch, and that prince of birds called Shivala, born of Kasyapa's line and enhancing the glory of Vinata's race. Many winged creatures, the foremost of their species, have by begetting children founded and increased 1,000 dynasties of birds, all endued with nobility of blood. All these creatures are endued with great prosperity, have the auspicious word called Srivatsa, possess great wealth, and are inspired with great might. By their acts they may be said to belong to the Kshatriya order, but they are all without any compassion, subsisting as they do on snakes. They never attain to spiritual enlightenment in consequence of their preying on their kinsmen. I will now enumerate the chiefs by their names. Listen to me, O Matli. This race is much regarded in consequence of the favor that is shown to it by Vishnu. They all worship Vishnu, and Vishnu is their protector. Vishnu always dwelleth in their hearts, and Vishnu is their great refuge. These then are their names: Shuvanakuda, Nagasandarana, Chandatandaka, Anla, Vaisalakshor, Kundlin, Pankajit, Vajravmaskamba, Vainatia, Vamana, Vataviga, Disachakzu, Nimishka, Animisha, Triarva, Sapdarava, Varmiki, Dipaka, Daityadvipa, Saridvipa, Sarasa, Padmakana, Samaka, Chitrakitu, Chitravara, Anaga, Meshachet, Kumuda, Dakshor, Sapanta, Somabhajana, Gurabara, Kapita, Surunta, Chirandaka, Vaishnu Daman, Kumara, Paraiva, Hari, Saswara, Madhupaka, Himavana, Bilaya, Matarizwan, Nisigara and Divakara. These sons of Garuda that I named dwell in only a single province of this region. I have mentioned those only that have one distinction by might, fame and achievements. If thou likest none here, come, we will go hence. O Matli. I will take thee to another region where thou mayest find an eligible husband for thy daughter. Section 6. Narada said, the region where we now are is called Razatala and is the 7th stratum below the earth. Here dwelleth Zorabi, the mother of all kine, she, who was born of the Amrita. She always yieldeth milk which is the essence of all the best things of the earth, and which, excellent as it is, and of one taste, springeth from the essence of the 6 different kinds of tastes that are talked of. The faultless Zorabi herself sprang in days of old from the mouth of the grandsire, gratified with drinking the Amrita and vomiting the best things. A single jet only of her milk, falling on the earth, created what is known as the sacred and the excellent milky ocean. The verge of that ocean all round is always covered with white foam resembling a belt of flowers. Those best of ascetics that are known by the name of the foam drinkers dwell around this ocean, subsisting on that foam only. They are called foam drinkers because they live, O Matli, on nothing else save that foam. Engaged in the practice of the severest of austerities, the very gods are known to fear them. From her are born 4 other kine, O Matli, supporting the 4 quarters, and therefore are they called the supporters of the quarters. Dikbali. Born of Zorabi herself, she who supporteth the eastern quarter is called Sarupa. She who supporteth the southern quarter is called Hansika. That illustrious cow, O Matli, of universal form, who supporteth the western quarter ruled by Varuna is known by the name of Subhadra. The northern quarter comprising the region of virtue, and called after Kuvara the lord of treasures, is supported by the cow named Savakamajiga. The gods, uniting with the Asuras, and making the Mandara mounting their pole, churned the waters of the ocean and obtained the wine called Varuni, and the goddess of prosperity and grace called Lakshmi, and Amrita, and that prince of steeds called Duakasrava, and that best of gems called Kaustuba. Those waters, O Matli, that yielded these precious things had all been mixed with the milk of these 4 cows. As regards Zorabi, the milk she yielded becometh Swahan to those that live on Swaha, Swaduan to those that live on Swada, and Amrita unto those that live on Amrita. The couplet that was sung by the dwellers of Razatala in days of old is still heard to be recited in the world by the persons of learning. That couplet is this: common neither in the region of the Nagas, nor in Swarga, nor in Vimana, nor in Tripishtapa is residence so happy as in Razatala. Section CI. Narada said, this foremost of cities that thou beholdest and which resembles the Amaravati of the chief of the celestials himself, is known by the name of Bhagavati. It is ruled over by Vasuki, the king of the Nagas. That Sheshur dwelleth here, who, in consequence of his ascetic austerities of the foremost order, is able to support this earth with all her vastness. His body is like that of a white mountain. He is decked in celestial ornaments. He hath 1,000 heads. His tongues are blazing like flames of fire, and he is endued with great strength. There dwell in happiness innumerable Nagas, sons of Zurasa, possessed of diverse forms, and decked in ornaments of diverse kinds, bearing the signs of gems, swastika, circles, and drinking vessels. All of them endued with great strength are by nature fierce. Some have 1,000 heads, some 500, and some 3. And some have 2 heads, and some 5, and some have 7 faces. And all of them are possessed of huge bodies that resemble the mountains stretching over the earth. Millions and tens of millions are they, in fact, uncountable, even as regards those of them that belong to a single race. Listen, however, to me as I name a few of the more famous ones amongst them. They are Vasuki, Takshaka, Karkadaka, Danjaya, Kaliya, Nuashaw, Aswatara, Vaikukunda, Mani, Aprana, Kaga, Vamana, Elapatra, Kupura, Kukana, Ariaka, Nandaka, Glissa, Potaka, Kalilasaka, Penjanuka, Airavata, Sumanmika, Didimaka, Sanka, Nanda, Upanandaka, Apta, Kotaraka, Siki, Nishthoraka, Tatairi, Hastabhadra, Kumuda, Milapindaka, the 2 Padmas, Pandrika, Pushpa, Madgarapanaka, Karavira, Pitharaka, Samvrita, Vrita, Pindara, Vilapatra, Mashikada, Sairashaka, Dilipa, Sankasurjo, Chiadishka, Aparajita, Kauravya, Dhritarashtra, Gahara, Kraisaka, Virajas, Dharana, Savau, Makara, Jaya, Vajira, Anda, Vishandi, Virasa, and Sarasa. These and many others there are amongst the sons of Kasyapa. See, O Matli, if there is anybody here whom thou canst elect. Kanwa continued. Matli, meanwhile, had been looking attentively at a person that stood by. And after Narada had ceased speaking, the celestial charioteer with gratified mind asked the rishi, saying, Of what race is he the delighter, that comely youth of great radiance, who standeth before Ariaka of Kauravya's line? Who is his father, and who is his mother? Of what Naga's race is he? Indeed, of what line doth he stand as a high flagstaff? In consequence of his intelligence, his patience, his beauty, and his youth, my heart, O celestial rishi, hath been attracted towards him. That youth will make the best of husbands for my Ganakshi. Kanwa continued, beholding Matali's gratification at seeing the Naga called Samaka. Narada informed him of the nobility of his parentage and of his feats. And he said, Born in the race of Iravata, this prince of Nagas is named Samaka. He is the favourite grandson of Variaka, and the daughter's son of Vamana. The father of this youth was, O Matali, the Naga called Chaikura. Not long before was he slain by Vinata's son. Hearing this, Matali became highly pleased, and addressing Narada, the charioteer said, This best of Nagas is, O sire, very acceptable to me for a son-in-law. Make an endeavour to secure him, for I am highly pleased at the thought of bestowing on this Naga, O moon, my dear daughter. Section Sif. Narada then said, This one is the charioteer of the name of Matali. He is besides a dear friend of Sakra. Pure in conduct, he hath an excellent disposition and possesses numerous virtues. Endued with strength of mind, he hath great energy and great might. He is the friend, counsellor, and charioteer of Sakra. It has been seen in every battle that small is the difference that exists between him and Vasava as regards prowess and strength. In all the battles between the gods and Asuras, it is this Matali that driveth, by his mind alone, that ever victorious and best of cars belonging to Indra, which is drawn by 1,000 steeds. Vanquished by his management of the steeds, the enemies of the gods are subjugated by Vasava by the use of his hands. defeated beforehand by Matli, the Asuras are subsequently slain by Indra. Matli hath an excellent daughter, who in beauty is unrivaled in the world. Truthful and possessed of every accomplishment, she is known by the name of Ganexi. He was searching the 3 worlds for an eligible bridegroom. O thou that art possessed of the splendor of a celestial, thy grandson, Samaka, hath become acceptable to him as a husband for his daughter. If, O best of serpents, his proposal be acceptable to thee, quickly make up thy mind, O Ariaka, to take his daughter in gift for thy grandson. As Lakshmi in Vishnu's house, or Swaha in that of Agni, so let the slender-waisted Ganexi be a wife in thy race. Let Ganexi, therefore, be accepted by thee for thy grandson, like Saki for Vasava who deserveth her. Although this youth hath lost his father, yet we choose him for his virtues, and for the respectability of Virvata and thy own. Indeed, it is in consequence of Samaka's merits, his disposition, purity, self-restraint and other qualifications that Matli hath become himself desirous of giving away his daughter unto him. It behoveth thee, therefore, to honour Matli. Kanwa continued, thus addressed by Narada, Ariaka beholding his grandson elected as a bridegroom and remembering the death of his son was filled with delight and sorrow at the same time. And he then addressed Narada and said, How, O celestial Rishi, can I desire Ganexi for a daughter-in-law? It cannot be, O great Rishi, that thy words are not highly honoured by me, for who is there that would not desire an alliance with a friend of Indra? I hesitate, however, O great Muni, in consequence of the instability of the very cause that would not make that alliance lasting. O thou of great effulgence, the author of this youth, viz., my son, hath been devoured by Garuda. We are afflicted with sorrow on that account. But worse still, O Lord, Vinata's son, at the time of leaving these regions, said, After a month I will devour this Samaka also. Surely, it will happen as he hath said, for we know with whom we have to deal. At these words, therefore, of Suparna we have become cheerless. Kanwa continued, Matli then said unto Ariaka, I have formed a plan. This thy grandson is elected by me as my son-in-law. Let this Naga then, proceeding with me and Narada, come to the Lord of Heaven, the chief of the Celestials, O best of Nagas. I shall then endeavour to place obstacles in the way of Suparna, and as a last resource, we will ascertain the period of life that hath been vouchsafed to Samaka. Blessed be thou, O Naga, let Samaka, therefore, come with me to the presence of the Lord of the Celestials. Saying this, they took Samaka with them, and all the 4, endued with great splendour, coming to heaven beheld Sakra the chief of the gods seated in all his glory. And it so happened that the illustrious Vishnu of 4 arms was also present there. Narada then represented the whole story about Matli on his choice. Kanwa continued, hearing all that Narada said, Vishnu directed Purandara, the Lord of the universe, saying, Let him right to be given to this youth, and let him be made immortal like gods themselves. Let Matli, and Narada, and Samaka, O Vasava, all attain their cherished wish through thy grace. Purandara, however, reflecting on the prowess of Vinata's son, said unto Vishnu, Let him right to be given unto him by thee. Thus addressed, Vishnu said, Thou art the Lord of all mobile and immobile creatures. Who is there, O Lord, that would refuse a gift that may be made by thee? At these words Satya gave unto that Naga length of days. The slayer of Vala and Vritra did not make him a drinker of Amrita. Samaka, having obtained that boon, became Samaka 11, in reality, for his face was suffused with marks of joy. And having married Matali's daughter, he cheerfully returned home. And Narada and Ariaka, also filled with delight at the success of their object, went away, after having worshipped the glorious chief of the Celestials. Section CV. Kanwa said, meanwhile, O Bharata, the mighty Garuda heard what had happened, viz., the bestowal by Sakra of length of days on the Nagasamaka. And inflamed with great anger, that ranger of the firmament, Suparna, smiting the three worlds by the hurricane caused by the flappings of his wings, quickly came to Vasava. And Garuda said, O illustrious one, disregarding me, why hast thou interfered with my sustenance? Having granted me a boon of thy own will, why dost thou now withdraw it? The Supreme Lord of all creatures hath, from the beginning, ordained what my food is to be. Why dost thou, then, stand in the way of that divine decree? I had selected this great Naga and had fixed time, for, O God, I had intended to offer the meat of his body, as sustenance to my numerous progeny. When he, therefore, hath obtained a boon from thee and hath become indestructible by me, how can I henceforth dare kill another of his species? Dost thou sport thus, O Vasava, as thou listest? I, however, shall have to die, as also the members of my family and the servants whom I have engaged in my house. That will, I think, gratify thee, O Vasava. Indeed, O slayer of valour and Vritra, I deserve all this, nay more, since being the lord of the three worlds in might, I yet consented to become the servant of another. O monarch of the three worlds, Vishnu, however, is not the only cause of my inferiority, for though, O Vasava, I am quite thy equal, yet the sovereignty of the three worlds resteth on thee, O chief of the celestials. Like thee, I also have a daughter of Daksha for my mother and Kasyapa for my father. Like thee, I also can, without any fatigue, bear the weight of the three worlds. I have strength that is immeasurable and incapable of being resisted by any creature. In the war with the Daityas I also achieved grand feats. Srutasari and Srutasena and Vivaswat, and Rachanamaka, and Prasrura, and Kalakaksha amongst the sons of Diti were slain by me. Perching yet on the flagstaff of thy younger brother's gar I carefully protect it in battle, and sometimes also I bear that brother of thine on my back. It is, perhaps, for this that thou disregardest me. Who else in the universe is there that is capable of bearing such heavy burthens? Who is there that is stronger than myself? Superior though I am, I yet bear on my back this younger brother of thine with all his friends. When, however, disregarding me thou hast interfered with my foods, thou hast, O Vasava, inflicted disgrace on me, like this younger brother of thine that had hitherto been disgracing me by making me bear him on my back. As regards thyself, O Vishnu, amongst all those endued with prowess and strength that have been born of Aditi's womb, thou art superior in strength. Yet thee I bear without any fatigue, with only one of my feathers. Think coolly then, O brother, who amongst us is stronger? Kanwa continued, hearing the proud words of that bird foreshadowing danger. The bearer of the discus, provoking Takshaya still more, said unto him, Though so very weak, why dost thou, O Garuda, yet regard thyself strong, O oviparous creature? It ill behoveth thee to vaunt thus in our presence. The three worlds united together cannot bear the weight of my body. I myself bear my own weight and thine also. Come now, bear thou the weight of this one right arm of mine. If thou canst bear even this, thy boast would be regarded as reasonable. Saying this, the Holy One placed his arms on Garuda's shoulders. Thereupon the latter fell down, afflicted with its weight, confounded, and deprived of his senses. And Garuda felt that the weight of that one arm of Vishnu was as great as that of the entire earth with her mountains. Endued with might infinitely greater, Vishnu, however, did not afflict him much. Indeed, Dwakyuta did not take his life. That ranger of the sky, afflicted then by that immense weight, gasped for breath, and began to cast off his feathers. With every limb weakened, and utterly confounded, Garuda was almost deprived of his senses. The winged offspring of Vinata then, thus confounded and almost deprived of his senses, and rendered utterly helpless, bowing unto Vishnu with bent bead, feebly addressed him, saying, O illustrious Lord, the essence of that strength which sustains the universe dwelleth in this body of thine. What wonder, therefore, that I should be crushed down to the earth by a single arm of thine, stretched out at thy pleasure. It behoveth thee, O divine Lord, to forgive this winged creature that perches on thy flagstaff, this fool intoxicated with pride of strength, but now rendered utterly helpless. Thy great strength, O divine Lord, was never known to me before. It was for this that I regarded my own might to be unequalled. Thus addressed, the illustrious Vishnu became gratified, and addressing Garuda with affection, said, Let not thy behaviour be such again. And saying this, Upendra threw Samaka with the toe of his foot upon Garuda's breast. And from that time, O king, Garuda hath ever lived in friendship with that snake. It was thus, O king, that mighty and illustrious Garuda, the son of Vinata, afflicted by the might of Vishnu, was cured of his pride. Kanwa continued, in the same way, O son of Gandhari, thou livest, O son, as long as thou approachest not the heroic sons of Bandhu in battle. Who is the whom Bhima, that foremost of smiters, that mighty son of Vayu and Dhananjaya, the son of Indra, cannot slay in battle? Vishnu himself, and Vayu and Dharma, and the Aswins, these gods are thy enemies. Let alone an encounter with them, thou art not competent even to look at them on the field. Therefore, O prince, do not set thy heart upon war, let peace be made through the agency of Vasudeva. It behoveth thee to save thy race thus. This great ascetic Narada witnessed with his own eyes the incident I have related to thee, which shows the greatness of Vishnu, and know that this Krishna is that bearer of the discus and the mace. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the rishi, Duryodhana contracted his eyebrows and began to breathe heavily. And casting his eyes then on Radha's son, he burst out into a loud laughter. And setting at naught those words of the rishi, that wicked wretch began to slap his thigh that resembled the trunk of an elephant. And addressing the rishi, he said, I am, O great rishi, precisely what the Creator hath made me. What is to be, must be. What also hath been ordained in my case must happen. I cannot act otherwise. What can these senseless declamations, therefore, avail? Section CVI. Janamjaya said, interminably wedded to evil, blinded by avarice, addicted to wicked courses, resolved upon bringing destruction on his head, inspiring grief in the hearts of kinsmen, enhancing the woes of friends, afflicting all his well-wishers, augmenting the joys of foes, and dreading the wrong path. Why did not his friends seek to restrain him, and why also did not that great friend, of Kuru's race, the Holy One with tranquil soul, or the grandsire tell him anything from affection? Vaisampayana said, Yes, the Holy One did speak. Bhishma also spoke what was beneficial. And Narada too said much. Listen to all that these said. Vaisampayana continued, Narada said, persons that listen to the counsels of friends are rare. Friends again are rare that offer beneficial counsels, for a friend, in need of counsel, is never the wary friend, offering counsel, is. O son of Kuru's race, I think, the word of friends ought to be listened to. Obstinacy ought to be avoided, for it is fraught with great evil. In this connection is cited an old story regarding Galavas having met with disgrace through obstinacy. In ancient times, in order to test Viswamitra, who was then engaged in ascetic austerities, Dharma personally came to him, having assumed the form of the rishi, Vasishta. Thus assuming, O Bharata, the form of the one of the 7 rishis, and feigning himself hungry and desirous of eating, he came, O king, to the hermitage of Kausaka. Thereupon, Viswamitra, struck with awe, began to cook charu, which was a preparation of rice and milk. And in consequence of the care he took in preparing that excellent food, he could not properly wait upon his guest. And it was not till after the guest had dined on the food offered by the other hermits that Viswamitra succeeded in approaching him with the charu he had cooked and which was still steaming. "I have already dined, wait here," were the words that the Holy One said. And having said that, the Holy One went away. And thereupon, the illustrious Viswamitra, O king, waited there. And bearing that food on his head and holding it with his arms, that ascetic of rigid vow stood in his hermitage, still as a post, subsisting on air. And as he stood there, an ascetic of the name of Galava, from motives of respect and reverence and from affection and desire of doing what was agreeable, began to wait upon him. And after 100 years had passed away, Dharma, again assuming the form of Vasishta, came to Kausaka from desire of eating. And beholding the great Rishi Viswamitra, who was endued with high wisdom, standing there with that food on his head, himself subsisting all the while on air, Dharma accepted that food which was still warm and fresh. And having eaten that food, the god said, "Gratify Dharma, O regenerate Rishi." And saying this, he went away. And at those words of Dharma, Viswamitra divested of kshatriyahood because endued with the status of a brahmana and was filled with delight. 12. And pleased as he was with the services and devotion of his discipline, the ascetic Galava, Viswamitra, addressed him and said, "With my leave, O Galava, go whithersoever thou mayest wish." Thus commanded by his preceptor, Galava, highly pleased, said in a sweet voice unto Viswamitra of great effulgence, "What final gift shall I make thee in consequence of thy services as preceptor? O giver of honours, it is in consequence of the final present that a sacrifice becometh successful. The giver of such gifts obtains emancipation. Indeed, these gifts constitute the fruit that one enjoys in heaven. They are regarded as peace and tranquility personified. What, therefore, shall I procure for my preceptor? Oh, let that be said." The illustrious Viswamitra knew that he had really been conquered by Galava by means of the latter's services, and the Rishi, therefore, sought to dismiss him by repeatedly saying, "Go, go." But though repeatedly commanded by Viswamitra to go away, Galava still addressed him saying, "What shall I give?" And seeing this obstinacy on the part of ascetic Galava, Viswamitra felt a slight rise of anger and at last said, "Give me 800 steeds, every one of which should be as white as the rays of the moon, and every one of which should have one ear black. Go now, O Galava, and tarry not." Section Kvi. Narada said, thus addressed by Viswamitra of great intelligence, Galava was filled with such anxiety that he could not sit or lie down, or take his food. A prey to anxiety and regret, lamenting bitterly, and burning with remorse, Galava grew pale, and was reduced to a skeleton. And smitten with sorrow, O Sayadana, he indulged in these lamentations, "Where shall I find affluent friends? Where shall I find money? Have I any savings? Where shall I find 800 steeds of lunar whiteness? What pleasure can I have in eating? What happiness can be mine in objects of enjoyment? The very love of life is extinct in me. What need have I of life? Repairing to the other shore of the great ocean, or to the furthest verge of the earth, I will relinquish my life. Of what use can life be to me? What happiness, without severe exertion, can be his who is poor, unsuccessful, deprived of all the good things of life, and burthened with debt? Death is preferable to life as regards him who, having enjoyed the wealth of friends through their friendship for himself, is unable to return their favour. The religious acts of that man lose their efficacy who, having promised to do an act, fails to perform it and is thus stained with falsehood. One that is stained by falsehood cannot have beauty, or children, or power, or influence. How, therefore, can such a one attain to a blissful state? What ungrateful man hath ever earned fame? Where, indeed, is his place, and where his happiness? An ungrateful person can never win esteem and affection. Salvation also can never be his. He that is destitute of wealth is a wretch that can scarcely be said to live. Such a wretch cannot support his kinsmen and friends. Unable to make any return for the benefits he receiveth, he certainly meeteth with destruction. Even I am that wretch, ungrateful, destitute of resources, and stained with falsehood, for having obtained my objects from my preceptor, I am unable to do his bidding. Having first endeavoured to the utmost, I will lay down my life. Before this, I never craved for anything from the very gods. The deities regard me for this in sacrificial place. I will go and seek the protection of Vishnu, the divine lord of the three worlds, of Krishna, the great refuge of all who are blessed with protection. Bowing down unto him, I desire to see that highest of all ascetics, the eternal Krishna, from whom flow all those possessions and enjoyments that are owned by both gods and asuras. And while Galava was thus lamenting, his friend Garuda, the son of Vinata, appeared in his sight. And Garuda, from desire of doing him good, cheerfully addressed him, saying, "Thou art a dear friend of mine. It is the duty of a friend, when himself in prosperity, to look to the accomplishment of the wishes of his friends. The prosperity that I have, O Brahmana, is constituted by Vasava's younger brother Vishnu. Before this, I spoke to him on thy behalf, and he hath been pleased to grant my wishes. Come now, we will go together. I will bear thee comfortably to the other shore of the ocean, or to the furthest extremity of the earth. Come, O Galava, do not tarry." Section Kvi. Garuda said, "O Galava, commanded I have been by God, who is the cause of all knowledge. I ask thee, towards which quarter shall I first take thee to see what lie there? The eastern, the southern, the western, or the northern, towards which, O best of regenerate persons, shall I go, O Galava?" That quarter towards which Surya the illuminator of the universe first riseth, where, at eve, the Satyas engage in their ascetic austerities, where that intelligence, which pervades the whole universe, first springeth, where the two eyes of Dharma, as well as he himself, are stationed, where the clarified butter first poured in sacrifice subsequently flowed all around. That quarter, O best of all regenerate persons, is the gate of day and time. Though the daughters of Daksha, in primeval times, gave birth to their children, though the sons of Kasyapa first multiplied, that quarter is the source of all the prosperity of the gods, for it was there that Sakra was first anointed as the king of the celestials. It was there, O regenerate Rishi, that both Indra and the gods underwent their ascetic penances. It is for this, O Brahmana, that this quarter is called Purva, the first. And because in the earliest of times this quarter was overspread by the Suras, it is for this that it is called Purva. The gods, desirous of prosperity, performed all their religious ceremonies here. It was here that the divine creator of the universe first sang the Vedas. It was here that the Gayatri was first preached by Surya unto the reciters of that sacred hymn. It was here, O best of Brahmanas, that the Yajurvedas were delivered by Surya unto Yajnavalkya. It was here that the Soma juice, sanctified by boons, was first drunk in sacrifices by Suras. It was here that the homophires, gratified by mantras, first drank articles of cognate origin. 13 It was here that Varuna first repaired to the nether regions, and attained to all his prosperity. It was here, O bull among the twice born, that the birth, growth, and death of the ancient Vasishta took place. Here first grew 100 different branches of !14. It was here that the smoke-eating munis are the smoke of sacrificial fires. It was in that region that myriads of boars and other animals were killed by Sakra and offered as sacrificial portions unto the gods. It is here that the 1,000-rayed sun, arising, consumeth, out of ire, all those that are wicked and ungrateful among men and the Asuras. This is the gate of the 3 worlds. This is the path of heaven and felicity. This quarter is called Purva, East. We will go hither, if it pleaseth thee. I shall always do what is agreeable to him who is my friend. Tell me, O Galava, if any other quarter pleaseth thee, for we will then go there. Listen now to what I say of another quarter. Section 6. Garuda continued, in days of yore, Vivaswat, having performed a sacrifice, gave this quarter away as a present, Dakshina, unto his preceptor. And it is for this that this region is known by the name of Dakshina, south. It is here that the Baitres of the 3 worlds have their habitation. And, O Brahmana, it is said that a class of celestials subsisting upon smoke alone also live there. Those celestials also that go by the name of Viswadevas always dwell in this region along with the Baitres. Worshipped in sacrifices in all the worlds, they are equal sharers with the Baitres. This quarter is called the second door of Yama. It is here that the periods allotted to men are calculated in trutis and lavas. 15. In this region always dwell the celestial rishis, the Baitriloka rishis, and the royal rishis, in great happiness. Here are religion and truth. It is here that the acts of persons exhibit their fruits. This region, O best of the twice-born, is the goal of the acts of the dead. It is this region, O best of regenerate persons, whither all must repair. And as creatures are all overwhelmed by darkness, they cannot, therefore, come hither in bliss. Here, O bull among regenerate persons, are many thousands of malevolent Rakshasas in order to be seen by the sinful. Here, O Brahmana, in the bowers on the breast of Mandara and in the abodes of regenerate rishis, the Gandharvas chant psalms, stealing away both the heart and the intellect. It was here that Rayavata, Aditya, hearing the Sama hymns sung in a sweet voice, retired to the woods, leaving his wife and friends and kingdom. In this region, O Brahmana, Manu and Yavkritas some together set a limit which Surya can never overstep. It was here that the illustrious descendant of Pulastya, Ravana, the king of the Rakshasas, undergoing ascetic austerities, solicited the boon of immortality from the gods. It was here that the Asura, Vritra, in consequence of his wicked conduct, incurred the enmity of Sakra. It is in this region that lives of diverse forms all come and are then dissociated into their 5 constituent elements. It is in this region, O Galava, that men of wicked deeds rot in tortures. It is here that the river Vaitarani flows, filled with the bodies of persons condemned to hell. Arrived here, persons attain to the extremes of happiness and misery. Reaching this region, the sun droppeth sweet waters and thence proceeding again to the direction named after Vasishta, once more droppeth dew. It was here that I once obtained, for food, a prodigious elephant battling with an enormous tortoise. It was here that the great sage Chakradanu took his birth from Surya. That divine sage afterwards came to be known by the name of Kapila, and it was by him that there 60,000 sons of Sagara were afflicted. It was here that a class of Brahmanas named Shivas, fully mastering the Vedas, became crowned with ascetic success. Having studied all the Vedas, they at last attained eternal salvation. In this region is the city called Bhagavati that is ruled by Vasuki, by the Naga Takshaka and also by Airavata. They that have to journey hither, after death, encounter here a thick gloom. And so thick is that gloom that it cannot be penetrated by either the sun himself or by Agni. worthy of worship as thou art, even thou shalt have to pass this road. Tell me now if thou wishest to sojourn towards this direction. Else, listen to an account of the western direction. Section CX. Garuda said, this quarter is the favourite one of King Varuna, the ruler of the ocean. Indeed, the Lord of the waters had his origin here, and it is hither that sovereignty layeth. And since it is here that toward the day's end, Pashkat, the sun dismisseth his rays, that this quarter, O best of the twice-born ones, is called the West, Paskama. For ruling over all aquatic creatures and for the protection of the water themselves, illustrious and divine Kasyapa installed Varuna here, as the king of this region. Quaffing all the 6 juices of Varuna, the moon, the dispeller of darkness, becometh young again in the beginning of the fortnight. It was in the quarter, O Brahmana, that the Daityas were rooted and bound fast by the wind god. And afflicted by a mighty tempest, and breathing hard, as they fled, they at last laid themselves down in this region to sleep, the sleep that knows no waking. Hither is that mountain called Ista, which is the cause of the evening twilight, and which, daily, receiveth the sun lovingly turning towards it. It is from this quarter that both night and sleep, issuing out at the close of day, spread themselves, as if, for robbing all living creatures of the half their allotted periods of life. It was here that Sakra, beholding his stepmother, the goddess Titi lying asleep in a state of pregnancy, cut off the fetus into 49 parts, whence sprang there 49 Maruts. It is towards this direction that the roots of Himavat stretch towards the eternal Mandara, sunk in the ocean. By journeying for even 1,000 years one cannot attain to the end of those roots. It is in this region that Zorabi, the mother of cows, repairing to the shores of the extensive lake, adorned with golden lotuses, poureth forth her milk. Here in the midst of the ocean is seen the headless trunk of the illustrious Swabanu, who is always bent upon devouring both sun and the moon. Here is heard the loud chanting of the Vedas by Shubhanasiras, who is invincible and of immeasurable energy, and whose hair is eternally green. It is in this region that the daughter of Muni Harimidas remained transfixed in the welkin in consequence of Surya's injunction couched in the words, "Stop, stop." Here, O Galava, wind, and fire, and earth, and water, are all free, both day and night, from their painful sensations. It is from this region that the sun's course begins to deviate from the straight path, and it is in this direction that all the luminous bodies, the constellations, enter the solar sphere. And having moved for 28 nights with the sun, they come out of the sun's course to move in accompaniment with the moon. It is in this region that the rivers which always feed the ocean have their sources. Here, in the abode of Varuna, are the waters of the 3 worlds. In this region is situate the abode of Anita, the prince of snakes. And here is the unrivaled abode also of Vishnu, who is without beginning and without end. In this region is also situate the abode of the great Rishi Kasyapa, the son of Maricha. The western quarter is thus narrated to thee in course of telling thee of the different points. Tell me now, O Galava, towards which side, O best of regenerate persons, shall we go? Section CXI. Garuda said, O Brahmanas, since this quarter saveth from sin, and since one attaineth to salvation here, it is for this saying, Uttarana, power, that it is called the north, Uttara. And, O Galava, because the abode of all the treasures of the north stretches in a line towards the east and the west, therefore is the north sometimes called the central region, Madhyama. And, O bull among the twice-born, in this region that is superior to all, none can live that is unamiable, or of unbridled passions, or unrighteous. Hither, in the asylum, known by the name of Adari, eternally dwelt Krishna, who is Narayana's self, and Jaishnu that most exalted of all male beings, and Brahman, the creator. Hither, on the breast of him that always dwelleth Mahabharata, endued with the effulgence of the fire that blazeth up at the end of the Yuga. As Purusha, he sporteth here with Prakriti, the universal mother. Except by Nara and Narayana, he is incapable of being seen by the diverse classes of Munis, the gods with Vasava at their head, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, and the Siddhas. Though invested with Maya, him the eternal Vishnu alone, of 1,000 heads and 1,000 legs, can behold. It was in this region that Chandramas, the moon, was installed into the sovereignty of the entire regenerate order. It was in this region, O thou foremost of all acquainted with Brahma, that Mahadeva first receiving her on his head, afterwards let the sacred stream, Ganga, fall from the heavens to the world of men. It was here that the goddess, underwent her ascetic austerities from her desire of obtaining Mahabharata as her lord. It was in this region that Kama, the wrath of Shiva, Himravat, and all together shone brilliantly. It was here, on the breast of Kailasa, O Galava, that Kuvara was installed on the sovereignty of the Rakshasas, the Yakshas, and the Gandharvas. It is in this region that Kuvara's gardens called Chitrarathalai, and it is here that the asylum of the Munis called the Kanasas is situate. It is here, O bull among the twice born, that the celestial stream called Mandakini, and the mountain Mandara are to be seen. It is here that the gardens called Sagandikanaka are always guarded by the Rakshasas. Here are many plains covered with grassy verdure, as also the plantain forest, and those celestial trees called the Sotanarkas. It is in this region, O Galava, that the Siddhas, with souls ever under control and always sporting at will, have their fit abodes, abounding with every object of enjoyment. It is here that the 7 rishis with Arundhati may be seen. It is here that the constellation Swati is to be seen, and it is here that it first rises to the view. It is in this region that the Grand Sai Brahman dwelleth in the vicinity of Yajna, sacrifice embodied. It is in this quarter that the sun, the moon, and the other luminaries are seen to revolve regularly. It is in this region, O foremost of Brahmanas, that those illustrious and truth-speaking Munis called by the name of Dharma, guard the source of the Ganges. The origin and physical features and ascetic penances of these Munis are not known to all. The 1,000 dishes they use for serving the food offered in hospitality and the edibles also they create at will, are all a mystery. The man, O Galava, that passeth beyond the point guarded by these Munis, is certain, O foremost of Brahmanas, to meet with destruction. None else, O bull among Brahmanas, save the divine Narayana, and the eternal Nara called also Jaishnu, succeeded in passing beyond the point so guarded. It is in this region that the mountains of Kailasa lie, the abode of Ailavla, Kuvara. It is here that the 10 Apsaras known by the name of Vijayat Prabha had their origin. In covering, O Brahmana, the 3 worlds with 3 steps in the sacrifice of Vali, the Asura king, Vishnu had covered this whole northern region, and, accordingly, there is a spot here called Vishnupada. And it is so called after the footprint of Vishnu caused on that occasion. Here, in this quarter, at a place called Uzairavia, by the side of the Golden Lake, King Maruta performed, O foremost of Brahmanas, a sacrifice. It is here that the brilliant and shining gold mines of Himavat exhibit themselves to the illustrious and regenerate Rishi Jaimuta. And Jaimuta gave away the whole of that wealth to the Brahmanas. And having given it away, that great Rishi solicited them to call it after his own name. And hence that wealth is known by the name of the Jaimuta gold. Here, in this region, O bull among Bharatas, the regents of the worlds, O Galava, every morning and evening, proclaim, what business of what person shall we do? It is for these, O foremost of Brahmanas, and other incidents, that the northern region is superior to all quarters. And because this region is superior, Uttara, to all, therefore, it is called the north, Uttara. The four regions have thus, O sire, been, one after another described to thee in details. Towards which quarter then dost thou desire to go? I am ready, O foremost of Brahmanas, to show thee all the quarters of the earth. Section XI. Galava said, O Garuda, O slayer of foremost snakes, O thou of beautiful feathers, O son of Vinata, carry me, O Tarkaya, to the east where the two eyes of Dhamma are first opened. O, take me to the east which thou hast first described, and whither, thou hast said, the gods are always present. Thou hast said that thither both truth and virtue reside. I desire to meet all the gods. Therefore, O younger brother of Aruna, take me thither, so that I may behold the gods. Narada continued, thus addressed. The son of Vinata replied unto that Brahmana saying, Mount thou on my back. And thereupon, the Muni Galava rode on the back of Garuda. And Galava said, Thy beauty, O devourer of snakes, as thou proceedest, seemeth to be like that of the sun himself in the morning, that maker of the day endued with 1,000 rays. And, O ranger of the skies, thy speed is so great that the very trees, broken by the storm caused by the flapping of thy wings, seem to pursue thee in the course. Thou seemest, O tenant of the welkin, to drag by the storm caused by the wings, the very earth with all the waters of her oceans, and with all her mountains, woods and forests. Indeed, the tempest caused by the motion of thy wings seems to continually raise into mid-air the waters of the sea, with all their fishes and snakes and crocodiles. I see fishes possessed of similar faces, and thimis and timinilis and snakes endued with human faces, all crushed by the tempest raised by thy wings. My ears are deafened by the roar of the deep. So stunned am I that I can neither hear nor see anything. Indeed, I have forgotten my own purpose. Slacken thy speed, O ranger of the sky, remembering the risk to a Brahmana's life. O sire, neither the sun, nor the cardinal points, nor the welkin itself, is any longer perceptible to me. I see only a thick gloom around me. The body is no longer visible to me. I see only thy two eyes, O oviparous being, resembling two radiant gems. I cannot see either thy body or my own. At every step, I behold sparks of fire emitted from thy frame. Stop without delay these sparks of fire and extinguish the dazzling radiance of thy eyes. O son of Vinata, slacken this exceeding speed of thy course. O devourer of snakes, I have no business to go with thee. Desist, O blessed one, I am unable to bear this speed of thine. I have promised to give my preceptor 800 white steeds of lunar refulgence, each having 1 ear black in hue. I see no way, O oviparous being, of fulfilling my pledge. There is but one way that I can see, and that is to lay down my own life. I have no wealth of my own, nor any wealthy friend, nor can wealth, however immense, procure the accomplishment of my object. Narada continued, and to Galava uttering these and many other words of entreaty and sorrow, the son of Vinata, without slackening his speed, laughingly replied, saying, Thou hast little wisdom, O regenerate Rishi, since thou wishest to put an end to thy own life. Death can never be brought about by one's effort. Indeed, death is God himself. Why didst thou not, before this, inform me of thy purpose? There are excellent means by which all this may be accomplished. Here is this mountain called Rishabha on the seaside. Resting here for some time and refreshing ourselves with food, I will, O Galava, return. Section XI. Narada said, alighting then on the peak of the Rishabha, the Brahmana and the bird beheld a Brahmana lady of the name of Sandali, engaged there on ascetic penances. And Galava and Garuda both saluted her by bending their heads, and worshipped her. And thereupon, the lady inquired after their welfare and gave them seats. And having taken their seats, both of them took the cooked food the lady offered them, after having first dedicated it to the gods with mantras. And having taken that food, they laid themselves down on the ground and fell into a profound sleep. And Garuda, from desire of leaving that place, upon awakening, found that his wings had fallen off. Indeed, he had become like a ball of flesh, with only his head and legs. And beholding him come to that plight, Galava sorrowfully inquired, saying, "What is this condition that has overtaken thee as the consequence of thy sojourn here? Alas, how long shall we have to reside here? Hast thou harbored any evil and sinful thought in thy mind? It cannot, I am sure, be any trivial sin of which thou hast been guilty." Thus addressed, Garuda replied unto the Brahmana, saying, "Indeed, O regenerate one, I entertained the thought of carrying away this lady crowned with ascetic success from this spot to where the Creator himself, the divine Mahadeva, the eternal Vishnu, and both virtue and sacrifice personified, live together, for as I thought this lady should live there, I shall now, from desire of doing myself good, prostrate myself before this holy lady, and pray unto her, saying, with a heart full of pity, I had, indeed, entertained such a thought. Whether I acted rightly or wrongly, even this was the wish, evidently against thy own, that was cherished by me from my respect for thee. It behoveth thee, therefore, to grant me forgiveness, from the nobility of thy heart." That lady became gratified with that prince of birds and that bull of Brahmanas. And addressing Garuda, she said, "Fear not, O thou of beautiful feathers. Resume thy wings, and cast off thy fears. I was contempted by thee, but know that I do not pardon contempt. That sinful being who entertains contempt for me would speedily fall away from all blissful regions. Without a single inauspicious indication about me, and perfectly blameless as I am, I have, in consequence of the purity of my conduct, attained to high ascetic success. Purity of conduct beareth virtue as its fruit. Purity of conduct beareth wealth as its fruit. It is purity of conduct that bringeth on prosperity. And it is purity of conduct that driveth away all inauspicious indications. Go thou, O blessed prince of birds, whithersoever thou wishest, from this place. Never entertain contempt for me, and take care that thou dost not contempt women that may even be truly blamable. Thou shalt again be, as before, invested with both strength and energy." At these words of that lady, Garuda had his wings again, and they became even stronger than before. And then with Sandili's leave, Garuda with Galava on his back took his departure. But they failed to find the kind of steeds they were in search of. And it so happened that Viswamitra met Galava on the way. And thereupon, that foremost of speakers addressed Galava in the presence of Vinata's son and said, "O regenerate one, the time is already come when thou shouldst give me the wealth thou hadst promised me of thy own accord. I do not know what thou mayst. I have waited so long. I will wait for some time more. Seek thou the way by which thou mayst succeed in the matter of thy promise." Hearing these words, Garuda addressed cheerless Galava, who was overwhelmed with sorrow, saying, "What Viswamitra said unto thee before hath now been repeated in my presence. Come, therefore, O Galava, best of Brahmanas, we will deliberate on the matter. Without giving thy preceptor the whole of the wealth promised by thee, thou canst not even sit down." Section Ksif. Narada said, Garuda then, that foremost of winged beings, addressed the cheerless Galava and said, "Because it is created by Agni, in the bowels of the earth and augmented by Vayu, and because also the earth itself is said to be Hiranmaya, therefore, is wealth called Hiranya. and because wealth supports the world and sustains life, therefore, is it called dana. It is for serving these ends that dana, wealth, exists from the beginning in the three worlds. On that Friday, when neither of the two constellations, the Purvabhadra or the Uttarabhadra, is ascendant, Agni, creating wealth by a fiat of his will, bestoweth it on mankind for the increase of Kuvara's stock. The wealth that is emboweled in the earth is guarded by the deities called the Ajagapats and the Ahivradnas, and also by Kuvara. Exceedingly difficult of attainment, that wealth, therefore, O bull among Brahmanas, is rarely attained. Without wealth there is no chance of thy acquisition of the promised steeds. Beg thou, therefore, of some king born in the race of some royal sage, who may, without depressing his subjects, crown our suit with success. There is a king born in the lunar race, that is my friend. We shall go to him, for he, amongst all on earth, hath great wealth. That royal sage is known by the name of Yayati, and he is the son of Nuashur. His prowess is incapable of being baffled. Solicited by thee in person, and urged by me, he will give what we seek, for he hath immense wealth, equal unto what belongeth to Kuvara, the Lord of treasures. Even thus, by accepting a gift, O learned one, pay off thy debt to thy preceptor. Talking thus, and thinking upon what was best to be done, Garuda and Galava together went to King Yayati, who was then in his capital called Pratisthana. The king received them hospitably and gave them excellent argyle and water to wash their feet. And the king then asked them the cause of their advent. And thereupon Garuda answered, saying, O son of Nuashur, this ocean of asceticism, called Galava, is my friend. He had been, O monarch, a disciple of Viswamitra for many thousand years. This holy Brahmana, when commanded by Viswamitra to go away whithersoever he chose, addressed his preceptor at that time, saying, I desire to give something as preceptor's fee. Knowing this one's resources to be poor, Viswamitra did not ask for anything. But when he was repeatedly addressed by this Brahmana on the subject of the tutorial fee, the preceptor, under a slight accession of wrath, said, Give me 800 white steeds of good pedigree and of lunar radiance, and each having 1 ear black in hue. If, O Galava, thou desirest to give anything to thy preceptor, let this then be given. It was thus that Viswamitra, endued with wealth of asceticism, said unto him in anger, And this bull among Brahmanas is on that account smarting with great grief. Unable to fulfill that command of his preceptor, he hath now come to take thy shelter. O tiger among men, accepting this as alms from thee, and filled once more with cheerfulness, he will, after paying his preceptor's debt, devote himself again to serve ascetic penances. A royal rishi as thou art, and, therefore, endued with wealth of asceticism of thy own, this Brahmana, by giving thee a portion of his wealth of asceticism, will make thee richer in wealth of that kind. As many hairs, O Lord of men, as there are on a horse's body, so many regions of bliss, O ruler of earth, are attained by him that giveth away a horse in gift. This one is as fit to accept a gift as thou art to make a gift. Let therefore thy gift in this instance be like milk deposited in a conch shell. Section CXV. Narada said, thus addressed by Supana in excellent words fraught with truth, that performer of 1,000 sacrifices, that foremost of givers, that liberal ruler of all the castes, the Lord Yayati, revolving those words in his mind and reflecting on them coolly, and seeing before him his dear friend, Tarkshire, and that bull among Brahmanas, Galava, and regarding the alms sought as an indication, highly praiseworthy, of Galava's ascetic merit, and in view particularly of the fact that those two came to him having passed over all the kings of the solar race, said, Blessed is my life today, and the race also in which I am born, hath, indeed, been blessed today. This very province also of mine hath equally been blessed by thee, O sinless Darkshire. There is one thing, however, O friend, that I desire to say unto thee, and that is, I am not so rich now as thou thinkest, for my wealth hath suffered a great diminution. I cannot, however, O Ranger of the skies, make thy advent here a fruitless one. Nor can I venture to frustrate the hopes entertained by this regenerate Rishi. I shall, therefore, give him that which will accomplish his purpose. If one having come for alms, returneth disappointed, he may consume the host's race. O son of Vinata, it is said that there is no act more sinful than that of saying, I have nothing, and thus destroying the hope of one that cometh, saying, Give. The disappointed man whose hopes have been killed and his object not accomplished, can destroy the sons and grandsons of the person that faileth to do him good. Therefore, O Galava, take thou this daughter of mine, this perpetrator of 4 families. In beauty, she resembleth a daughter of the celestials. She is capable of prompting every virtue. Indeed, owing to her beauty, she is always solicited, at my hands, by gods and men, and asuras. Let alone twice 400 steeds each with a black ear, the kings of the earth will give away their whole kingdoms as her dower. Take thou, therefore, this daughter of mine, named Madhavi. My sole desire is that I may have a daughter's son by her. Accepting that daughter in gift, Galava then, with Garuda, went away, saying, We will again see thee. And they took that maiden with them. And Galava's oviparous friend addressed him, saying, The means have at last been obtained whereby the steeds may be obtained. And saying this, Garuda went away to his own abode, having obtained Galava's permission. And after the prince of birds had gone, Galava, with that maiden in his company, began to think of going to someone among the kings who would be able to give fit dower for the maiden. And he first thought of that best of kings, Haryaswa of Ikshaku's race, who ruled at Ayodhya, was endued with great energy, possessed of a large army consisting of 4 kinds of forces, had a well-filled treasury and abundance of corn, and who was dearly loved by his subjects, and who loved the Brahmin as well. Desirous of offspring, he was living in quiet and peace, and engaged in excellent austerities. And the Brahmana Galava, repairing unto Haryaswa, said, This maiden, O King of Kings, will increase the family of her husband by bringing forth offspring. Accept her from me, O Haryaswa, as thy wife, by giving me a dower. I will tell thee what dower thou shalt have to give. Hearing it, settle what thou shalt do. Section CXVI. Narada said, that best of monarchs, King Haryaswa, after reflecting for a long while and breathing a long and hot sigh about the birth of a son, at last said, Those 6 limbs 16 that ought to be high in this maiden. Those 7, again, that ought to be slender in her. Those 3, again, which ought to be deep in her. And lastly, those 5 that ought to be red in her. It seems that she is worth being looked at by even the gods and the asuras, and is accomplished in all the arts and sciences. Possessed of all auspicious signs, she will certainly bring forth many children. She is even capable of bringing forth a son who may become an emperor. Having regard to my wealth, tell me, O foremost of Brahmanas, what should be her dower? Galava said, Give me 800 steeds, born in a good country, of lunar whiteness, and each with 1 ear black in hue. This auspicious and large-eyed maiden will then become the mother of thy sons, like the fire stick becoming the genetrix of fire. Narada continued, hearing these words, that royal sage, King Haryaswa, filled with sorrow, but blinded by lust, addressed Galava, that foremost of rishis, saying, I have only 200 steeds about me of the kind wanted by thee, although of other kinds all worthy of sacrifice, I have many thousand moving about, in my dominions. O Galava, I desire to beget only one son upon this damsel. Kindly grant this request of mine. Hearing these words of the king, that damsel said unto Galava, a reciter of Brahma granted me a boon that I would after each delivery be a maiden again. Give me away, therefore, to this king, accepting his excellent steeds. In this way, full 800 steeds may be obtained by thee from 4 kings in succession, and I also may have 4 sons. Collect thou the wealth intended for thy preceptor, in this way. Even this is what I think. It depends, however, on thee, O Brahmana, as to how thou shouldst act. Thus addressed by that maiden, the Muni Galava said these words unto King Haryaswa, O Haryaswa, O best of men, accept this damsel for a 4th part of the dower that I have settled, and beget only one son upon her. Taking then that maiden and worshipping Galava, the king in due time and place had by her a son of the kind wished for. And the son so born came to be called by the name of Vasumanas. Richer than all the wealthy kings of the earth, and resembling one of the Vasas themselves, he became a king and giver of great wealth. After some time, intelligent Galava came back and approaching the delighted Haryaswa, said unto him, Thou hast, O king, obtained a son. Indeed, this child is like the sun himself in splendor. The time hath come, O foremost of men, for me to go to some other king for alms. Hearing these words, Haryaswa, who was even truthful in speech and steady in acts of manliness, and remembering that the balance of 600 steeds could not be made up by him, gave Madhavi back to Galava. And Madhavi also, abandoning that blazing, kingly prosperity, and once more becoming a maiden, followed the footsteps of Galava. And Galava too, saying, Let the steeds remain with thee, then went, accompanied by the maiden, to King Divodasa. Section XVI. Narada said, Galava then, addressing Madhavi, said, The ruler of the Kasis is an illustrious king known by the name of Divodasa. He is the son of Bhimasena, is endued with great prowess, and is a mighty sovereign. O blessed maiden, we are now going to him. Follow me slowly and grieve not. That ruler of men is virtuous and devoted to truth and hath his passions under control. Narada continued, When the Muni came before that king he was received with due hospitality by the latter. Galava, then, began to urge the monarch for begetting a child. Thus addressed, Divodasa said, I heard of all this before. Thou needest not speak much, O Brahmana. I may tell thee, O best of Brahmanas, that as soon as I heard of this matter, my heart was set upon it. This also is a mark of great honor to me, that passing over all other kings thou hast come to me. Without doubt, thy object will be gained. In the matter of the steeds, O Galava, my wealth is like that of King Haryaswa. I shall, therefore, beget only one royal son upon this maiden. Hearing these words, that best of Brahmanas gave that damsel unto the king, and the king, thereupon, duly wedded her. And the royal sage then sported with her, as Surya with Prabhavati, Agni with Swaha, Vasava with Sakhi, Chandra with Rohini, Yama with Urmila, Varuna with Gauri, Kuvara with Riddhi, Narayana with Lakshmi, Sagara with Janavi, Rudra with Rudrani, the grandsire with Saraswati, Vasishta's son Saktri with Adrisyanti, Vasishta with Arundhati, called also Akshamala, Kayavana with Sukanya, Pulastya with Sandhya, Agastya with the princess of Vidabhalopamudra, Satyavan with Savitri, Brig with Puloma, Kasyapa with Aditi, Richika's son Jamadani with Renuka, Kusika's son Viswamitra with Himavati, Brihaspati with Dara, Sukra with Sataprava, Bhumipati with Bhumi, Bhuravas with Urvasi, Richika with Satyavati, Manu with Saraswati, Dashayanta with Sakuntala, the eternal Dharma with Dhriti, Nala with Damayanti, Narada, with Satyavati, Jarakaru with Jarakaru, Pulastya with Praticaya, Ernaeus with Manika, Tamvuru with Ramba, Vasuki with Sitasiyasha, Dhananjaya with Kumari, Rama with the princess of Vidasita, or Janadana with Rukmani. And unto King Divodasa, that sporting with and taking delight in her, Madhavi bore a son named Pratadana. And after she had borne him a son, the holy Galava came to Divodasa at the appointed time, and said unto him, Let the maiden come with me, and let the steeds also thou art to give me remain with thee, for I desire to go elsewhere, O ruler of earth, for dower. Thus addressed, the virtuous King Divodasa, who was devoted to truth, thereupon gave back the maiden to Galava at the appointed time. Section XVI. Narada said, the illustrious Madhavi, faithful to her promise, abandoning that prosperity and once more becoming a maiden, followed the footsteps of the Brahmana Galava. And Galava, whose heart was set upon the accomplishment of his own business, reflecting upon what he should do next, then went to the city of the Bhajas for waiting upon King Usnara, and arrived before that king of unbaffled prowess. Galava addressed him, saying, This maiden will bear thee 2 royal sons. And, O king, begetting upon her 2 sons equal unto the sun and the moon, thou mayst attain all thy objects both here and hereafter. As her dower, however, O thou that art conversant with every duty, thou shalt have to give me 400 steeds of lunar splendor, each having ear-black of hue. This effort of mine for obtaining the steeds is only on account of my preceptor, otherwise I myself have nothing to do with them. If thou art able to accept my terms, do as I bid thee without any hesitation. O royal sage, thou art now childless. Beget, O king, a couple of children, with offspring so begot as a raft, save they Beatrice and thyself also. O royal sage, he that hath fruit in the shape of offspring to enjoy, never falleth from heaven, nor hath such a person to go to that frightful hell whither the childless are doomed to go. Hearing these and other words of Galava, King Usnara replied unto him, saying, I have heard what thou, O Galava, hast said. My heart also is inclined to do thy bidding. The supreme ordainer, however, is all-powerful. I have only 200 steeds of the kind indicated by thee, O best of Brahmanas. Of other kinds, I have many thousands moving about in my dominions. I will, O Galava, beget only 1 son upon her, by treading the path that hath been told by others such as Haryaswa and Divodasa. I will act after their manner in the matter of the dower. O best of Brahmanas, my wealth exists for only my subjects residing in the city and the country, and not for my own comforts and enjoyment. That king, O virtuous one, who giveth away for his own pleasure the wealth that belongeth to others, can never earn virtue or fame. Let this maiden, endued with the radiance of a celestial girl, be presented to me. I will accept her for begetting only 1 child. Hearing these and many other words that Usnara spoke, that best of Brahmanas, Galava, then applauded the monarch and gave him the maiden. And making Usnara accept that damsel, Galava went into the woods. And like a righteous man enjoying the prosperity won by his deeds, Usnara began to sport with and enjoy that damsel in valleys and dales of mountains, by fountains and falls of rivers, in mansions, delightful chambers, variegated gardens, forests and woods, agreeable places, and terraces of houses. And, in due time, was born unto him a son of the splendor of the morning sun, who afterwards became an excellent king, celebrated by the name Sivi. And after the birth of that son, the Brahmana Galava came to Usnara, and taking back from him the maiden went, O king, to see the son of Vinata. Section 6. Narada said, seeing Galava, Vinata's son smilingly addressed him, saying, "By good luck it is, O Brahmana, that I behold thee successful." Galava, however, hearing the words spoken by Garuda, informed him that a fourth part of the task was still unfinished. Garuda then, that foremost of all speakers, said unto Galava, "Do not make any endeavor to obtain the remaining 200, for it will not succeed. In days of yore, Richika sought at Kanyakayagari's daughter, Satyavati, for making her his wife. Thereupon Gadi, O Galava, addressing the Rishi, said, "O Holy One, let 1,000 steeds of lunar brightness, each with 1 ear black of hue, be presented to me." Thus requested, Richika said, "So be it." And then wending his way to the great mart of steeds, Aswatirtha, in Varana's abode, the Rishi obtained what he sought and gave them unto the king. Performing a sacrifice then of the name of Pandrika, that monarch gave away those steeds, as Dakshina, unto the Brahmanas. The 3 kings to whom thou hadst applied had purchased those horses from the Brahmanas, each to the number of 200. The remaining 400, O best of Brahmanas, while being transported over the river, were taken by the Vitasta. 17 Therefore, O Galava, thou canst never have that which is not to be had. Do thou then, O virtuous one, present unto Viswamitra this maiden as an equivalent for 200 steeds, along with the 600 thou hast already obtained. Thou wilt then, O best of Brahmanas, be freed from thy grief and crowned with success. Galava then, saying, "So be it," and taking with him both the maiden and the steeds, went with Garuda in his company unto Viswamitra. And arrived in his presence, Galava said, "Here are 600 steeds of the kind demanded by thee. And this maiden is offered as an equivalent for the remaining 200. Let all these be accepted by thee." Upon this maiden have been begotten 3 virtuous sons by 3 royal sages. Let a 4th, foremost of all, be begotten upon her by thee. And thus let the number of steeds, 800, be regarded by thee as full, and let me also, being freed from thy debt, go and practice ascetic penances as I list. Viswamitra then, beholding Galava in the company of the bird, and that highly beautiful maiden, said, "Why, O Galava, dost thou not give me this maiden before? 4 sons then, sanctifiers of my race, would all have been mine alone. I accept this maiden of thine for begetting upon her 1 son. As regards the steeds, let them graze in my asylum." Saying this, Viswamitra of great effulgence began to pass his time happily with her. And Madhavi bore him a son of the name of Ashtaka. And as soon as that son was born, the great Muni Viswamitra addressed him to both virtue and profit, and gave him those 600 steeds. Ashtaka then went to a city, bright as the city of Soma. And Kusika's son Viswamitra also having made over the damsel to his disciple, himself went into the woods. And Galava also, with his friend Suparna, having in this way succeeded in giving his preceptor the fee he had demanded, with a cheerful heart addressed that maiden and said, "Thou hast borne a son who is exceedingly charitable, and another who is exceedingly brave, and a third who is devoted to truth and righteousness, and yet another who is a performer of great sacrifices. O beautiful maiden, thou hast, by these sons, saved not only thy father, but 4 kings and myself also. Go now, O thou of slender waist." Saying this, Galava dismissed Garuda that devourer of snakes, and returning the maiden unto her father himself went into the woods. Section CXX. Narada said, King Yayati then, desirous again of disposing of his daughter in Swayamvara, went to a hermitage on the confluence of the Ganga and the Yamuna, taking Madhavi with him on a chariot, her person decked with garlands of flowers. And both Puru and Yadu followed their sister to that sacred asylum. And in that spot was assembled a vast concourse of Nagas and Yakshas and human beings, of Gandharvas and animals and birds, and of dwellers of mountains and trees and forests, and of many inhabitants of that particular province. And the woods all around that asylum were filled with numerous rishis resembling Brahman himself. And while the selection had commenced of husband, that maiden of the fairest complexion, passing over all the bridegrooms there assembled, selected the forest as her lord. Descending from her chariot and saluting all her friends, the daughter of Yayati went into the forest which is always sacred, and devoted herself to ascetic austerities, reducing her body by means of fasts of various kinds and religious rites and rigid vows. She adopted the deer's mode of life, and subsisting upon soft and green grass blades, resembling the sprouts of lapis lazuli, and which were both bitter and sweet to the taste, and drinking the sweet, pure, cool, crystal, and very superior water of sacred mountain streams, and wandering with the deer in forests destitute of lions and tigers, in deserts free from forest conflagration, and in thick woods, that maiden, leading the life of a wild doe, earned great religious merit by the practice of Brahmacharya austerities. Meanwhile, King Yayati, following the practice of kings before him, submitted to the influence of time, after having lived for many thousands of years. The progeny of two of his sons, those foremost of men, Puru and Yadu, multiplied greatly, and in consequence thereof, Nuasho's son won great respect both in this and the other world. O monarch, dwelling in heaven, King Yayati, resembling a great rishi, became an object of much regard, and enjoyed the highest fruits of those regions. And after many thousands of years had passed away in great happiness, on one occasion while seated among the illustrious royal sages and great rishis, King Yayati, from folly, ignorance, and pride, mentally disregarded all the gods and rishis, and all human beings. Thereat the divine Sakra, the slayer of valor, at once read his heart. And those royal sages also addressed him, saying, Fie, fie. And beholding the son of Nuasho, the questions were asked, Who is this person? What king's son is he? Why is he in heaven? By what acts hath he won success? Where did he earn ascetic merit? For what hath he been known here? Who knoweth him? The dwellers of heaven, thus speaking of that monarch, asked one another these questions about Yayati, that ruler of men. And hundreds of heaven's charioteers, and hundreds of those that kept heaven's gates, and of those what were in charge of heaven's seats, thus questioned, all answered, We do not know him. And the minds of all were temporarily clouded, so that none recognized the king, and thereupon the monarch was soon divested of his splendor. Section CXXI. Narada said, removed from his place and pushed away from his seat with heart trembling in fear, and consumed by burning remorse, with his garlands dimmed in lustre and his knowledge clouded, shorn of his crown and bracelets, with head swimming and every limb relaxed, divested of ornaments and robes, incapable of being recognized, sometimes not seeing the other residents of heaven, filled with despair, and his understanding a perfect blank, King Yayati fell headlong towards the earth. And before the king fell down, he thought within himself, what inauspicious and sinful thought was entertained by me, in consequence of which I am hurled from my place. And all the kings there, as also the Siddhas and the Apsaras, laughed at seeing Yayati losing his hold, and on the point of falling down. And soon, O king, at the command of the king of the gods, there came a person whose business it was to hurl down those whose merits were exhausted. And coming there, he said unto Yayati, extremely intoxicated with pride, There is none whom thou hast not disregarded. In consequence of this thy pride, heaven is no longer for thee. Thou deservest not a residence here, O son of a king. Thou art not recognized here, go and fall down. Even thus the celestial messenger spoke unto him. Nuash's son then said, repeating the words 3 times, If fall I must, let me fall amongst the righteous. And saying this, that foremost of persons that had won high regions by their acts, began to think of the particular region whereon he should fall. Beholding meanwhile 4 mighty kings, viz., Pratardana, Vasumanas, Sivi, the son of Uznara, and Ashtaka, assembled together in the woods of Namishha, the king fell amongst them. And those monarchs were then engaged in gratifying the Lord of the Celestials by performance of the sacrifice known by the name of Vajapaya. And the smoke arising from their sacrificial altar reached the very gates of heaven. And the smoke that rose thus looked like a river connecting both the earth and the heaven. And it resembled the sacred stream Ganga while descending from heaven to earth, and smelling that smoke and guiding his course by it, Yati, the Lord of the universe, descended on the earth. And the king thus fell amongst those 4 lions among rulers, who were all endued with great beauty, who were foremost of all the performers of sacrifices, who were, indeed, his own relatives, and who resembled the 4 regions of the 4 quarters, and looked like 4 mighty sacrificial fires. And thus, in consequence of the exhaustion of his merits, the royal sage Yati fell amongst them. And beholding him blazing with beauty, those kings asked him, saying, Who art thou? Of what race, country, or city art thou? Art thou a Yaksha, or a god, a Gandharva, or a Rakshasa? Thou dost not seem to be a human being. What object hast thou in view? Thus questioned, Yati answered, I am the royal sage Yati. Fallen am I from heaven in consequence of the expiration of my virtue. Having desired to fall amongst the righteous, I have fallen amongst you. The kings then said, O foremost of persons, may that wish of thine be realized. Accept thou our virtues and the fruits of all our sacrifices. Yati replied saying, I am not a Brahmana competent to accept a gift. On the other hand, I am a Kshatriya, nor is my heart inclined towards lessening the virtues of others. Narada continued, about this time, Madhavi, in course of her purposeless wanderings, came there. Beholding her, those monarchs saluted her and said, What object hast thou in coming here? What command of thine shall we obey? Thou deservest to command us, for all of us are thy sons, O thou that art endued with wealth of asceticism. Hearing these words of theirs, Madhavi was filled with delight, and approaching then her father, she reverentially saluted Yati. And touching the heads of all her sons, that lady engaged in ascetic austerities said to her father, Being my sons, these all are thy daughter's sons, O King of Kings. They are not strangers to thee. These will save thee. The practice is not new, its origin extends to antiquity. I am thy daughter Madhavi, O King, living in the woods after the manner of the deer. I also have earned virtue. Take thou a moiety. And because, O King, all men have a right to enjoy a portion of the merits earned by their offspring, it is for this that they desire to have daughters' sons. Even this was the case with thyself, O King, when thou madest me over to Galava. At these words of their mother, those monarchs saluted her, and bowing down unto also their maternal grandsire, repeated those very words in a loud, incomparable, and sweet voice, and making, as it were, the whole earth resounded therewith, in order to rescue that maternal grandsire of theirs who had fallen down from heaven. And at that time Galava also came there, and addressing Yati, said, Accepting an 8th part of my ascetic austerities, ascend thou to heaven again. Section XXI. Narada said, as soon as that bull among men, King Yati, was recognized by those virtuous persons, he rose again to heaven, without having had to touch the surface of the earth. And he regained his celestial form and had all his anxieties entirely dispelled. And he rose again, decked with celestial garlands and robes, adorned with celestial ornaments, sprinkled with celestial scents, and furnished with heavenly attributes, and without having been compelled to touch the earth with his feet. Meanwhile, Vasumanas, who was celebrated in the world for his liberality, first addressing the king, uttered these words in a loud voice: "The merit that I have won on earth by my unblameable conduct towards men of all orders, I give unto thee. Be it all thine, O king. The merit that one winneth by liberality and forgiveness, the merit that is mine in consequence of the sacrifices I have performed, let all that also be thine." After this, Pratardana, that bull among Kshatriyas, said, ever devoted to virtue as also to war, "The fame that hath here been mine as a Kshatriya, in consequence of the appellation of hero, by which I am known, be that merit thine." After this, Savi, the intelligent son of Uznara, said these sweet words unto children and women in jest, danger, or calamity, in distress, or at dice: "I have never spoken a falsehood. By that truth which I never sacrificed, ascend thou to heaven. I can, O king, give up all objects of desire and enjoyment, my kingdom, life itself, but truth I cannot give up. By that truth, ascend thou to heaven, the truth for which Dharma, the truth for which Agni, the truth for which he of 100 sacrifices, have each been gratified with me. By that truth ascend thou to heaven." And lastly, the royal sage Ashtaka, the offspring of Kusika's son and Madhavi, addressing Nuasho's son Yayati, who had performed many hundreds of sacrifices, said, "I have, O Lord, performed hundreds of Pundarika, Gosava and Vajapaya sacrifices. Take thou the merit of these. Wealth, gems, robes, I have spared nothing for the performance of sacrifices. By that truth ascend thou to heaven." And that king thereupon, leaving the earth, began to ascend towards heaven, higher and higher, as those daughters, sons of his, one after another, said those words unto him. And it was thus that those kings by their good acts speedily saved Yayati, who had been hurled from heaven. It was thus that those daughters, sons born in 4 royal lines, those multipliers of their races, by means of their virtues, sacrifices, and gifts, caused their wise maternal grandfather to ascend again to heaven. And those monarchs jointly said, endued with the attributes of royalty and possessed of every virtue, "We are, O king, thy daughters' sons. By virtue of our good deeds, ascend thou to heaven." Section XXI. Narada said, sent back to heaven by those righteous kings, distinguished by the liberality of their sacrificial presents, Yayati, possessed of daughters' sons, dismissed them and reached the celestial regions. Attaining to the eternal region obtained through the merit of his daughters' sons, and adorned by his own deeds, Yayati, bathed in a shower of fragrant flowers and hugged by perfumed and delicious breezes, blazed forth with great beauty, and cheerfully received back into heaven with sounds of cymbals. He was entertained with songs and dances by various tribes of Gandharvas and Asuras, and diverse celestial and royal rishis and Charanas began to pay their adorations to him. And deities worshipped him with an excellent argyre and delighted him with other honours. And after he had thus regained heaven and tranquillity of heart, and had once more become freed from anxiety, the grandsire, gratifying him by his words, said, "Thou hadst earned the full measure of virtue by thy earthly deeds, and this region, that thou hadst won, is eternal, as thy deeds are in heaven. Thou hadst, however, O royal sage, destroyed thy acquisition by thy vanity alone, and thereby covered the hearts of all the denizens of heaven with darkness, in consequence of which none of them could recognize thee. And since thou couldst not be recognized, thou wert hurled hence. Saved once more by the love and affection of thy daughters' sons, thou hast once more arrived here, and regained this unchangeable, eternal, sacred, excellent, stable, and indestructible region won before by thy own deeds. Thus addressed, Yayati said, O Holy One, I have a doubt, which it behoveth thee to dispel. O grand Sire of all the worlds, it behoveth me not to ask any one else. Great was my merit, augmented by a virtuous rule over my subjects for many thousands of years and won by innumerable sacrifices and gifts. How could merit, so great, be exhausted so soon, in consequence of which I was hurled hence? Thou knowest, O Holy One, that the regions created for me were all eternal. Why were all those regions of mine destroyed, O thou of great effulgence? The Grand Sire answered, saying, Thy merit, augmented by a virtuous rule over thy subjects for many thousands of years and won by innumerable sacrifices and gifts, was exhausted by only one fault, in consequence of which thou wert hurled from this region. That fault, O King of Kings, was thy vanity, for which thou hadst become an object of contempt with all the residents of heaven. O royal sage, this region can never be rendered eternal by vanity, or pride of strength, or malice, or deceitfulness, or deception. Never disregard those that are inferior, or superior, or in the middle station. There is not a greater sinner than he who is consumed by the fire of vanity. Those men that will converse upon this fallen reascension of thine, will, without doubt, be protected even if overtaken by calamity. Narada continued, O monarch, even such was the distress into which Yayati fell in consequence of vanity, and such was the distress into which Galava fell owing to his obstinacy. They that desire their own good should listen to friends that wish them well. Obstinacy should never be entertained, for obstinacy is always the root of ruin. For this reason, O son of Gandhari, forsake vanity and wrath. O hero, make peace with the sons of Pandu. Avoid anger, O king, that which is given away, that which is done, the austerities that are practiced, the libations that are poured on fire. Not one of these is ever destroyed or suffereth any diminution. None else, again, enjoyeth the fruits of these save he that is their agent. He that succeedeth in understanding this truly superior and excellent history, that is approved by persons of great learning as well as by those that are freed from anger and lust, and that is enforced by various references to scriptures and reason, obtaineth the knowledge of virtue and profit and desire, and enjoyeth the sovereignty of the whole world. Section Xxif. Dhritarashtra said, O Holy One, it is even so as thou, O Narada, sayest. My wish also is precisely such, but, O Holy One, I have no power to carry them out. Vaisampayana continued, the Kuru king, having said these words unto Narada, then addressed Krishna and said, Thou hast, O Kesava, told me that which leadeth to heaven, what is beneficial to the world, consistent with virtue, and fraught with reason. I am not, however, O sire, independent. Duryodhana never doth what is agreeable to me. Do thou, therefore, O mighty armed Krishna, O best of persons, strive to persuade that foolish and wicked son of mine, who disobeyeth my commands. O mighty armed one, he never listeneth to the beneficial words, O Hrishikesa, of Gandhari, or of wise Vidura, or of other friends headed by Bhishma, all of whom seek his good. Do thou, therefore, thyself counsel that crooked, senseless, and wicked suit prince, of evil disposition and sinful heart. By doing this, O Janardana, thou shalt have done that noble act which a friend should ever do. Thus addressed, he of Rishi's race, conversant with the truths of virtue and profit, approached nearer to the ever-wrathful Duryodhana and said unto him these sweet words, O Duryodhana, O best of the Kurus, listen to these words of mine, uttered especially for thy good, as also, O Bharata, for that of thy followers. Thou art born in a race that is distinguished for its great wisdom. It behoveth thee to act righteously as I indicate. possessed of learning and endued with excellent behavior, thou art adorned with every excellent quality. They that are born in ignoble families, or are wicked souled, cruel, and shameless, they only, O sire, act in the way that seemeth acceptable to thee. In this world, the inclinations of those only that are righteous seem to be consistent with the dictates of virtue and profit. The inclinations, however, of those that are unrighteous seem to be perverse. O bull of Bharata's race, the disposition that thou art repeatedly manifesting is of that perverse kind. Persistence in such behavior is sinful, frightful, highly wicked, and capable of leading to death itself. It is besides causeless, while, again, thou canst not, O Bharata, adhere to it long. If by avoiding this which is productive only of woe, thou wilt achieve thy own good, if, O chastiser of foes, thou wilt escape from the sinful and disreputable deeds of thy brothers, followers, and counsellors, then, O tiger among men, make peace, O bull among the Bharatas, with the sons of Pandu, who are all endued with great wisdom and great bravery, with great exertion and great learning, and all of whom have their souls under complete control. Such conduct will be agreeable to and conducive to the happiness of Dhritarashtra, who is endued with great wisdom, of grandsire Bhishma, Drona, the high-souled Kripa, Somadatta, wise Valika, Aswatthama, Vikarna, Sanjaya, Vyavanshati, and of many of thy kinsmen, O chastiser of foes, and many of thy friends also. The whole world, O sire, will derive benefit from that peace. Thou art endued with modesty, born in a noble race, hast learning and kindness of heart. Be obedient, O sire, to the commands of thy father, and also of thy mother, O bull of Bharata's race. They that are good sons always regard that to be beneficial which their fathers command. Indeed, when overtaken by calamity, every one recollects the injunctions of his father. Peace with the Pandavas, O sire, recommends itself to thy father. Let it, therefore, O chief of the Kurus, recommend itself to thee also with thy counsellors. That mortal who, having listened to the counsels of friends and doth not act according to them, is consumed at the end by the consequences of his disregard, like him who swalloweth the fruit called kimpaka. He that from folly doth not accept beneficial counsels, unnerved by procrastination and unable to attain his object, is obliged to repent at last. He, on the other hand, who having listened to beneficial counsels accepteth them at once, abandoning his opinion, always winneth happiness in the world. He that rejects the words of well-meaning friends, regarding those words as opposed to his interest, but accepts words that are really so opposed, is soon subjugated by his foes. Disregarding the opinions of the righteous, he that abideth by the opinions of the wicked, soon maketh his friends weep for him in consequence of his being plunged into distress. Forsaking superior counsellors, he that seeketh the advice of inferior ones, soon falleth into great distress and succeedeth not in saving himself. That companion of the sinful, who behaveth falsely and never listeneth to good friends, who honoureth strangers but hateth those that are his own, is soon, O Bharata, cast off by the earth. O bull of Bharata's race, having quarrelled with those, the sons of Pandu, thou seekest protection from others, viz., those that are sinful, incapable, and foolish. What other man is there on earth besides thee, who, disregarding kinsmen, that are almighty charioteers, and each of whom resembleth Sakra himself, would seek protection and aid from strangers? Thou hast persecuted the sons of Kunti from their very birth. They have not been angry with thee, for the sons of Pandu are indeed virtuous. Although thou hast behaved deceitfully towards the Pandavas from their very birth, yet, O mighty armed one, those distinguished persons have acted generously towards thee. It behoveth thee, therefore, O bull of Bharata's race, to act towards those principal kinsmen of thine with equal generosity. Do not yield thyself to the influence of wrath. O bull of Bharata's race, the exertions of the wise are always associated with virtue, profit, and desire. If, indeed, all these three cannot be attained, men follow at least virtue and profit. If, again, these three are pursued separately, it is seen that they that have their hearts under control choose virtue. They that are neither good nor bad but occupy a middle station choose profit, which is always the subject of dispute, while they that are fools choose the gratification of desire. The fool that from temptation giveth up virtue and pursueth profit and desire by unrighteous means is soon destroyed by his senses. He that speaketh profit and desire should yet practice virtue at the outset, for neither profit nor desire is really dissociated from virtue. O King, it hath been said that virtue alone is the cause of the three, for he that seeketh the three may, by the aid of virtue alone, grow like fire when brought into contact with a heap of dry grass. O bull of Bharata's race, thou seeketh, O sire, by unrighteous means this extensive empire, flourishing with prosperity and well known to all the monarchs of the earth. O King, he that behaveth falsely towards those that live and conduct themselves righteously, certainly cutteth down his own self, like a forest with an axe. One must not seek to confound his understanding whose overthrow doth not like, for, if one's understanding is confounded, one can never devote his attention to what is beneficial. One that hath his soul under control never, O Bharata, disregardeth anybody in the three worlds common, no, not even the commonest creature, far less those bulls among men, the sons of Pandu. He that surrendereth himself to the influence of anger loseth his sense of right and wrong. Rank growth must always be cut off. Behold, O Bharata, this is the proof. At present, O sire, union with the sons of Pandu is better for thee than thy union with the wicked. If thou makest peace with them, thou mayst obtain the fruition of all thy wishes. O best of kings, while enjoying the kingdom that has been founded by the Pandavas, thou seekest protection from others, disregarding the Pandavas themselves. Reposing the cares of thy state on Dusasana, Devaisaha, Karna, and Shivala's son, thou desirest the continuance of thy prosperity, O Bharata. These, however, are far inferior to the Pandavas in knowledge, in virtue, in capacity for acquiring wealth, and in prowess. Indeed, O Bharata, let alone the four I have mentioned, all these kings together, with thee at their head, are incapable of even looking at the face of Bhima, when angry, on the field of battle. O sire, this force consisting of all the kings of the earth is, indeed, at thy elbow. There are also Bhishma, and Drona, and this Karna, and Kripa, and Parasrava, and Somadatta, and Aswathaman, and Jayadratha. All these together are incapable of fighting against Ananjaya. Indeed, Arjuna is incapable of being vanquished in battle even by all the gods, Asuras, men, and Gandharvas. Do not set thy heart for battle. Seest thou the man in any of the royal races of the earth, who having encountered Arjuna in battle can return home safe and sound? O bull of Bharata's race, what advantage has there in universal slaughter? Show me a single man who will defeat that Arjuna, by defeating whom alone victory may be thine. Who will encounter that son of Pandu in battle, who had vanquished all the celestials with the Gandharvas, Yakshas and Panagas at Kandavaprastha. Then also the marvellous account that is heard of what happened at Virata's city, touching that encounter between one and many, is sufficient proof of this. Hopest thou to vanquish in battle Arjuna, who when excited with rage is invincible, irresistible, ever victorious, and undeteriorating? Arjuna, that hero, who gratified the god of gods, Shiva himself in fight. With myself again as his second when that son of Pritha will rush to the field of battle against an enemy, Who is there that is competent to challenge him then? Can Prandara himself do so? He that would vanquish Arjuna in battle would support the earth on his arms, consume in rage the whole population of the earth, and hurl the very gods from heaven. Look at thy sons, thy brothers, kinsmen, and other relatives. Let not these chiefs of Bharata's race all perish on thy account. Let not the race of Kauravas be exterminated or reduced. O king, let not people say that thou art the exterminator of thy race and the destroyer of its achievements. Those mighty Kaur warriors, the Pandavas, if peace be made, will install thee as the Yuvara, and thy father Dhritarashtra, that lord of men, as the sovereign of this extensive empire. Do not, O sire, disregard the prosperity that is awaiting thee and is sure to come. Giving to the sons of Pritha half the kingdom, win thou great prosperity, making peace with the Pandavas and acting according to the counsels of thy friends, and rejoicing with them, thou art sure to obtain what is for thy good for ever and ever. Section CXXV. Vaisampayana said, hearing, O bull of Bharata's race, these words of Kusava, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, then said unto vindictive Duryodhana, Krishna hath spoken to thee, desirous of bringing about peace between kinsmen. O sire, follow those counsels, and do not yield to the influence of wrath. If thou dost not act, O sire, according to the words of the high-souled Kusava, neither prosperity, nor happiness, nor what is for thy good, wilt thou ever have. The mighty armed Kusava, O sire, hath said unto thee what is consistent with virtue and profit. Accept thou that object, and do not, O king, exterminate the population of the earth. This resplendent prosperity of the Bharatas amongst all the kings of the earth, thou wilt, during the very life of Dhritarashtra, destroy through thy wickedness, and thou wilt also, through this arrogant disposition of thine, deprive thyself with all thy counsellors, sons, brothers, and kinsmen, of life, if, O thou foremost of Bharata's race, thou transgressest the words of Kusava, thy father, and of wise Vidura Koma, words that are consistent with truth and fraught with benefit to thyself. Be not the exterminator of thy race, be not a wicked man, let not thy heart be sinful, do not tread the path of unrighteousness. Do not sink thy father and mother into an ocean of grief. After Bhishma had concluded, Drona also said these words unto Duryodhana, who, filled with wrath, was then breathing heavily. O sire, the words that Kusava hath spoken unto thee are fraught with virtue and profit. Santanu's son Bhishma also hath said the same. Accept those words, O monarch. Both of them are wise, endued with great intelligence, with souls under control, desirous of doing what is for thy good, and possessed of great learning. They have said what is beneficial. Accept their words, O king. O thou possessed of great wisdom, act according to what both Krishna and Bhishma have said. O chastiser of foes, do not, from delusion of understanding, disregard Madhava. They that are always encouraging thee, are unable to give thee victory. During the time of battle they will throw the burthen of hostility on others' necks. Do not slaughter the earth's population. Do not slay thy sons and brothers. Know that host is invincible, in the midst of which are Vasudeva and Arjuna. If, O Bharata, thou dost not accept the truthful words of thy friends, Krishna and Bhishma, then, O sire, thou wilt surely have to repent. Arjuna is even greater than what Jamadani's son hath described him to be. As regards Krishna, the son of Devaki, he is incapable of being resisted by even the gods. O bull of Bharata's race, what use is there in telling thee what is really conducive to thy happiness and good? Everything hath now been said unto thee. Do what thou wishest. I do not wish to say anything more unto thee, O foremost of Bharata's race. Vaisampayana continued, after Drona had ceased, Vidura also, otherwise called Kshatri, casting his eyes on Duryodhana, said unto that vindictive son of Dhritarashtra, O Duryodhana, O bull of Bharata's race, I do not grieve for thee. I grieve, however, for this old couple, viz., Gandhari and thy father. Having thee, of wicked soul for their protector, of whom they will shortly be deprived, they will have to wander without anybody to look after them, and deprived also of the friends and counsellors, like a pair of birds shorn of their wings. Having begotten such a wicked son who is the exterminator of his race, alas, these two will have to wander over the earth in sorrow, subsisting on alms. After this, King Dhritarashtra, addressing Duryodhana, seated in the midst of his brothers and surrounded by all the kings, said, Listen, O Duryodhana, to what the High Sulsari hath said. Accept those words which are eternal, highly beneficial and conducive to what is for thy highest good. With the aid of this Krishna of faultless deeds, we amongst all the kings, are sure to have all our cherished objects firmly united by Kesava, be reconciled, O sire, with Yudhishthira. Seek thou this great good of the Bharatas like unto the august ceremony of propitiation. Through Vasudeva's agency, bind thyself closely with the Pandavas. I think the time for that is come. Do not let the opportunity pass away. If, however, thou disregardest Kesava, who from a desire of achieving what is for good, is soliciting thee to make peace, then victory will never be thine. Section XV. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Dhritarashtra, both Bhishma and Drona, who sympathized with the old king, again addressed disobedient Duryodhana and said, As yet the two Krishnas are not accoutred in mail, as yet Gandhiva resteth inactive, as yet Dharmya doth not consume the enemy's strength by pouring libations on the warfire, as yet that mighty bowman Yudhishthira, having modesty for his ornament, doth not cast angry glances on thy troops, so let hostility cease. As yet that mighty bowman, Bhimasena, the son of Pritha, is not seen stationed in the midst of his division, so let hostility cease. As yet Bhimasena doth not, mace in hand, stalk on the field of battle, grinding hostile divisions, so let peace be made with the Pandavas. As yet Bhima doth not, with his hero-slaying mace, make the heads of warriors fighting from the backs of elephants roll on the field of battle, like the palmyra fruits in the season of the ripening, so let hostility cease. As yet Nakula and Sahadeva, Drishthadhyumna of Prishata's race, and Virata, and Sikandin, and Sisupal's son, accoutred in mail and all well versed in arms, do not penetrate thy ranks, like huge crocodiles penetrating the deep, and pour their arrowy showers, so let hostility cease. As yet fierce-winged shafts do not fall upon the delicate bodies of the assembled kings, so let hostility cease. As yet fierce weapons made of iron and steel, shot unerringly by mighty bowmen well skilled in arms, endued with lightness of hand and capable of hitting howsoever long distance, do not penetrate the breasts of warriors, smeared with sandal and other fragrant unguents, and adorned with golden garlands and gems, so let hostility cease. Let that elephant among kings, Yudhishthira the just, receive thee with an embrace while thou salutest him bending thy head. O bull of Bharata's race, let that king, distinguished for the liberality of his sacrificial presence, place on thy shoulder that right arm of his, the palm of which beareth the marks of the banner and the hook. Let him, with hands begemmed and red, adorned with fingers, pat thy back while thou art seated. Let the mighty armed Vrikadara, with shoulder broad as those of the sala tree, embrace thee, O bull of Bharata's race, and gently converse with thee for peace. And, O king, saluted with reverence by those three, viz., Arjuna and the twins, smell thou their heads and converse with them affectionately. And beholding thee united with thy heroic brothers, the sons of Pandu, let all these monarchs shed tears of joy. let the tidings of this cordial union be proclaimed in the cities of all the kings. Let the earth be ruled by thee with feelings of brotherly affection in thy bosom, and let thy heart be freed from the fever of jealousy and wrath. Section XVI. Vespasianus said, hearing in that assembly of the Curus these words that were disagreeable to him, Duryodhana replied unto the mighty armed Kusava of great fame, saying, It behoveth thee, O Kusava, to speak after reflecting on all circumstances. Indeed, uttering such harsh words, thou, without any reason, findest fault with me alone, addressed regardfully as thou always art by the sons of Pritha, O slayer of Madhu. But dost thou censure me, having surveyed the strength and weakness of both sides? Indeed, thyself and Kshatri, the king, the preceptor, and the grandsire, all reproach me alone and not any other monarch. I, however, do not find the least fault in myself. Yet all of you, including the old king himself, hate me. O repressor of foes, I do not, even after reflection, behold any grave fault in me, or even, O Kusava, any fault however minute. In the game at dice, O slayer of Madhu, that was joyfully accepted by them, the Pandavas were vanquished and the kingdom was won by Sikuni. What blame can be mine as regards that? On the other hand, O slayer of Madhu, the wealth that was won from the Pandavas then, was ordered by me to be returned unto them. It cannot, again, O foremost of victors, be any fault of ours that the invincible Pandavas were defeated once again at dice and had to go to the woods. Imputing what fault to us, do they regard us as their enemies? And, O Krishna, though really weak, why do the Pandavas yet so cheerfully seek a quarrel with us, as if they were strong? What have we done to them? For what injury, done to them, did the sons of Pandu, along with the Srinjayas, seek to slaughter the sons of Dhritarashtra? We shall not in consequence of any fierce deed, or alarming word of theirs, bow down to them in fear, deprived of our senses. We cannot bow down to Indra himself, let alone the sons of Pandu. I do not, O Krishna, see the man, observant of Kshatriya virtues, who can, O slayer of foes, venture to conquer us in battle. Let alone the Pandavas, O slayer of Madhu, the very gods are not competent to vanquish Bhishma, Kripa, Drona and Karna in battle. If, O Madhava, we are, in the observance of the practices of our order, cut off with weapons in battle, when our end comes, even that will lead us to heaven. Even this, O Janardana, is our highest duty as Kshatriyas, viz., that we should lay ourselves down on the field of battle on a bed of arrows. If, without bowing to our enemies, ours be the bed of arrows in battle, that, O Madhava, will never grieve us. Who is there, born in a noble race and conforming to Kshatriya practices, that would from fear bow to an enemy, desirous only of saving his life? Those Kshatriyas that desire their own good, accept regardfully this saying of Matamga, viz., that, as regards a Kshatriya, one should always keep himself erect, and never bow down, for exertion alone is manliness. One should rather break at the knot than bend. A person like me should only bow down to the Brahmanas for the sake of piety, without regarding anybody else. As regards persons other than Brahmanas, one should, as long as one lives, act according to Matamga's saying. Even this is the duty of Kshatriyas, even this is ever my opinion. That share in the kingdom which was formerly given them by my father shall never again, O Kusava, be obtainable by them as long as I live. As long, O Janardana, as King Dhritarashtra liveth, both ourselves and they, sheathing our weapons, O Madhava, should live in dependence on him. Given away formerly from ignorance or fear, when I was a child and dependent on others, the kingdom, O Janardana, incapable of being given away again, shall not, O delighter of Vrishyani's race, be obtainable by the Pandavas. At present, O Kusava of mighty arms, as long as I live, even that much of our land which may be covered by the point of a sharp needle shall not, O Madhava, be given by us unto the Pandavas. Section XVI. Vaisampayana said, reflecting, for a moment, with eyes red in anger, he, of Dasahu's race, addressing Duryodhana in that assembly of the Kurus, then said these words, Wishest thou for a bed of heroes? Verily, thou shalt have it, with thy counsellors. Wait, for a short while, a great slaughter will ensue. Thou thinkest, O thou of little understanding, that thou hast committed no offence against the Pandavas? Let their assembled monarchs judge. Grieved at the prosperity of the high-souled Pandavas, thou conspirest, O Bharata, with Shivala's son about the gambling match. O sire, how could those virtuous, honest, and superior kinsmen of thine, otherwise, engage in such a wicked act with a deceitful Sakuni? O thou that art endued with great wisdom, gambling robs even the good of their understanding, and as regards the wicked, disunion and dire consequence spring from it. It was thou who hadst devised with thy wicked counsellors that terrible source of calamity in the form of the gambling match, without consulting with persons of righteous behavior. Who else is there, capable of insulting a brother's wife in the way thou didst, or of dragging her into the assembly and addressing her in language thou hadst used towards Draupadi? Of noble parentage, and endued with excellent behavior, and dearer to them than their very lives, the queen consort of Bandu's sons was treated even thus by thee. All the Kauravas know what words were addressed in their assembly by Dusasna to those chastisers of foes, the sons of Kunti, when they were about to set out for the woods. Who is the capable of behaving so wretchedly towards his own honest kinsmen, that are ever engaged in the practice of virtue, that are untainted by avarice, and that are always correct in their behavior? Language such as becomes only those that are heartless and despicable, was frequently repeated by Karna and Dusasna, and also by thee. Thou hadst taken great pains to burn to death, at Varanavata, the sons of Bandu with their mother, while they were children, although that effort of thine was not crowned with success. After this, the Pandavas with their mother were obliged to live for a long while, concealed in the town of Ikachakra in the abode of a Brahmana. With poison, with snakes and cords, thou hadst, by every means, sought the destruction of the Pandavas, although none of thy designs was successful. With such feelings, when thou hadst always acted towards them so deceitfully, how canst thou say that thou hast not offended against the high-souled Pandavas? Thou art not, O sinful man, willing to give them their paternal share in the kingdom, although they are begging it of thee. Thou shalt have to give it them, this, when divested of prosperity, thou shalt be laid low. Having, like a heartless fellow, done innumerable wrongs to the Pandavas and behaved so deceitfully towards them, thou seekest now to appear in a different garb. Though repeatedly solicited by thy parents, by Bhishma, Drona, and Vidura, to make peace, thou dost not yet, O king, make peace. Great is the advantage in peace, O king, both to thyself and Yudhishthira. Peace, however, does not recommend itself to thee. To what else can it be due, but to thy loss of understanding? Transgressing the words of thy friends, thou canst never attain to what is for thy benefit. Sinful and disreputable is that act, which thou, O king, art about to do. Vaisampayana continued, while he, of Dasahu's race, was saying this, Dusasna addressed vindictive Duryodhana and said unto him these words in the midst of the Kurus: If, O king, thou dost not willingly make peace with the Pandavas, verily the Kauravas will bind thee, hand and foot, and make over thee to the son of Kunti. Bhishma, and Drona, and thy own father, O bull amongst men, will make over us three, viz., Vikatana's son, thyself, and myself, to the Pandavas. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of his brother, Dhritarashtra's son, wicked, shameless, disobedient, disrespectful, and vain Sayadana, breathing heavenly like a great snake, rose up from his seat in anger, and disregarding Vidura, and Dhritarashtra, and the great king Valika, and Kripa, and Somadatta, and Bhishma, and Drona, and Janardana, in fact, all of them, went out of the court. And beholding that bull among men leave the court, his brother and all his counsellors, and all the kings, followed him. And seeing Duryodhana rise and leave the court in anger with his brothers, Santanu's son, Bhishma said, the enemies of that person, who, abandoning both virtue and profit, followeth the impulses of wrath, rejoice on beholding him plunged into distress at no distant date. This wicked son of Dhritarashtra, this one unacquainted with the true means of accomplishing his objects, this fool that is wrongly vain of his sovereignty, obeyeth only the dictates of wrath and avarice. I see also, O Janardana, that the hour of all those Kshatriyas is arrived, for all those kings, from delusion, have with their counsellors followed Duryodhana. Hearing these words of Bhishma, the lotus-eyed hero of Dasahu's race, possessed of great powers, addressing all those that were still there, headed by Bhishma and Drona, said, even this is great transgression, of which all the elders of the Kuru race are becoming guilty, for they do not forcibly seize and bind this wicked king in the enjoyment of sovereignty. Ye chastiser of foes, I think the time hath come for doing this. If this is done, it may still be productive of good. Listen to me, ye sinless ones. The words I will speak will soon lead to beneficial results, if, indeed, ye Bharatas, ye accept what I say in consequence of its recommending itself to you. The wicked son, of ill-regulated soul, of the old Boa king, having usurped his father's sovereignty during the latter's lifetime, subjected himself to death. Indeed, Kansa, the son of Ugrasena, abandoned by his relatives, was slain by me in a great encounter, from desire of benefiting my kinsman. Ourselves with our kinsman then, having paid due honours to Ugrasena, the son of Ahuka, installed that extender of Boa's kingdom on the throne. And all the Adavas and Andakas and the Vrishnis, abandoning a single person, viz., Kansa, for the sake of the whole race, have prospered and obtained happiness. O king, when the gods and Asuras were arrayed for battle and weapons were upraised for striking, the Lord of all creatures, Paramshvin, said thus, something which applies to the case at hand. Indeed, O Bharata, when the population of the worlds was divided into two parties and was about to be slaughtered, the divine and holy cause of the universe, viz., the Creator, said, the Asuras and the Daityas with the Danavas will be vanquished, and the Adityas, the Vasas, the Rudras and other dwellers of heaven will be victorious. Indeed, the gods, and Asuras, and human beings, and Gandharvas, and snakes, and Rakshasas, will in rage slaughter one another in this battle. Thinking so, the Lord of all creatures, Paramshvin, commanded Dharma, saying, binding fast the Daityas and the Danavas, make them over to Varuna. Thus addressed Dharma, at the command of Paramshvin, binding the Daityas and the Danavas, made them over to Varuna. And Varuna, the Lord of the waters, having bound those Danavas with Dharma's noose, as also with his own, keepeth them within the depths of the ocean, always guarding them carefully. Binding in the same way Duryodhana and Karna and Sakuni, the son of Shivala and Dusasna, make them over to the Pandavas. For the sake of a family, an individual may be sacrificed. For a village, a family may be sacrificed. For the sake of a province, a village may be sacrificed. And lastly, for the sake of oneself, the whole earth may be sacrificed. O monarch, binding Duryodhana fast, make peace with the Pandavas. O bull among Kshatriyas, let not the whole Kshatriya race be slaughtered on thy account. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Krishna, King Dhritarashtra lost no time in addressing Vidura, who was conversant with all dictates of virtue. And the king said, Go, O child, unto Gandhari, possessed of great wisdom and foresight, and bring her hither. With her I will solicit this wicked-hearted son of mine. If she can pacify this wicked wretch of evil heart, we may yet be able to act according to the words of our friend Krishna. It may be that speaking words in recommendation of peace, she may yet succeed in pointing out the right path to this fool, afflicted by avarice and having wicked allies. If she can dispel this great and dreadful calamity, about to be occasioned by Duryodhana, it will then conduce to the attainment and preservation of happiness and peace forever and ever. Hearing these words of the king, Vidura, at Dhritarashtra's command, brought thither Gandhari, possessed of great foresight. And Dhritarashtra then addressed Gandhari and said, Behold, O Gandhari, this thy son of wicked soul, transgressing all my commands, is about to sacrifice both sovereignty and life in consequence of his lust for sovereignty. Of wicked soul and little understanding, he hath, like one of uncultivated mind, left the court, with his sinful counsellors, disregarding his superiors and setting at naught the words of his well-wishers. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of her husband, that princess of great fame, Gandhari, desirous of what was highly beneficial, said these words, Bring hither, without loss of time, that kingdom-coveting, sick son of mine. He that is of uncultivated heart and sacrificeth both virtue and profit, doth not deserve to govern a kingdom. For all that, however, Duryodhana, who is destitute of humility, hath, by every means, obtained a kingdom. Indeed, O Dhritarashtra, thou so fond of thy son, art very much to be blamed for this, for knowing well his sinfulness, thou followest yet his counsel. That son of thine, completely possessed by lust and wrath, is now the slave of delusion, and is, therefore, incapable, O king, of being now forcibly turned back by thee. Thou art now reaping the fruit, O Dhritarashtra, of having made over the kingdom to an ignorant fool of wicked soul, possessed by avarice and having wicked counsellors. Why is the king indifferent, today, to that disunion, which is about to take place between persons related so closely? Indeed, beholding thee disunited with those that are thy own, thy enemies will laugh at thee. Who is there that would use force for getting over that calamity, O king, which can be overcome by conciliation and gift? Vaisampayana continued, Kshatri then, and at Dhritarashtra's command, and of his mother's also, once more caused vindictive Duryodhana to enter the court. Expectant of his mother's words, the prince re-entered the court, with eyes red as copper from wrath, and breathing heavily as a snake. And beholding his son, who was treading in a wrong path, enter the court, Gandhari rebuked him severely and said these words for bringing about peace. Gandhari said, O Duryodhana, attend, O dear son, to these words of mine that are beneficial to thee as also to all thy followers, words that thou art competent to obey and that will conduce to thy happiness. O Duryodhana, obey thou the words of thy well-wishers, those words, viz., which that best of the Bharatas, thy father, and Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and Kshatri, have spoken. If thou makest peace, thou wouldst by that render homage to Bhishma, to thy father, to me, and to all thy well-wishers with Drona at their head. O thou of great wisdom, nobody, O best of the Bharatas, succeedeth by his own desire alone in acquiring and keeping or enjoying a kingdom. One that hath not his senses under control, cannot enjoy sovereignty for any length of time. He that hath his soul under control and is endued with great intelligence, can rule a kingdom. Lust and wrath wane away a man from his possessions and enjoyments. Conquering these foes first, a king bringeth the earth under his subjection. Sovereignty over men is a great thing. Those that are of wicked souls may easily desire to win a kingdom, but they are not competent to retain a kingdom, when won. He that desireth to obtain extensive empire must bind his senses to both profit and virtue, for if the senses are restrained, intelligence increaseth, like fire that increaseth when fed with fuel. If not controlled, these can even slay their possessor, like unbroken and furious horses, capable of killing an unskilful driver. One that seeketh to conquer his counsellors without conquering his own self, and to conquer foes without conquering his counsellors, is soon vanquished himself and is ruined. He who conquereth his own self first, taking it for a foe, will not seek in vain to conquer his counsellors and enemies afterwards. Prosperity worshippeth greatly that person who hath conquered his senses and his counsellors, who inflicteth punishments on transgressors, who acteth after deliberation, and who is possessed of wisdom. Lust and wrath that dwell in the body are deprived of their strength by wisdom, like a couple of fishes ensnared in a net with close holes. Those two in consequence of which the gods shut the gates of heaven against one, who freed from worldly propensities is desirous of going thither, excited by lust and wrath. That king who knoweth well how to conquer lust and wrath and avarice and boastfulness and pride, can own the sovereignty of the whole earth. That king who is desirous of gaining wealth and virtue and vanquishing his enemies, should always be engaged in controlling his passions. Influenced by lust, or from wrath, he that behaveth deceitfully towards his own kinsmen or others, can never win many allies. Uniting thyself with those chastisers of foes, the heroic sons of Pandu, who are all endued with great wisdom, thou canst, O son, enjoy the earth in happiness. What Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and that mighty car warrior, Drona, have told thee is, O son, quite true. Krishna and Dhananjaya are invincible. Seek thou, therefore, the protection of this mighty armed one, this one that is not worried by exertion, for if Kusava becometh gracious, both sides will be happy. That man, who is not obedient to the wishes of wise and learned friends, always seeking his prosperity, only gladdeneth his enemies. O son, there is no good in battle, no virtue, no profit. How can it bring happiness then? Even victory is not always certain. Do not set thy heart, therefore, on battle. O thou of great wisdom, Bhishma and thy father and Valika formerly gave unto the Pandavas their share of the kingdom from fear. O chastiser of foes, never think of disunion with them. Thou beholdest today the fruit of that peaceful session in the fact of thy sovereignty over the whole earth, with all its thorns removed by those heroes. Give, O chastiser of foes, unto the son of Bandu what is their due. If thou wishest to enjoy, with the counsellors even half, the empire, let their share then be given unto them. Half the earth is sufficient to yield the means of support unto thee and thy counsellors. By acting according to the words of thy well-wishers, thou wilt, O Bharata, win great fame. A quarrel with the sons of Pandu who are all endued with prosperity, who have their souls under complete control, who are possessed of great intelligence and have conquered their passions, will only divest thee of thy great prosperity. Dispelling the wrath of all thy well-wishers, rule thou thy kingdom as becometh thee, giving, O bull of Bharata's race, unto the sons of Bandu the share that belongeth to them. O son, persecution of the sons of Bandu for full 13 years hath been enough. Augmented by lust and wrath, quench that fire. Now, O thou of great wisdom, thou that covetest the wealth of the Pandavas are not a match for them, nor this suitor's son, who is exceedingly wrathful, nor this thy brother Dusasana. Indeed, when Bhishma and Drona and Gripa and Karna and Bhimasena and Dhananjaya and Drishthadhyumna will be enraged, the population of the earth will be exterminated. Under the influence of wrath, do not, O son, exterminate the Kurus. Let not the wide earth be destroyed for thy sake. Of little understanding as thou art, thou thinkest that Bhishma, and Drona, and Gripa, all others will fight for thee, with all their might. That will never happen, for as regards these that are endued with self-knowledge, their affection towards the Pandavas and yourselves is equal. If for the sake of the sustenance they have obtained from the king, Dhritarashtra, they consent to yield up their very lives, they will not yet be able to cast angry glances upon King Yudhishthira. It is never seen in this world that men acquire wealth by avarice. Give up thy avarice then, O son, and desist, O bull of Bharat's race. Section CXXX. Vaisampayana said, disregarding these words of grave import, spoken by his mother, Duryodhana went away, in anger, from that place to the presence of wicked persons. And wending away from the court, the Kuru prince began to consult with Shivala's royal son, Sakuni, most clever in dice. And this was the resolution which Duryodhana and Karna and Shivala's son Sakuni, with Adusasna as their fourth, arrived at. This Janardana, quick in action, seeketh, with the king Dhritarashtra and Santanu's son, to seize us first. We, however, shall forcibly seize this tiger among men, Rishikasa, first, like Indra forcibly seizing Virochana's son, Vali. Hearing that this one of Vrishani's race hath been seized, the Pandavas will lose their heart and become incapable of exertion, like snakes whose fangs have been broken. This mighty armed one is, indeed, the refuge and protection of them all. If this grantor of wishes, this bull of all the Satwatas, be confined, the Pandavas with the Somakas will become depressed and incapable of any exertion. Therefore, disregarding Dhritarashtra's cries, we will seize even here this Kasava, who is quick in action, and then fight with the foe. After those sinful men of wicked souls had come to this sinful resolution, highly intelligent Satyaki, capable of reading the heart by signs, soon came to know of it. And because of that knowledge, he soon issued out of the court, accompanied by Hridika's son, Kritavarman. And Satyaki addressed Kritavarman, saying, Array the troops soon. And accoutred in mail and with thy troops arrayed for battle, wait thou at the entrance of the court, till I represent this matter unto Krishna, unwearied by exertion. Saying this, that hero re-entered the court, like a lion entering a mountain cave. And he, first, informed Hisudkasava and then Dhritarashtra, and then Vidura of that conspiracy. And having informed them of that resolution, he laughingly said, These wicked men intended to commit an act here, that is disapproved by the good from consideration of virtue, profit, and desire. They will, however, never be able to actually achieve it. These fools of sinful souls assembled together, these wretches overwhelmed by lust, anger, and yielding themselves up to wrath and covetousness, are about to perpetrate a highly unbecoming deed. Those wretches of little understanding and desirous of seizing the lotus-side, are like idiots and children desiring to seize a blazing fire by means of their garments. Hearing these words of Satyaki, Vidura, endued with great foresight, said these words unto the mighty armed Dhritarashtra in the midst of the Kurus, O king, O chastiser of foes, the hour of all thy sons is come, for they are endeavouring to perpetrate a highly infamous act, however incapable they may be of actually accomplishing it. Alas, united together they desire to vanquish this younger brother of Vasava, and seize this lotus-eyed one. Indeed, encountering this tiger among men, this invincible and irresistible one, they will all perish like insects in a blazing fire. If Janardana wisheth, he can send all of them, even if they fight in a body, enter the abode of Yama, like an enraged lion dispatching a herd of elephants. He will, however, never do any such sinful and censurable act. This best of persons, of unfading glory, will never deviate from virtue. After Vidura had said these words, Kusava, casting his eyes on Dhritarashtra, said in the midst of those well-meaning persons who listen to other words, O king, if these men desire to chastise me by using violence, permit them to chastise me. O monarch, as regards my chastising them, for I dare chastise all of them together that are so excited with rage, I will not, however, perpetrate any sinful and censurable act. Coveting the possessions of the Pandavas, thy sons will lose their own. If they desire to perpetrate such a deed, Yudhishthira's object will then be easily accomplished. For this very day, O Bharata, seizing these with all that follow them, I can make them over to the sons of Pritha. What is that is difficult of attainment by me? I will not, however, O Bharata, commit in thy presence, O great monarch, any such censurable deed that can proceed only from wrath and a sinful understanding. Let it be, O king, as this Duryodhana desireth. I give permission, O monarch, to all thy sons to do it. Hearing these words of Kusava, Dhritarashtra addressed Vidura saying, Quickly bring hither sinful Duryodhana, who is so covetous of sovereignty, with his friends, counsellors, brothers, and followers. I shall see if indeed, making one more effort, I can bring him to the right path. Thus addressed by Dhritarashtra, Kshatri once more caused unwilling Duryodhana to enter the court with his brothers, and surrounded by the kings that followed him. King Dhritarashtra then addressed Duryodhana, surrounded by Karna and Dusasana and all those kings, saying, O wretch of accumulated sins, having for thy allies men of despicable acts, infamous is the deed that thou, uniting with sinful friends, seekest to do. Of little understanding, thou infamy of thy race, one like thee alone can seek to do an act so infamous and disapproved by the good, however impossible it may be of being actually achieved. Uniting with sinful allies, wishest thou to chastise this invincible and irresistible one of eyes like lotus leaves? Like a child wishing to have the moon, seekest thou, O fool, to do what cannot be done by the very gods, headed by Vasava with all their strength. Knowest thou not that Kusava is incapable of being withstood in battle by gods and men and Gandharvas and Asuras and Uragas? Like the wind which none can seize of being seized with his hands, like the moon which no hand can reach, like the earth which none can support on his head, Kusava is incapable by force. After Dhritarashtra had said these words, Vidura, casting his eyes on Duryodhana, addressed that vindictive son of Dhritarashtra, saying, O Duryodhana, listen now to these words of mine. At the gates of Sorba, that foremost of monkeys, known by the name of Advivida, covered Kusava with a mighty shower of stones. Desirous of seizing Madhava by putting forth all his prowess and exertion, he did not yet succeed in seizing him. Seekest thou to apprehend that Kusava by force? When Sori went to Pragjyotisha, Naraka with all the Danavas succeeded not in seizing him there. Seekest thou to seize him by force? Slaying that Naraka in battle, he brought away from his city 1,000 damsels and married them all, according to the ordinance. In the city of Nirmokana, 6,000 mighty Asuras failed to seize him with their nooses. Seekest thou to seize that Kusava by force? While only a child, he slew Putana and 2 Asuras assuming the shape of birds, and O bull of Bharata's race, he held up the mountains of Govardhana on his little finger, for protecting the kine from a continuous rain. He hath also slain Aristhaka, and Henuka and Chanula of great strength, and Aswara, and Kansa, the da of evil. He hath slain Jarasandha, and Vakra, and Sisupala of mighty energy, and Vana in battle, and numerous other kings also have been slain by him. Of immeasurable might, he vanquished King Varuna and also Pavaka, Agni, and on the occasion of bringing down from the celestial regions the heavenly flower called Parijata, he defeated the Lord of Saki himself. While floating on the vast deep, he slew Madhu and Ketaba, and in another birth he slew Hayagriva, horse-necked. He is the maker of everything but is himself made by none. He is the cause of all power. Whatever sorry wisheth, he accomplisheth without any effort. Knowest thou not sinless Govinda, of terrible prowess and incapable of deterioration? This one, resembling an angry snake of virulent poison, is the never-ending source of energy. In seeking to use violence towards Krishna, endued with mighty arms and unwearied by exertion, thou wilt, with all thy followers, perish like an insect falling into fire. Section XXC. Vaisampayana said, after Vidura had said this, Kesava, that slayer of hostile divisions, endued with great energy, addressed Dhritarashtra's son, Duryodhana, and said, from delusion, O Sayadana, thou regardest me to be alone, and it is for this, O thou of little understanding, that thou seekest to make me a captive after vanquishing me by violence. Here, however, are all the Pandavas and all the Vrishnis and Andakas. Here are all the Adityas, the Rudras, and the Vasas, with all the great Rishis. Saying this, Kesava, that slayer of hostile heroes, burst out into a loud laughter. And as the Hysuli laughed, from his body, that resembled a blazing fire, issued myriads of gods, each of lightning effulgence, and not bigger than the thumb. And on his forehead appeared Brahman, and on his breast Rudra, and on his arms appeared the regents of the world, and from his mouth issued Agni, the Adityas, the Sadyas, the Vasas, the Aswins, the Marutas, with Indra, and the Vasudevyas, and myriads of Yakshas, and the Gandharvas, and Rakshasas also, of the same measure and form, issued thence. And from his 2 arms issued Sankarsana and Ananjaya. And Arjuna stood on his right, bow in hand, and Rama stood on his left, armed with a plough. And behind him stood Bhima, and Yudhishthira, and the 2 sons of Madri, and before him were all the Andakas and the Vrishnis with Pradama and other chiefs bearing mighty weapons upraised. And on his diverse arms were seen the conch, the discus, the mace, the bow called saranga, the plough, the javelin, the nandaka, and every other weapon, all shining with effulgence, and upraised for striking. And from his eyes and nose and ears and every part of his body, issued fierce sparks of fire mixed with smoke. And from the pores of his body issued sparks of fire like unto the rays of the sun. And beholding that awful form of the Hysuli Kesava, all the kings closed their eyes with affrighted hearts, except Drona, and Bhishma, and Vidura, endued with great intelligence, greatly blessed Sanjaya, and the Rishis, possessed of wealth of asceticism, for the divine Janardana gave unto them this divine sight on the occasion. And beholding in their Kuru court that highly wonderful sight, celestial drums beat in the sky, and a floral shower fell upon him. And the whole earth trembled at the time, and the oceans were agitated. And, O bull of the Bharata's race, all the denizens of the earth were filled with great wonder. Then that tiger among men, that chastiser of foes, withdrew that divine and highly wonderful, and extremely varied and auspicious form. An arm in arm with Satyaki on one side and Hridika's son, Kritavarman, on the other, and obtaining permission of the Rishis, the slayer of Mad who went out. And during the uproar that then took place, the Rishis, Narada and others vanished, for repairing to their respective places. And this also was another wonderful incident that happened. And seeing that tiger among men leave the court, the Kauravas with all the kings followed him, like the gods following Indra. Sorry, however, of immeasurable soul, without bestowing a single thought on those that followed him, issued from the court, like a blazing fire mixed with smoke. And he beheld, at the gate his charioteer, Daruka waiting with his large white car, furnished with rows of tinkling bells, decked with golden ornaments, and endued with great speed, the clatter of whose wheels resounded like the rumbling of the clouds, and which was covered all over with white tiger skins, and unto which were harnessed his steeds Saviour, and others. And there also appeared, mounted on his car, that favourite hero of Vrishnis, the mighty car warrior Kritavarman, the son of Ridika, and that chastiser of foes, Sorry, who had his car ready, was about to depart. King Dhritarashtra addressed him once more and said, O grinder of foes, thou hast seen, O Janardana, the power I wield over my sons. Thou hast, indeed, witnessed all with thy own eyes. Nothing now is unknown to thee. Seeing me endeavour to bring about peace between the Kurus and the Pandavas, in fact, knowing the state in which I am, it behoveth thee not to entertain any suspicion regarding me. O Kusava, I have no sinful feelings towards the Pandavas. Thou knowest what words have been spoken by me to Sayadana. The Kauravas and all the kings of the earth also know, O Madhava, that I have made every endeavour to bring about peace. Vaisampayana continued. The mighty armed Janardana then addressed Dhritarashtra, Drona, grandsire Bhishma, Kshatri, Valika, and Gripa, and said, Ye have yourselves witnessed all that hath happened in the assembly of the Kurus, viz., how wicked Duryodhana, like an uneducated wretch, left the court from anger, and how King Dhritarashtra also describeth himself to be powerless. With the permission of you all, I shall now go back to Yudhishthira. Saluting them, that bull amongst men, Sorry then mounted his car and set out. And those heroic bulls amongst the Bharatas, those mighty bowmen, viz., Bhishma, Drona, and Gripa, and Kshatri, and Aswatthama and Vikana, and that mighty car warrior Utsu, all began to follow him. And Kusava, on his large white car, furnished with rows of tinkling bells, proceeded then, in the very sight of the Kurus, to the abode of his paternal aunt, Kunti. Section XXI. Vaisampayana said, entering her abode and worshipping her feet, Kusava represented to her briefly all that had transpired in the assembly of the Kurus. And Vasudeva said, diverse words, worthy of being accepted and fraught with reasons, were said both by myself and the rishis, but Duryodhana accepted them not. As regards Sayadana and his followers, their hour is come. With thy leave now, I shall speedily repair unto the Pandavas. What should I say unto the Pandavas as thy instructions to them? Tell me that, O thou endued with great wisdom. I desire to hear thy words. Kunti said, O Kusava, say unto King Yudhishthira, a virtuous soul, these words, thy virtue, O son, is decreasing greatly. Do not act vainly, O king, like a reader of the Vedas incapable of catching the real meaning, and, therefore, truly unlearned. Thy understanding, affected by only the words of the Vedas, vieweth virtue alone. Cast thy eyes on the duties of thy own order, as ordained by the self-create. For all ruthless deeds and for the protection of the people, from his, Brahmanas, arms was created the Kshatriya, who is to depend upon the prowess of his own arms. Listen, an instance is cited in this connection, that hath been heard by me from the aged. In days of yore, Vaisravana, having been gratified, made a gift of this earth to the royal sage Muchukunda. The latter, without accepting the gift, said, I desire to enjoy that sovereignty which is won by prowess of arms. At this, Vaisravana was highly delighted and filled with wonder. King Muchukunda then, fully observing the duties of the Kshatriya order, ruled this earth, having conquered it by the prowess of his arms. Then again, a sixth part of the virtue, practiced by subjects well protected by the king, is obtained, O Bharata, by the king. The virtue again that the king himself practiseth conferreth Godhead on him, while if he perpetrateth sin, he goeth to hell. The penal code properly applied by the ruler maketh the four orders adhere to their respective duties, and leadeth to an acquisition, by the ruler himself, of virtue, profit, and salvation. When the king properly abideth by the penal code, without making any portion of it a dead letter, then that best of periods called the Krita Yuga sitteth in. Let not this doubt be thine, viz., whether the era is the cause of the king, or the king the cause of the era. For, know this to be certain that, the king is the cause of the era. It is the king that createth the Krita, the Treta, or the Dwapara age. Indeed, it is the king that is the cause of also the fourth Yuga, viz., the Kali. That king who causeth the Krita age to set in, enjoyeth heaven exceedingly. That king who causeth the Treta age to set in, doth enjoy heaven but not exceedingly. For thus causing the Dwapara age to set in, a king enjoyeth heaven according to his due. The king, however, who causeth the Kali age to set in, earneth sin exceedingly. Thereupon, that king of wicked deeds resideth in hell for countless years. Indeed, the king's sins affect the world, and the world's sins affect him. Observe thou those kingly duties of thine that befit thy ancestry. That is not the conduct of a royal sage in which thou wishest to abide. Indeed, he that is stained by weakness of heart and deterreth to compassion, and is unsteady, never obtaineth the merit born of cherishing his subjects with love. That understanding according to which thou art now acting was never wished to thee, by Pandu, or myself, or thy grandsire, while we uttered blessings on thee before, sacrifice, gift, merit, and bravery, subjects and children, greatness of soul, and might, and energy, these were always prayed by me for thee. Well-wishing Brahmanas duly worshipped and gratified the gods and the Pitras for your long life, wealth, and children, by adding Swaha and Swada. The mother and the father, as also the gods always desire for their children liberality and gift and study and sacrifice and sway over subjects. Whether all this be righteous or unrighteous, you are to practice it, in consequence of your very birth. Behold, O Krishna, so far from doing all this, though born in a high race, they are yet destitute of the very means of support, and are afflicted with misery. Hungry men, approaching a brave and bountiful monarch, are gratified, and live by his side. What virtue can be superior to this? A virtuous person, upon acquiring a kingdom, should in this world make all persons his own, attaching some by gift, some by force, and some by sweet words. A Brahmana should adopt mendicancy, a Kshatriya should protect subjects, a Vaisya should earn wealth, and a Sudra should serve the other three. Mendicancy, therefore, is forbidden to thee, nor is agriculture suited to thee. Thou art a Kshatriya and therefore the protector of all in distress. Thou art to live by the prowess of thy arms. O thou of mighty arms, recover thy paternal share of the kingdom which thou hast lost, by conciliation, or by working disunion among thy foes, or by gift of money or violence, or well-directed policy. What can be a matter of greater grief than that I, deprived of friends, should live upon food supplied by others, after having brought thee forth, thou enhancer of the joys of friends? Fight, according to the practices of kings. Do not sink thy ancestors in infamy. With thy merit worn out, do not, with thy younger brothers, obtain a sinful end. Section XXI. Kunti said, in this connection, O chastiser of foes, is cited an old story of the conversation between Vidula and her son. It behoveth thee to say unto Yudhishthira anything that can be gathered from this or anything more beneficial than that. There was a high-born dame of great foresight, named Vidula. She was famous, slightly wrathful, of crooked disposition, and devoted to Kshatriya virtues. Well educated, she was known to all the kings of the earth. Of great learning, she had listened to the speeches and instructions of diverse men. And the Princess Vitala, one day, rebuked her own son, who, after his defeat by the king of the Centaurs, lay prostrate with heart depressed by despair. And she said, "Thou art not my son, O enhancer of the joys of foes. Begotten thou hast not been by myself and thy father. Whence hast thou come? Without troth as thou art, thou canst not be counted as a man. Thy features betray thee to be a eunuch. Sinkest thou in despair as long as thou livest? If thou art desirous of thy own welfare, bear thou the burthen of thy affairs on thy shoulders. Do not disgrace thy soul. Do not suffer it to be gratified with a little. Set thy heart on thy welfare, and be not afraid. Abandon thy fears. Rise, O coward. Do not lie down thus, after thy defeat, delighting all thy foes and grieving thy friends, and reft of all sense of honour. Little streams are filled up with only a quantity of water. The palms of a mouse are filled with only a small quantity. A coward is soon gratified with acquisitions that are small. Rather perish in plucking the fangs of a snake than die miserable like a dog. Put forth thy prowess even at the risk of thy life. Like a hawk that fearlessly rangeth the sky, do thou also wander fearlessly, or put forth thy prowess, or silently watch thy foes for an opportunity. Why dost thou lie down like a carcass, or like one smitten by thunder? Rise, O coward, do not slumber after having been vanquished by the foe. Do not disappear from the sight of all so miserably. Make thyself known by thy deeds. Never occupy the intermediate, the low, or the lowest station. Blaze up, like a well-fed fire. Like a brand of Tenduka wood, blaze up even for a moment, but never smoulder from desire, like a flameless fire of paddy chaff. It is better to blaze up for a moment than smoke forever and ever. Let no son be born in a royal race, who is either exceedingly fierce or exceedingly mild. Repairing to the field of battle and achieving every great feat that is possible for man to achieve, a brave man is freed from the debt he oweth to the duties of the Kshatriya warder. Such a person never disgraceth his own self, whether he gaineth his object or not. He that is possessed of sense never indulgeth in grief. On the other hand, such a person accomplisheth what should be next done, without caring for even his life. Therefore, O son, display thy prowess, or obtain that end which is inevitable. Why, indeed, dost thou live, disregarding the duties of thy order? All thy religious rites, O eunuch, and all thy achievements are gone. The every root of all thy enjoyments is cut off. What for then dost thou live? If fall and sink one must, he should seize the foe by the hips, and thus fall with the foe. Even if one's roots are cut off, he should not yet give way to despair. Horses of high mettle put forth all their prowess for dragging or bearing heavy weights. Remembering their behavior, muster all thy strength and sense of honor. Know also in what thy manliness consists. Exert thyself in raising that race which hath sunk, in consequence of thee. He that hath not achieved a great feat forming the subject of men's conversation, only increaseth the number of population. He is neither man nor woman. He whose fame is not founded in respect of charity, asceticism, truth, learning and acquisition of wealth, is only his mother's excreta. On the other hand, he that surpasseth others in learning, asceticism, wealth, prowess, and deeds, is, truly, a man. It behoveth thee not to adopt the idle, wretched, infamous, and miserable profession of mendicancy that is worthy only of a coward. Friends never derive any happiness on obtaining that weak person for a friend, at whose sight foes are delighted, who is despised by men, who is without seats and robes, who is gratified with small acquisitions, who is destitute, and who hath no courage. and is low. Alas, exiled from our kingdom, driven from home, deprived of all means of enjoyment and pleasure, and destitute of resources, we shall have to perish from want of the very means of life. Misbehaving in the midst of those that are good, and the destroyer of thy race and family, by bringing thee forth, O Sanjaya, I have brought forth Kali himself in the shape of a son. O, let no woman bring forth such a son as thou, that art without wrath, without exertion, without energy, and that art the joy of foes. Do not smoulder. Blaze thou up, effectively displaying thy prowess. Slay thy foes. For but a moment, for ever so small a space of time, blaze thou up on the heads of thy enemies. He is a man who cherisheth wrath and forgiveth not. He, on the other hand, who is forgiving and without wrath, is neither a man nor woman. Contentment and softness of heart and these two, viz., want of exertion and fear, are destructive of prosperity. He that is without exertion never winneth what is great. Therefore, O son, free thyself, by thy own exertions, from these faults that lead to defeat and downfall. Steel thy heart and seek to recover thy own. A man is called Purusha because he is competent to trouble his foe, Param. He, therefore, who liveth like a woman is misnamed Purusha, man. A brave king of mighty strength, and who moveth like a lion, may go the way of all creatures. The subjects, however, that reside in his dominions do not yet become unhappy. That king, who, disregarding his own happiness and pleasures, seeketh the prosperity of his kingdom, succeedeth soon in gladdening his counsellors and friends. Hearing these words, the son said, If thou dost not behold me, of what use would the whole earth be to thee? Of what use thy ornaments? Of what use all the means of pleasure and even life itself? The mother said, Let those regions be obtained by our foes which belong to those that are low. Let those again that are friends go to those regions which are obtainable by persons whose souls are held in respect. Do not adopt the course of life that is followed by those wretched persons, who, destitute of strength, and without servants and attendants, to do their binding, live upon the food supplied by others. Like a creatures of the earth that depend on the clouds, or the gods depending on Indra, let the Brahmanas and thy friends all depend on thee for their sustenance. His life, O Sanjaya, is not vain on whom all creatures depend for their sustenance, like birds repairing to a tree abounding with ripe fruits. The life of that brave man is, indeed, praiseworthy, through whose prowess friends derive happiness, like the gods deriving happiness through the prowess of Sakra. That man who liveth in greatness depending on the prowess of his own arms, succeedeth in winning fame in this world and blessed state in the next. Section XXX. Vidula said, If, having fallen into such a plight, thou wishest to give up manliness, thou shalt then have, in no time, to tread the path that is trod by those that are low and wretched. That Kshatriya, who, from desire of life, displayeth not his energy according to the best of his might and prowess, is regarded as a thief. Alas, like medicine to the dying man, these words that are fraught with grave import, and are proper and reasonable, do not make any impression on thee. It is true, the king of the Sindhus hath many followers. They are, however, all discounted. From weakness and ignorance of proper means, they are waiting for the distress of their master, without being able to effect a deliverance for themselves by their own exertions. As regards others, his open enemies, they will come to thee with their auxiliaries if they behold thee put forth thy prowess. Uniting with them, seek refuge now in mountain fastness, waiting for that season when calamity will overtake the foe, as it must, for he is not free from disease and death. By name thou art Sanjaya, the victorious. I do not, however, behold any such indication in thee. Be true to thy name. Be my son. Oh, do not make thy name untrue. Beholding thee while the child, a Brahmana of great foresight and wisdom, said, "This one falling into great distress will again win greatness." Remembering his words, I hope for thy victory. It is for that, O son, I tell thee so, and shall tell thee again and again. That man who pursueth the fruition of his objects according to the ways of policy, and for the success of whose objects other people strive cordially, is always sure to win success. Whether what I have is gain or lost, I will not desist, with such a resolve, O Sanjaya. O learned one, engage in war, without withdrawing thyself from it. Samvara hath said, there is no more miserable state than that in which one is anxious for his food from day to day. A state such as his hath been said to be more unhappy than the death of one's husband and sons. That which hath been called poverty is only a form of death. As regards myself, born in a high race, I have been transplanted from one lake into another, possessed of every auspicious thing, and worshipped by my husband, my power extended over all. Staying in the midst of friends, our friends formerly beheld me decked in costly garlands and ornaments, with body well washed, attired in excellent robes, and myself always cheerful. When thou wilt behold both me and thy wife weakened, from want of food, thou wilt then, O Sanjaya, scarcely desire to live. Of what use will life be to thee when thou wilt behold all our servants engaged in attending on us, our preceptors and our ordinary and extraordinary priests, leaving us from want of sustenance? If, again, I do not now see in thee those laudable and famous achievements in which thou wert formerly engaged, what peace can my heart know? If I have to say, nay, to a Brahmana, my heart will burst. For neither I nor my husband ever said, nay, to a Brahmana before. We were the refuge of others, without ourselves having ever taken refuge with others. Having been such, if I had to support life by depending on another, I will surely cast off my life. Be thou our means of crossing the ocean that is difficult to cross. In the absence of boats, be thou a boat. Make for us a place where place there is none. Revive us that are dead. Thou art competent to encounter all foes if thou dost not cherish the desire of life. If, however, thou art for adopting this mode of life that is fit only for a eunuch, then with troubled soul and depressed heart it would be better for thee to sacrifice thy life. A brave man winneth fame by slaying even a single foe. By slaying Vritra, Indra became the great Indra and acquired the sovereignty of all the gods and the cup for drinking Soma, and the lordship of all the worlds. Proclaiming his name in battle, challenging his foes accoutred in steel, and grinding or slaying the foremost warriors of hostile ranks, when a hero winneth far-extending fame in fair fight, his enemies then are pained and bow down unto him. They that are cowards become helpless and contribute by their own conduct to bestow every object of desire on those that are skilled and brave and that fight reckless of their lives. Whether kingdoms be overtaken by mighty ruin, or whether life itself be endangered, they that are noble never desist till they exterminate the foes within their reach. Sovereignty is either the door of heaven or Amrita. Regarding it as one of these, and bearing it in mind that is now shut against thee, fall thou like a burning brand in the midst of thy foes. O king, slay thy foes in battle. Observe the duties of thy order. Let me not behold thee cheerless, O enhancer of the fears of thy foes. Let me not in dejection behold thee standing in misery, surrounded by our sorrowing selves and rejoicing foes. Rejoice, O son, and make thyself happy in the possession of wealth in the company of the daughters of the Saurviras, and do not, in weakness of heart, be ruled over by the daughters of the Saindavas. If a young man like thee, who is possessed of beauty of person, learning and high birth, and worldwide fame, acteth in such unbecoming a way, like a vicious bull in the matter of bearing its burthen, then that, I think, would be equal to death itself. What peace can my heart know if I behold thee uttering laudatory speeches in honor of others or walking, submissively, behind them? Oh, never was one born in this race that walked behind another. O son, it behoveth thee not to live as a dependent on another. I know what the eternal essence of Kshatriya virtues is as spoken of by the old and the older ones and by those coming late and later still. Eternal and unswerving, it hath been ordained by the Creator himself. He that hath, in this world, been born as a Kshatriya in any high race and hath acquired a knowledge of the duties of that order, will never from fear or the sake of sustenance, bow down to any body on earth. One should stand erect with courage and not bow down, for exertion is manliness. One should rather break in the joints than yield in this world here to anybody. A high-souled Kshatriya should always roam like an infuriated elephant. He should, O Sanjaya, bow down unto Brahmanas only, for the sake of virtue. He should rule over all other orders, destroying all evildoers. Possessed of allies, or destitute of them, he should be so as long as he liveth. Section CXXXV. Kunti said, hearing these words of his mother, the son said, O ruthless and wrathful mother, O thou that thinkest highly of martial heroism, thy heart is surely made of steel beaten into that shape. Fie on Kshatriya practices, in accordance with which thou urgest me to battle, as if I were a stranger to thee, and for the sake of which thou speakest to me, thy only son, such words as if thou wert not my mother. If thou beholdest me not, if thou art dissociated with me, thy son, of what use then would the whole earth be to thee, of what use all thy ornaments and all the means of enjoyment, indeed, of what use would life itself be to thee? The mother said, all the acts of those that are wise, are undertaken, O son, for the sake of virtue and profit. Eyeing these, virtue and profit, only, I urge thee, O Sanjaya, to battle. The fit hour hath come for exhibiting thy prowess. If at such a time thou dost not resort to action, then disrespected by the people thou wouldest do that which would be most disagreeable to me. If, O Sanjaya, thou art about to be stained with infamy and I do not, from affection, tell thee anything, then that affection, worthless and unreasonable, would be like that of the she-asses for her young. Do not tread the path that is disapproved by the wise and adopted by the fool. Great is the ignorance here. Innumerable creatures of the world have taken refuge in it. If thou, however, adoptest the behavior of the wise, thou wilt then be dear to me. Indeed, if thou hast recourse to virtue and profit, if with God above thou reliest upon human exertion, if thy conduct becometh like that of the good, then it is by this and not by any other means that thou wilt become dear to me. He that taketh delight in sons and grandsons that are well instructed, enjoyeth a delight that is real. He, on the other hand, that taketh delight in a son who is destitute of exertion, refractory, and wicked-minded, hath not the very object accomplished for which a son is desired. Those worst of men that never do what is proper and always do what is censurable, do not obtain happiness here or hereafter. A Kshatriya, O Sanjaya, hath been created for battle and victory. Whether he winneth or perisheth, he obtaineth the region of Indra. The happiness that a Kshatriya obtaineth by reducing his foes to subjection is such that the like of it doth not exist in heaven in the sacred region of Indra. Burning with wrath, a Kshatriya of great energy, if vanquished many times, should wait desiring to vanquish his foes. Without either casting away his own life or slaying his foes, how can he obtain peace of mind by any other course? He that is possessed of wisdom regardeth anything little as disagreeable. And to that person to whom anything little becomes agreeable, that little, ultimately, becometh a source of pain. The man that hath not what is desirable soon becometh wretched. Indeed, he soon feeleth every want and is lost like the Ganga on entering the ocean. The son said, Thou shouldst not, O mother, give expression to such views before thy son. Show him kindness now, staying by his side, like a silent and dumb being. The mother said, Great is my gratification since thou sayest so. I who may be urged by thee to what is my duty, am thus urged by thee. I shall, therefore, urge thee more, for doing what thou shouldst do. I will, indeed, honour thee then when I will behold thee, crowned with complete success after the slaughter of all the Saindavas. The son said, Without wealth, without allies, how can success and victory be mine? Conscious of this exceedingly miserable state of mine, I have myself abstained from desire of kingdom, like an evildoer abstaining from desire of heaven. If, therefore, O thou of mature wisdom, thou seest any means by which all this can be effected, speak fully of it to me as I ask thee, for I shall do all that thou mayst command me to do. The mother said, Do not disgrace thy soul, O son, by anticipations of failure. Objects unattained have been attained, while those attained have been lost. The accomplishment of objects should never be sought with wrath and folly. In all acts, O son, the attainment of success is always uncertain. Knowing that success is uncertain, people still act, so that they sometimes succeed, and sometimes do not. They, however, who abstain from action, never obtain success. In the absence of exertion, there is but one result, viz., the absence of success. There are, however, two results in the case of exertion, viz., the acquisition of success or its non-acquisition. He, O Prince, who hath settled beforehand that all acts are uncertain in respect of their results, maketh both success and prosperity unattainable by himself. This will be common with such a belief should one, casting off all sloth, exert and wake up and address himself to every act. That wise king, who, O son, engageth in acts, having performed all auspicious rites and with the gods and the Brahmanas on his side, soon winneth success. Like the sun embracing the east, the goddess of prosperity embraceth him. I see thou hast shown thyself fit for the various suggestions and means and encouraging speeches thou hast had from me. Display, now, thy prowess. It behoveth thee to win, by every exertion, the object thou hast in view. Bring together to thy own side those that are angry with thy foes, those that are covetous, those that have been weakened by thy foes, those that are jealous of thy foes, those that have been humiliated by them, those that always challenge them from excess of pride, and all others of this class. By this means thou wilt be able to break the mighty host of thy enemy, like an impetuous and fierce rising tempest scattering the clouds. Give them, thy would-be allies, wealth before it is due, seek their food, be up and doing, and speak sweetly unto them all. They will then do thee good, and place thee at the head. When the enemy cometh to know that his foe hath become reckless of his life, then is he troubled on the latter's account, from a snake living in his chamber. If, knowing one to be powerful, one's enemy doth not strive to subjugate him, he should at least make one friendly by the application of the arts of conciliation, gift, and the like. Even that would be tantamount to subjugation. Obtaining a respite by means of the art of conciliation, one's wealth may increase. And if one's wealth increaseth, one is worshipped and sought as a refuge by one's friends. If, again, one is deprived of wealth, one is abandoned by friends and relatives, and more than that mistrusted and even despised by them. It is perfectly impossible for him to ever regain his kingdom, who, having united himself with his foe, liveth confidently. Section XXV. The mother said, Into whatever calamity a king may fail, he should not still betray it. Beholding the king afflicted with fright, the whole kingdom, the army, the councillors, all yield to fear, and all the subjects become disunited. Some go and embrace the side of the enemy, others simply abandon the king, and others again, that had before been humiliated, strive to strike. They, however, that are intimate friends wait by his side, and though desiring his welfare yet from inability to do anything wait helplessly, like a cow whose calf hath been tethered. As friends grieve for friends that are plunged into distress, so those well-wishers also grieve upon beholding their Lord plunged into grief. Even thou hast many friends whom thou hadst worshipped before. Even thou hast many friends after thy heart, who feel for thy kingdom and who desire to take a state of thy calamities on themselves. Do not frighten those friends, and do not suffer them to abandon thee on beholding thee afflicted with fear. Desiring to test thy might, manliness, and understanding, and wishing also to encourage thee, I have said all this for enhancing thy energy. If thou understandest what I have said, and if all I have said appears proper and sufficient, then, O Sanjaya, muster thy patience and gird up thy loins for victory. We have a large number of treasure houses unknown to thee. I alone know of their existence, and no other person. I will place all these at thy disposal. Thou hast also, O Sanjaya, more than one friend who sympathize with thee in thy joys and woes, and who, O hero, never retreat from the field of battle. O grinder of foes, allies such as these always play the part of faithful counselors to a person who seeketh his own welfare and desireth to acquire what is agreeable to himself. Kunti continued, hearing this speech of his mother fraught with excellent words and sense. The despair that had overtaken Sanjaya's heart left instantly, although that prince was not gifted with great intelligence. And the son said, when I have thee that art so observant of my future welfare for my guide, I shall certainly either rescue my paternal kingdom that is sunk in water or perish in the attempt. During thy discourse I was almost a silent listener. Now and then only I interposed a word. It was, however, only with the view of drawing thee out, so that I might hear more on the subject. I have not been satiated with thy words, like a person not satiated with drinking amrita. Deriving support from many allies, behold, I gird up my loins for repressing my foes and obtaining victory. Kunti continued, pierced by the wordy arrows of his mother, the son roused himself like a steed of proud mettle and achieved all that his mother had pointed out. When a king is afflicted by foes and overcome with despair, his minister should make him hear this excellent history that enhanceth energy and inspireth might. Indeed, this history is called Jaya and should be listened to by every one desirous of victory. Indeed, having listened to it, one may soon subjugate the whole earth and grind his foes. This history causeth a woman to bring forth a heroic son. The woman quick with child that listeneth to it repeatedly, certainly giveth birth to a hero. The Kshatriya woman that listeneth to it bringeth forth a brave son of irresistible prowess, one that is foremost in learning, foremost in ascetic austerities, foremost in liberality, devoted to asceticism, blazing forth with Brahmic beauty, innumerable with the good, radiant with effulgence, endued with great might, blessed, a mighty car warrior, possessed of great intelligence, irresistible, in battle, ever victorious, invincible, a chastiser of the wicked and a protector of all practices of virtue. Section XXVI. Kunti said, say unto Arjuna, these words, when thou wert brought forth in the lying-in room and when I was sitting in the hermitage surrounded by ladies, a celestial and delightful voice was heard in the sky, saying, O Kunti, this thy son will rival the deity of 1,000 eyes. This one will vanquish in battle all the assembled Kuras. Aided by Brahma, he will conquer the whole earth and his fame will touch the very heavens. With Vasudeva as his ally, he will slay the Kuras in battle and recover his lost paternal share in the kingdom. endues with great prosperity, he will, with his brothers, perform 3 great sacrifices. O thou of unfading glory, thou knowest how steady, in truth, is Vatsu, otherwise called Savior Sarshin, how irresistible he is. O thou of Dazahu's race, let it be as that celestial voice said. If, O thou of Vrishani's race, there is anything like righteousness, those words will be true, for then, Krishna, thou wilt thyself accomplish it all. I do not doubt what that voice said. I bow to righteousness which is superior to all. It is righteousness that supports all creatures. Thou shalt say these words unto Dhananjaya, and to Vrikadara again, who is always ready for exertion. Thou shalt say these words, the time hath come for that in view of which Kshatriya lady bringeth forth a son. They that are foremost among men never become cheerless when they have hostilities to wage. Thou knowest what the state of Bhima's mind is. That grinder of foes is never pacified until he exterminates his foes. Thou shalt, O Madhava, next say unto the auspicious Krishna of great fame, that daughter-in-law of the high-souled Pandu, who is conversant with the details of every virtue, these words, O thou that art highly blessed, O thou of noble parentage, O thou that art endued with great fame, that becoming behaviour which thou always showest towards my sons is, indeed, worthy of thee. Thou must also say unto the sons of Madri who are always devoted to Kshatriya virtues, these words, covet ye more than life itself, those enjoyments that are acquired by prowess. Objects won by prowess always please the heart of a person that liveth according to Kshatriya practices. Engaged as ye are in acquiring every kind of virtue, before your eyes the princess of Panchala was addressed in cruel and abusive epithets. Who is there that can forgive that insult? The deprivation of their kingdom grieved me not. Their defeat at dice grieved me not. But that noble and fair Draupadi, however, while weeping in the midst of the assembly, had to hear those cruel and insulting words is what grieveth me most. Alas, exceedingly beautiful Krishna, ever devoted to Kshatriya virtues, found no protector on that occasion, though she was wedded to such powerful protectors. O thou of mighty arms, say unto that tiger among men, Arjuna, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that he should always tread in the path that may be pointed out by Draupadi. Thou knowest it very well, Kesava, that Bhima and Arjuna, that pair of fierce and all-destroying Yamas, are capable of making the very gods go the way of all creatures. Is not this an insult to them that their wife, Krishna, was dragged into the assembly? O Kesava, recall to their remembrance all those cruel and harsh words that Dusasana said unto Bhima in the very presence of all the warriors of Kuru's race. Inquire, in my name, after the welfare of the Pandavas with their children and Krishna. Say unto them, O Janardana, that I am well. Go thou on thy auspicious way, and protect my sons. Vaisampayana continued, saluting and walking round her, the mighty-armed Krishna, whose gait resembled the majestic gait of the lion, then issued out of Pritha's abode. And he then dismissed those chiefs among the Kurus with Bhishma at the head, who had followed him, and taking Karna upon his chariot, left the Kuru city, accompanied by Satyaki. And after he of Dasahu's race had departed, the Kurus assembled together and began to talk of that highly wonderful and marvellous incident connected with him. And they said, overcome with ignorance, the whole earth hath been entangled in the meshes of death. And they also said, through Duryodhana's folly, all this is doomed to destruction. Having issued out of the Kuru city, that foremost of persons proceeded, deliberating with Karna for a long time. And that delighter of all the Yadavas then dismissed Karna and urged his steeds to greater speed. And driven by Daruka, those swift coursers endued with the speed of the tempest of the mind, went on as if drinking the skies. and quickly traversing a long way like fleet hawks, they reached a Paplavia very soon, bearing the wielder of Saranga. Section XXVI. Vaisampayana said, hearing the words of Kunti, the mighty car warriors, Bhishma and Drona, then spoke these words unto the disobedient Duryodhana, Hast thou, O tiger among men, heard the fierce words of grave import, excellent and consistent with virtue, that Kunti had spoken in the presence of Krishna? Her sons will act according to them, especially as they are approved by Vasudeva. O Kaurava, they will not assuredly desist, without their share of the kingdom being given to them. Thou hast inflicted much pain on the sons of Pritha, and Draupadi also was afflicted by thee in the assembly. They were, however, bound then by the bounds of truth, and it was for this that they tolerated that treatment. Obtaining Arjuna now, who is skilled in every weapon, and Bhima of firm resolution, and Gandharva and the couple of inexhaustible quivers, and that car of Arjuna, and that banner bearing the device of the ape, and Nakula and Sahadeva, both endued with great might and energy, and Vasudeva also, as his allies, Yudhishthira will not forgive thee. O mighty armed one, thou hast witnessed with thy own eyes how intelligent Arjuna vanquished us all in battle before, in the city of Virata. Indeed, after this, that ape-bannered warrior, consumed in battle, taking up his fierce weapons, those Danavas of terrible deeds called the Nivatakavishas. On the occasion also of the tale of cattle, when captured by the Gandharvas, this Karna and all these thy counsellors and thyself recruited in mail and on thy car, were all liberated from the grasp of the Gandharvas by that Arjuna. That is a sufficient proof. Therefore, O foremost of the Bharatas, with all thy brothers make peace with the sons of Pandu. Save this whole earth from the destruction's jaws. Yudhishthira is thy elder brother, virtuous in behavior, affectionate towards thee, sweet-speeched and learned. Abandoning thy sinful intentions, unite thyself with that tiger among men. If Pandu's son beholdeth thee divested of thy bow, and without the wrinkles of rage on thy brow, and cheerful, even that would be for the good of our race. Approaching with all thy counsellors, embrace him fraternally. O repressor of foes, salute the king respectfully as before. And let Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, the elder brother of Bhima, hold from affection thy saluting self with his arms. And let that foremost of smiters, Bhima, possessed of leonine shoulders and thighs round, and long and mighty arms, embrace thee. And then let that son of Kunti, Dhananjaya, called also Partha, of eyes like lotus petals, and curly hair and conch-like neck salute thee respectfully. Then let those tigers among men, the twin Aswins, unrivaled on earth for beauty, wait on thee with affection and reverence as on their preceptor. And let all the kings with him of Dasaha's race at the head, shed tears of joy. Abandoning thy pride, unite thyself with thy brothers. Rule thou the whole earth with thy brothers. Let all the kings joyfully return to their respective homes, having embraced one another. There is no need of battle, O King of Kings. Listen to the dissuasions of thy friends. In the battle that will ensue, great destruction of the Kshatriyas is certainly indicated. The stars are all hostile. The animals and birds have all assumed fearful aspects. Diverse portents, O hero, are visible, all indicating the slaughters of the Kshatriyas. All these portents, again, are particularly visible in our abodes. Blazing meteors are afflicting thy host. Our animals are all cheerless and seem, O king, to be crying. Vultures are wheeling around thy troops. Neither the city nor the palace looks as before. Jackals, setting forth ominous yells, are running about the forequarters which are ablaze with conflagrations. Obey thou the counsels of thy father and mother, as also of ourselves who are thy well-wishers. War and peace, O thou of mighty arms, are within thy control. If, O grinder of foes, thou dost not act according to the words of thy friends, thou shalt have to repent upon beholding thy army afflicted with the arrows of Patha. Hearing in battle the terrible yells uttered by the mighty Yma and the twang of Gandiva, thou wilt remember are these words. Indeed, if what we say appears unacceptable to thee, then it will be as we say. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by them, Duryodhana, contracting the space between his eyebrows, became cheerless, and with face bent down began to cast oblique glances. And he said not a word in reply. Beholding him cheerless, those bulls among men, Bhishma and Drona, looking at each other, once more addressed him, and said these words. Bhishma said, what can be a matter of greater grief to us than that we shall have to fight against the Yudhishthira who is devoted to the service of his superiors, destitute of envy, conversant with Brahma, and truthful in speech? Drona said, my affection for Dhananjaya is greater than that which I bear for my son as Vataman. There is greater reverence also and humility towards me in that ape-bannered hero than in as Vataman. Alas, in observance of the Kshatriya duties, I shall have to fight even against that Dhananjaya who is dearer to me than my son. Fie on the Kshatriya profession! That Vatsa, who hath no other bowman in the world as his equal, hath, through my grace, acquired this superiority over all bowmen. He that hateth his friends, he that is of wicked disposition, he that denieth Godhead, he that is crooked and deceitful, never obtaineth their worship of the righteous, like an ignorant person present at a sacrifice. Though dissuaded from sin, a sinful man would still wish to commit sinful acts, while he that is righteous, though tempted by sin, would not yet abandon righteousness. Though thou hast conducted thyself with falsehood and deceit towards them, the Pandavas are still desirous of doing what is agreeable to thee. As regards thyself, O thou best of the Bhratas, all thy faults are calculated to bring about disasters on thee. Thou hast been addressed by the eldest of the Kurus, by me, by Vidura, and by Vasudeva. Thou dost not yet understand what is beneficial for thyself. I have a large force, with this conviction thou desirest to pierce the Pandava host, abounding with heroes, like a current of the Ganga piercing the ocean, abounding with sharks and alligators and macaras. Having obtained Yudhishthira's prosperity like the cast-off robes or garlands of another, thou regardest it as thy own. If the son of Pritha and Pandu stayeth even in the woods with Draupadi, and surrounded by his armed brothers, who is there, even in the possession of a kingdom, that is competent to vanquish him? In the presence of even that Ailavla, Kuvara, under whose command all the Yakshas live as servants, Yudhishthira the Just shone with splendor. Having proceeded to Kuvara's abode and having procured wealth therefrom, the Pandavas are now desirous of attacking thy swelling kingdom and winning sovereignty for themselves. As regards us too, we have made gifts, poured libations on fire, studied the scriptures, and gratified the Brahmanas by presents of wealth. The allotted periods of our life have also run out. Know that our work has been done. As regards thyself, however, giving up happiness, kingdom, friends, and wealth, great will be thy calamity if thou seekest war with the Pandavas. How canst thou vanquish the son of Pandu, when Draupadi, who is truthful in speech and devoted to rigid vows and austerities, prove for his success? How wilt thou vanquish that son of Pandu who hath Janardana for his counsellor, and who hath for a brother that Dhananjaya who is the foremost of wielders of weapons? How wilt thou vanquish that son of Pandu, of severe austerities, who hath for his allies so many Brahmanas, endued with intelligence and mastery over their senses? In accordance with what a prosperity-wishing friend should do when he sees his friends sinking in an ocean of distress, I again tell thee, there is no necessity for war. Make peace with those heroes for the sake of prosperity to the Kurus. Do not court defeat with thy sons, counselors, and the army. Section CXL. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, in the midst of all the princes and the servants, the slayer of Mad who took Karna upon his car and went out of our city. What did that slayer of hostile heroes, that one of immeasurable soul, say unto Radha's son? What conciliatory words did Govinda speak unto the suitor's son? Tell me, O Sanjaya, what those words were, mild or fierce, that Krishna, possessed of a voice deep as that of newly risen clouds during the rainy season, said unto Karna. Sanjaya said, Listen to me, O Bharata, as I repeat in due order the words, both intimidating and mild, agreeable and consistent with virtue, true and beneficial, and pleasing to the heart, which the slayer of Madhu, of immeasurable soul, said unto Radha's son. Vasudeva said, O son of Radha, thou hast worshipped many Brahmanas fully conversant with the Vedas. With concentrated attention and mind free from envy thou hast also, on many an occasion, inquired of them after truth. Thou knowest, therefore, O Gana, what the eternal saying of the Vedas are. Thou art also well versed in all the subtle conclusions of the scriptures. It is said by those conversant with the scriptures that the two kinds of sons called Kanina and Sahoda that are born of a maiden, have him for their father who weddeth the maid. Thou, O Gana, hast been born in this way. Thou art, therefore, morally the son of Pandu. Come, be a king, according to the injunction of the scriptures. On the side of thy father, thou hast the sons of Pritha, on the side of thy mother, thou hast the Vrishnis, for thy kinsmen. O bull among men, know that thou hast these two for thy own. Proceeding this very day with me hence, O sire, let the Pandavas know thee as a son of Kunti born before Yudhishthira. The brothers, the 5 Pandavas, the son of Draupadi, and the invincible son of Subhadra, will all embrace thy feet. All the kings and princes, again, that have been assembled for the Pandava cause, and all the Andakas and Vrishnis, will also embrace thy feet. Let queens and princesses bring golden and silver and earthen jars, full of water, and delicious herbs and all kinds of seeds and gems, and creepers, for thy installation. During the 6th period, Draupadi also will come to thee, as a wife. Let that best of Brahmanas, Dharmya, of restrained soul, pour libations of clarified butter on their sacred fire, and let those Brahmanas regarding all the 4 Vedas as authoritative, and who are acting as priests unto the Pandavas, perform the ceremony of thy installation. Let the family priest of the Pandavas who is devoted to Vedic rites, and those bulls among men, those brothers, the 5 sons of Pandu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the Panchalas, and the Chedis, and myself also, install thee as the Lord of the whole earth. Let Dharma's son Yudhishthira, of righteous soul and rigid vows, be thy heir presumptive, ruling the kingdom under thee. Holding the white chamara in his hand, for fanning thee, let Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, ride on the same car behind thee. After thy installation is over, let that other son of Kunti, the mighty Bhimasena, hold the white umbrella over thy head. Indeed, Arjuna then will drive thy car furnished with 100 tinkling bells, its sides covered with tiger skins, and with white steed harnessed to it. Then Nakula and Sahadeva, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the Panchalas with that mighty car warrior Sikandin, will all proceed behind thee. I myself, with all the Andakas and the Vrishnis, will walk behind thee. Indeed, all the Dasahas and the Dasanas will, O king, be numbered with thy relatives. Enjoy the sovereignty of the earth, O thou of mighty arms, with thy brothers the Pandavas, with yapas and homas and auspicious rites of diverse kinds performed in thy honour. Let the Dravidas, with the Kuntilas, the Andhras, and the Tilasharas, and the Shachupas, and the Venupas, all walk before thee. Let chanters and panegyrists praise thee with innumerable laudatory hymns. Let the Pandavas proclaim victory to Vasushna. Surrounded by the Pandavas, like the moon by the stars, rule thou the kingdom, O son of Kunti, and gladden Kunti herself. Let thy friends rejoice, and thy enemies grieve. Let there be, this day, a brotherly union between thee and thy brothers, the sons of Pandu. Section CXLI. Karna said, without doubt, O Kesava, thou hast said these words from thy love, affection, and friendship for me, as also in consequence of thy desire of doing me good, O thou of Vrishyani's race. I know all that thou hast said unto me. Morally, I am the son of Pandu, as also in consequence of the injunctions of the scriptures, as thou, O Krishna, thinkest. My mother, while a maiden, bore me in her womb, O Janardana, through her connection with Surya. And at the command of Surya himself, she abandoned me as soon as I was born. Even thus, O Krishna, I came into the world. Morally, therefore, I am the son of Pandu. Kunti, however, abandoned me without thinking of my welfare. The Suta, Adrata, as soon as he beheld me, took me to his home, and from her affection for me, Radha's breasts were filled with milk that very day, and she, O Madhava, cleansed my urine and evacuations. How can one like us, conversant with duties and ever engaged in listening to scriptures, deprive her of her pinda? So also Adarita of the Sutta class regardeth me as a son, and I too, from affection, always regard him as my father. O Madhava, that Adrata, O Janardana, from paternal affection cause all the rites of infancy to be performed on my person, according to the rules prescribed in the scriptures. It is that Adrata, again, who caused the name Vasushna to be bestowed upon me by the Brahmanas. When also I attained to youth, I married wives according to his selections. Through them have been born my sons and grandsons, O Janardana. My heart also, O Krishna, and all the bonds of affection and love, are fixed on them. From joy or fear, O Govinda, I cannot venture to destroy those bonds even for the sake of the whole earth or heaps of gold. In consequence also of my connection with Duryodhana of Dhritarashtra's race, I have, O Krishna, enjoyed sovereignty for 13 years, without a thorn on my side. I have performed many sacrifices, always, however, in connection with persons of the Sutta tribe. All my family rites and marriage rites have been performed with the Suttas. Obtaining me, O Krishna, Duryodhana hath, O thou of Vrishyani's race, made this preparations for an armed encounter and provoked hostilities with the sons of Pandu. And it is for this, O Akaluta, that in the battle that will ensue, I, O Krishna, have been chosen as the great antagonist of Arjuna to advance against him in a single combat. For the sake of death, or the ties of blood, or fear, or temptation, I cannot venture, O Janardana, to behave falsely towards the intelligent son of Dhritarashtra. If I do not now engage in the single combat with Arjuna, this will, O Hrishikasa, be inglorious for both myself and Partha. Without doubt, O slayer of Madhu, thou hast told me all this for doing me good. The Pandavas also, obedient as they are to thee, will, without doubt, do all that thou hast said. Thou must, however, conceal this discourse for the present, O slayer of Madhu. Therein lies our benefit, I think, O delighter of all the Yadavas. If King Yudhishthira, of virtuous soul and well-controlled senses, cometh to know me as the firstborn son of Kunti, he will never accept the kingdom. If, again, O slayer of Madhu, this mighty and swelling empire becometh mine, I shall, O repressor of foes, certainly make it over to Duryodhana only. let Yudhishthira of virtuous soul become king forever. He that hath Rashikasa for his guide, and Ananjaya and that mighty Ka warrior Bhima for his combatants, as also Nakula and Sahadeva, and the sons of Draupadi, is fit, O Madhava, to rule over the whole earth. Drishthadhyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, that mighty Ka warrior Satyaki, Uttamaujas, Yudhamanyu, the prince of Somakas who is devoted to truth, the ruler of the Chedis, Chekatana, the invincible Sikandin, the Kikaya brothers, all of the hue of Indragapaka insects, Bhimasana's uncle Kantibhoa of high soul and possessed of steeds endued with the colours of the rainbow, the mighty Ka warrior Sayanajit, Sankha the son of Virata, and thyself, O Janardana, like an ocean great is this assemblage, O Krishna, of Kshatriyas, that hath been made by Yudhishthira. This blazing kingdom, celebrated among all the kings of the earth, is already won by Yudhishthira. O thou of Vrishani's race, a great sacrifice of arms is about to be celebrated by Dhritarashtra's son. Thou, O Janardana, wilt be the Apadrashtri of that sacrifice. The office of Ajaru also, O Krishna, in that sacrifice, will be thine. The ape-bannered of Vatsu accoutred in mail will be the hawtree, his bow, Gandiva will be the sacrificial ladle, and the prowess of the warriors will be the clarified butter that is to be consumed. The weapons called Indra, Pasupata, Brahma, and Stunakana, applied by Arjuna, will, O Madhava, be the mantras of that sacrifice. Resembling his father, or perhaps excelling him in prowess, Subhadra's son, Abhimanyu, will be the chief Vedic hymn to be chanted. That destroyer of elephant trunks, that utterer of fears roars in battle, that tiger among men, the exceedingly mighty Bhima, will be Ugatri and Prastotri in this sacrifice. King Yudhishthira of virtuous soul, ever engaged in Yapa and Homa, will himself be the Brahma of that sacrifice. The sounds of gangs, tabors, and drums, and the leonine roaring rising high in a welkin, will be the calls upon the invited to eat. The two sons of Madri, Nakula and Sahadeva, of great fame and prowess, will be the slayers of the sacrificial animals. Rows of bright cars furnished with standards of variegated hue, will, O Govinda, be stakes for tying the animals, O Janardana, in this sacrifice. Barbed arrows and nalikas, and long shafts, and arrows with heads like calf's tooth, will play the part of spoons, wherewith to distribute the soma juice, while tomaras will be the vessels of soma, and bows will be pavitras. The swords will be kapalas, the heads of slain warriors, the purodasas, and the blood of warriors the clarified butter. O Krishna, in this sacrifice, the lances and bright maces of the warriors will be bokas, for stirring the sacrificial fire, and the corner stakes, for keeping the firewood from falling down. The disciples of Drona and Kripa, the son of Saradwat, will be the Sardasyas, assisting priests. The arrows shot by the wielder of Gandiva and by other mighty Ka warriors, and by Drona and Drona's son, will play the part of ladles for distributing the soma. Satyaki will discharge the duties of the chief assistant of the Udyaru. Of this sacrifice, Dhritarashtra's son will be installed as the performer, while this vast army will be his wife. O thou of mighty arms, when the nocturnal rites of sacrifice will begin, the mighty Gatotkacha will play the part of the slayer of devoted victims. The mighty Drishthadhyumna, who sprang into life from the sacrificial fire, having for its mouth the rite celebrated with mantras, will, O Krishna, be the dakshina of that sacrifice. For those harsh words, O Krishna, that I said before unto the sons of Bandhu for the gratification of Dhritarashtra's son, for that wicked conduct of mine, I am consumed with repentance. When, O Krishna, thou wilt behold me slain by Arjuna, then will the punachiti of this sacrifice commence. When their second son of Pandu, will drink the blood of the loudly roaring Dusasna. Then will the Soma drinking of this sacrifice have taken place. When the two princes of Panchala, Drishthadama and Sankandin, will overthrow Drona and Bhishma, then, O Janardana, will this sacrifice be suspended for an interval. When mighty Bhimasena will slay Duryodhana, then, O Madhava, will this sacrifice of Dhritarashtra's son be concluded. When the wives of Dhritarashtra's sons and grandsons assembled together, deprived, O Kesava, of their husbands and sons and without protectors, will indulge in lamentations with Gandhari in their midst, on the field of battle haunted by dogs and vultures and other carnivorous birds, then, O Janardana, will the final bath of this sacrifice take place. I pray to thee, O bull of the Kshatriya race, let not the Kshatriyas, old in learning and old in years, perish miserably, O Janardana, for thy sake. O, let this swelling host of Kshatriyas perish by means of weapons on that most sacred of all spots in the three worlds, viz. Kurukshetra, O Kesava. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, accomplish on this spot what thou hast in thy mind, so that, O thou of Vrishani's race, the whole Kshatriya order may attain to heaven. As long, O Janardana, as the hills and the rivers will last, so long will the fame of these achievements last. The Brahmanas will recite this great war of the Bharatas. The fame, O thou of Vrishani's race, that they achieve in battles is the wealth that Kshatriyas own. O Kesava, bring Kunti's son, Arjuna, before me for battle, keeping forever this our discourse a secret, O chastiser of foes. Section Xi. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Karna, Kesava, that slayer of hostile heroes, spoke unto him these words smilingly. Do not the means of winning an empire recommend themselves to thee, O Karna? Wishest thou not to rule over the whole earth given by me to thee? The victory of the Pandavas, therefore, is very certain. There seems to be no doubt in this. The triumphal banner of Pandu's son, with the fear sape on it, seems to be already set up. The divine artificer, Bhumana, hath applied such celestial illusion in its construction, that it standeth high, displayed like Indra's banner. Various celestial creatures of terrific shape, indicating victory, are seen on that standard, extending for a yojana upwards and all around. That beautiful standard of Arjuna, resembling fire in radiance, is never, O Gana, when set up, obstructed by hills or trees. When thou wilt behold in battle Arjuna, on his car drawn by white steeds and driven by Krishna, applying Indra, Agnya and Marut weapons, and when thou wilt hear the twang of Gandhiva beer sing the welkin like the very thunder, then all signs of the Krita, the traitor, and the Dwapara ages will disappear, but, instead, Kali embodied will be present. When thou wilt behold in battle Kunti's son, invincible Yudhishthira, devoted to Yapa and Homa and resembling the very sun in brilliance, protecting his own mighty army and burning the army of his foes, then all signs of the Krita, the traitor, and the Dwapara ages will disappear. When thou wilt behold in battle the mighty Bhimasena dancing, after having quaffed the blood of Dusasna, like a fierce elephant with rent temples after having killed a mighty antagonist, then all signs of the Krita, the traitor, and the Dwapara ages will disappear. When thou wilt behold in battle Arjuna checking Drona and Santanu's son and Kripa and King Sayadana, and Jayadratha of Sindhu's race, all rushing fiercely to the encounter, then all signs of the Krita, the traitor and the Dwapara ages will disappear. When thou wilt behold in battle the two mighty sons of Madrikama, those heroic car warriors, capable of breaking into pieces all hostile cars, agitating, from the very moment when weapons will begin to clash, the army of Dhritarashtra's sons like a couple of infuriated elephants, then all signs of the Krita, the traitor and the Dwapara ages will disappear. Returning hence, O Kana, say unto Drona and Santanu's son and Kripa that the present month is a delight for one, and that food, drink, and fuel are abundant now. All plants and herbs are vigorous now, all trees full of fruits, and flies there are none. The roads are free from mire, and the waters are of agreeable taste. The weather is neither very hot nor very cold, and is, therefore, highly pleasant. 7 days after will be the day of the new moon. Let the battle commence then, for that day, it hath been said, is presided over by Indra. Say also unto all the kings that have come for battling that I will fully accomplish the desire cherished by them. Indeed, all the kings and princes that are obedient to the orders of Duryodhana, obtaining death by weapons, will attain to an excellent state. Section Xli. Sanjaya said, hearing these beneficial and auspicious words of Kesava, Kana worshipped Krishna, the slayer of Madhu, and said these words, knowing everything. Why dost thou yet, O thou of mighty arms, seek to beguile me? The destruction of the whole earth that is at hand for its cause, Sakuni, and myself, and Dusasna, and King Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra. Without doubt, O Krishna, a great and fierce battle is at hand between the Pandavas and the Kauravas, which will cover the earth with bloody mire. All the kings and princes following the lead of Duryodhana, consumed by the fire of weapons, will proceed to the abode of the armor. Diverse frightful visions are seen, O slayer of Madhu, and many terrible portents, and fierce disturbances also. All these omens, making the hairs of the spectators stand on their ends, indicate, O thou of Vrishani's race, the defeat of Dhritarashtra's son and the victory of Yudhishthira. That fierce planet of great effulgence, Sanaskara, Saturn, is afflicting the constellation called Rohini, in order to afflict greatly the creatures of the earth. The planet Angaraka, Mars, wheeling, O slayer of Madhu, towards the constellation Jesthaya, approacheth towards Radas, indicating a great slaughter of friends. Without doubt, O Krishna, a terrible calamity approacheth the Kauravas when specially, O thou of Vrishani's race, the planet Mahabharata afflicteth the constellation Chitra. The spot on the lunar disk hath changed its position, and Rahu also approacheth towards the sun. Meteors are falling from the sky with loud noise and trembling motion. The elephants are sending forth frightful cries, while the steeds, O Madhava, are shedding tears, without taking any delight in food and drink. They say, O thou of mighty arms, that on the appearance of these portents, a terrible calamity approacheth, predictive of a great slaughter. O Kesava, amongst the steeds, elephants and soldiers, in all the divisions of Duryodhana's army, it is seen, O slayer of Madhu, that while small is the food these take, ample is the excreta they evacuate. The wise have said that this is an indication of defect. The elephants and steeds of the Pandavas, O Krishna, all seem to be cheerful, while all the animals wheel along their right. This also is an indication of their success. The same animal, O Kesava, pass by the left side of Duryodhana's army, while incorporeal voices are constantly heard over their heads. All this is an indication of defeat. All auspicious birds, such as peacocks, swans, cranes, chatakas, jivajivas, and large flights of akas, follow the Pandavas, while vultures, kankas, hawks, rakshasas, wolves and bees, in flights and herds, follow the Kauravas. The drums in the army of Dhritarashtra's son yield no sounds, while those of the Pandavas yield sounds without being struck. The wells in the midst of Duryodhana's encampment send forth loud roars like those of huge bulls. All this is an indication of defeat. The gods are showering flesh and blood, O Madhava, on Duryodhana's soldiers. Vapory edifices of great effulgence with high walls, deep trenches, and handsome porches, are suddenly appearing in the skies, over the Kuru encampment. A black circle surrounding the solar disk appears to the view. Both twilights at sunrise and sunset indicate great terrors. The jackals yell hideously. All this is an indication of defeat. Diverse birds, each having but one wing, one eye, and one leg, utter terrible cries. All this, O slayer of Manu, indicates defeat. Fierce birds with black wings and red legs hover over the Kuru encampment at nightfall. All this is an indication of defeat. The soldiers of Duryodhana betray hatred for Brahmanas first, and then for their preceptors, and then for all their affectionate servants. The eastern horizon of Duryodhana's encampment, a thread, the southern of the hue of weapons, and western, O slayer of Manu, of an earthy hue. All the quarters around Duryodhana's encampment seem, O Madhava, to be ablaze. In the appearance of all these portents, great is the danger that is indicated. I have in a vision, O Achaluta, beheld Yudhishthira ascending with his brothers a palace supported by 1,000 columns. All of them appeared with white headgears and in white robes, and all of them appeared to me to be seated on white seats. In the midst of the same vision, thou, O Janardana, wast beheld by me to be employed in enveloping the blood-dyed earth with weapons. Yudhishthira at the same time, of immeasurable energy, ascending upon a heap of bones, was gladly eating buttered pizza of a golden cup. I further beheld Yudhishthira to be employed in swallowing the earth handed over to him by thee. This indicates that he will verily rule the earth. I beheld that tiger among men, Vrikadara, of fair steeds, standing on the summit, mace in hand, and as if devouring this earth. This plainly indicates that he will slay all of us in fierce battle. It is known to me, O Lord of the senses, that victory is there where righteousness is. I saw also Dhananjaya, the wielder of Gandhiva, seated on the back of a white elephant, with thee, O Lord of the senses, and blazing forth with great beauty. I have no doubt, O Krishna, that ye will slay in battle all the kings headed by Duryodhana. I saw Nakula and Sahadeva and that mighty Ka warrior Satyaki, adorned with white bracelets, white irises, white garlands, and white robes. This tiger among men were seated upon excellent vehicles borne on the shoulders of men. And I saw that umbrellas were held over the heads of all the three. Amongst the soldiers of Dhritarashtra's son, these three, O Janardana, were beheld by me decked with white headgears. Know, O Kesava, that those three were as Wataman, Kripa, and Kritavarman of Satwata's race. All other kings, O Madhava, were seen by me to have blood-red headgears. I saw also, O thou of mighty arms, that those mighty Ka warriors Bhishma and Drona, ascending on a vehicle drawn by camels, and by myself, and Dhritarashtra's son, proceeded, O Lord, to the quarter, O Janardana, ruled by Agastya. This indicates that we shall soon have to proceed to Yama's abode. I have no doubt that myself and the other kings, indeed, the entire assemblage of Kshatriyas shall have to enter into the Gandhiva fire. Krishna said, indeed, the destruction of the earth is at hand when my words, O Gana, do not become acceptable to thy heart. O Sire, when the destruction of all creatures approacheth, wrong assuming the semblance of right leaveth not the heart. Kana said, if, O Krishna, we come out of this great battle that will be so destructive of heroic Kshatriyas, with life, then, O thou of mighty arms, may we meet here again. Otherwise, O Krishna, we shall certainly meet in heaven. O sinless one, it seemeth to me now that there only it is possible for us to meet. Sanjaya said, having spoken these words, Kana closely pressed Madhava to his bosom. Dismissed by Kusava, he then descended from the car. and riding on his own car decked with gold, Radha's son, greatly dejected, came back with us. Section Xlif. Vaisampayana said, upon the failure of Krishna's solicitations for peace, and after he had started for the Pandavas from the Kuras, Kshatriya approached Pritha and said these words slowly in grief: O mother of living children, thou knowest that my inclination is always for peace, and although I cry myself hoarse, yet Suidana doth not accept my words. King Yudhishthira, having the Chedis, the Panchalas, and the Kikayas, Bhima and Arjuna, Krishna, Ayudhana, and the twins for his allies, stayeth yet at Paplavya, and from affection for kinsmen, looketh up to righteousness only, like a weak man, though he is possessed of great strength. King Dhritarashtra here, though old in years, doth not effect peace, and intoxicated with pride of children, dreadeth a sinful path. In consequence of the wickedness of Jayadratha and Karna and Dusasna and Shavala's son, intestine dissensions will break out. They that behave unrighteously towards him that is righteous, verily that sin of theirs soon produceth its consequences. Who is there that will not be filled with sorrow at the sight of the Kuras persecuting righteousness in this way? When Kasava returneth without being able to bring about peace, the Pandavas will certainly address themselves for battle. Thereupon, the sin of the Kuras will lead to destruction of heroes. Reflecting on all this, I do not get sleep by day or by night. Hearing these words uttered by Vidura, who always wished her sons the accomplishment of their objects, Kunti began to sigh heavily, afflicted with grief, and began to think within herself, fight to wealth, for the sake of which this great slaughter of kinsmen is about to take place. Indeed, in this war, they that are friends will sustain defeat. What can be a greater grief than this, that the Pandavas, the Chedis, the Panchalas, and the Yadavas, assembled together, will fight with the Bharatas? Verily, I behold demerit in war. On the other hand, if we do not fight, poverty and humiliation would be ours. As regards the person that is poor, even death is beneficial to him. On the other hand, the extermination of one's kinsman is not victory. As I reflect on this, my heart swelleth with sorrow. The grandsire, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, the preceptor, Drona, who is the foremost of warriors, and Karna, having embraced Duryodhana's side, enhance my fears. The preceptor Drona, it seemeth to me, will never fight willingly against his pupils. As regards the grandsire, why will he not show some affection for the Pandavas? There is only this sinful Karna, then, of deluded understanding and ever following the deluded lead of the wicked Duryodhana, that hateth the Pandavas, obstinately pursuing that which injureth the Pandavas. This Karna is, again, very powerful. It is this which burneth me at present. Proceeding to gratify him, I will today disclose the truth and seek to draw his heart towards the Pandavas. Pleased with me, while I was living in the inner apartments of the palace of my father, Kantibhoa, the holy Devasa gave me a boon in the form of an invocation consisting of mantras. Long reflecting with a trembling heart on the strength or weakness of those mantras and the power also of the Brahmana's words, and in consequence also of my disposition as a woman, and my nature as a girl of unripe years, deliberating repeatedly and while guarded by a confidential nurse and surrounded by my waiting maids, and thinking also of how not to incur any reproach, how to maintain the honor of my father, and how I myself might have an accession of good fortune without being guilty of any transgression, I, at last, remembered that Brahmana and bowed to him, and having obtained that mantras from excess of curiosity and from folly, I summoned, during my maidenhood, the god Surya. He, therefore, who was held in my womb during my maidenhood, why should he not obey my words that are certainly acceptable and beneficial to his brothers? And reflecting in this strain, Kunti formed an excellent resolution. And having formed that resolution, she went to the sacred stream called after Bhagrata. And having reached the banks of Ganga, Pritha heard the chanting of the Vedic hymns by her son, endued with great kindness and firmly devoted to truth. And as Karna stood with face directed to the east and arms upraised, then helpless Kunti, for the sake of her interest, stayed behind him, waiting the completion of prayers. And the lady of Vrishani's race, that wife of Kuru's house, afflicted by the heat of the sun, began to look like a faded garland of lotuses. And, at last, she stood in the shade afforded by the upper garments of Karna. And Karna, of regulated vows, said his prayers until his back became heated by the rays of the sun. Then turning behind, he beheld Kunti and was filled with surprise. And saluting him in proper form and with joined palms, that foremost of virtuous persons, endued with great energy and pride, viz., Vrisha, the son of the Kartana, bowed to her and said the following words. Section CXLV. Karna said, I am Kana, son of Radha and Adrita. For what, O lady, hast thou come here? Tell me what I am to do for thee. Kunti said, Thou art Kunti's son, and not Radha's. Nor is Adrita thy father. Thou, O Kana, art not born in the Sutta order. Believe what I say. Thou wert brought forth by me while a maiden. I held thee first in my womb. O son, thou wert born in the palace of Kantira. O Kana, that divine Surya who blazeth forth in light and maketh everything visible, O foremost of all wielders of weapons, begat thee upon me. O irresistible one, thou, O son, wert brought forth by me in my father's abode, decked with natural earrings and accoutred in a natural coat of mail, and blazing forth in beauty. That thou, without knowing thy brothers, shouldst, therefore, from ignorance, wait upon Dhritarashtra's son, is not proper. It is improper in thee especially, O son. The gratification of one's father and one's mother, who is the sole displayer of affection for her child, hath, O son, in the matter of ascertaining the duties of men, been declared to be the highest of all duties. Acquired formerly by Arjuna, the prosperity of Yudhishthira hath, from avarice, been wrested by wicked persons. Snatching it back from Dhritarashtra's sons, do thou enjoy that prosperity. Let the Kurus behold today the union of Karna and Arjuna. Beholding thee and thy brother united together in bonds of brotherly love, let those wicked persons bow down unto ye. Let Karna and Arjuna be named in the same breath as Rama and Janardana. If you two are united together, what cannot be accomplished in the world? O Kana, surrounded by thy brothers, thou wilt, without doubt, blaze forth like Brahma himself, surrounded by the gods on the platform of a great sacrifice. Endued with every virtue, thou art the first of all my relations. Let not the epithet Suta's son attach to thee. Thou art Tapatha, endued with great energy. Section XLV. Vaisampayana said, after Kunti had said this, Kana heard an affectionate voice issued out of the solar circle. Coming from a great distance, that voice was uttered by Surya himself with paternal affection. And it said the words said by Pritha are true. O Kana, act according to the words of thy mother. O tiger among men, great good will result to thee if thou fully followest those words. Vaisampayana continued, though thus addressed by his mother, and by also his further Surya himself, Kana's heart did not yet waver, for he was firmly devoted to truth. And he said, O Kshatriya lady, I cannot admit what thou hast said, viz., that obedience to thy commands constituteth, in my case, the highest of my duties. O mother, I was abandoned by thee as soon as I was born. This great injury, involving risk to life itself, that thou didst me, hath been destructive of my achievements and fame. If, indeed, I am a Kshatriya, I have, for thee, been deprived of all the rights of a Kshatriya. What enemy would have done me a greater injury, without showing me mercy, when thou shouldst have shown it, and having kept me divested of all the rights that are obligatory in consequence of the order of my birth? Thou wouldst, however, lay thy command on me today. Thou hadst never before sought my good as a mother should. Thou addressest me today, however, desiring to do good to thyself. Who is there that would not be afraid of Dhananjaya having Krishna with him, for the driver of his car? If, therefore, I go today unto the Pathas, who is there that would not regard me as doing so from fright? Hitherto, nobody knew me to be their brother. If, giving out on the eve of battle that I am their brother, I go to the Pandavas, what would all the Kshatriyas say? Furnished with every object of desire, and worshipped by them with a view to make me happy, how can I render that friendship of Dhritarashtra's sons utterly futile? Having provoked hostilities with others, they always wait on me respectfully, and always bow down to me, as the Vasis bow down to Vasava. They think that aided by my might, they are capable of encountering the foe. How can I then frustrate that cherished hope of theirs? With me as their boat, they desire to cross the impassable ocean of battle. How can I then abandon them that are desirous of crossing that ocean which hath no other ferry? This is the time when all those have been supported by Dhritarashtra's sons should exert themselves for their masters. I shall certainly act for them, reckless of even my life. Those sinful men of unsteady heart, who, well fed and well furnished, with every necessary, by their masters, undo the benefit received by them when the time cometh for paying back, are thieves of their masters' cakes, have neither this nor the other world for them. I will not speak deceitfully unto thee. For the sake of Dhritarashtra's son, I shall fight against thy sons to the best of my strength and might. I must not, however, abandon kindness and the conduct that becometh the good. Thy words, therefore, however beneficial, cannot be obeyed by me now. This thy solicitation to me will not yet be fruitless. Except Arjuna, thy other sons, Yudhishthira, Bhima, and the twins, though capable of being withstood by me in fight and capable also of being slain, shall not yet be slain by me. It is with Arjuna alone, among all the combatants of Yudhishthira, that I will fight. Slaying Arjuna in battle, I shall achieve great merit, or slain by Savyasashin, I shall be covered with glory. O famous lady, the number of thy sons will never be less than 5. 5 it will always be either with me, or with Arjuna, and myself slain. Hearing these words of Karna, Kunti, who was trembling with grief, embraced her son, who was unmoved in consequence of his fortitude, and said, Indeed, O Karna, even if what thou sayest seemeth to be possible, the Kauravas will certainly be exterminated. Destiny is all. Thou hast, however, O grinder of foes, granted to 4 of thy brothers the pledge of safety. Let that pledge be borne in thy remembrance at the time of shooting of weapons in battle. And having told all this, Prithu also addressed Karna, saying, Blessed be thou, and let health be thine. And Karna replied unto her, saying, Be it so. And they then left the spot, wending in different directions. Section Xlvi. Vaisampayana said, coming back to Apaplavya from Hastinapura, that chastiser of foes, Kesava, represented unto the Pandavas all that had happened, and conferring with them for a long space of time, and holding repeated consultations, Suri went to his own quarters for rest. And dismissing all the kings, with Virata and others at their heads, the 5 brothers, the Pandavas, when the sun had set, said their evening prayers. And with hearts ever fixed on Krishna they began to think of him. And, at last, bringing Krishna of Dasaha's race into their midst, they began to deliberate again about what they should do. And Yudhishthira said, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, it behoveth thee to tell us all that thou saidst unto Dhritarashtra's son in the assembly of the Kurus, having gone to Nagapura. Vasudeva said, having gone to Nagapura, I addressed Dhritarashtra's son in the assembly such words as were true, reasonable, and beneficial. That wicked-minded fellow did not, however, accept them. Yudhishthira said, when Duryodhana desired to tread along the wrong path, what did the aged Kuru grandsire say, O Hrishikasa, unto that vindictive prince? What also did the highly blessed preceptor, the son of Bharadwaja, say? And what did his parents Dhritarashtra and Gandhari say? What did our junior father Kshatri, who is the foremost of all persons conversant with virtue, and who is always afflicted with sorrow on account of ourselves whom he regards as his sons, say unto Dhritarashtra's son? What also did all the kings who sat in that assembly say? O Janardana, say it all unto us, exactly as it happened. Thou hast already told us all the disagreeable words that the Kuru chiefs, Bhishma and Dhritarashtra, and others in that assembly of the Kurus said unto the wicked Duryodhana, who is overwhelmed with lust and covetousness, and who regardeth himself wise. Those words, however, O Kesava, have flitted away from my memory. O Govinda, I desire to hear, O Lord, all those words again. Act thou in such a way that the opportunity may not pass away. Thou, O Krishna, art our refuge, thou art our Lord, thou art our guide. Vasudeva said, hear, O king, the words that were addressed to King Sayodhana in the midst of the assembly of the Kurus, and, O king of kings, bear them in thy mind. After my words were ended, Dhritarashtra's son laughed aloud. Highly incensed at this, Bhishma then said, hear, O Duryodhana, what I say for the preservation of our race, and having heard it, O tiger among kings, do what is beneficial to thy own house. O sire, O king, my father Santanu was widely known in the world. I was, at first, his only son. A desire sprung up in his heart as to how he might obtain a second son, for the wise say that an only son is no son, let not my race be extinct, may my fame be spread. Even this was his desire. Knowing this to have been his desire, I procured Kali to become my mother, having myself made a promise highly difficult to observe, for the sake of my father as also for the sake of our race. How, in consequence of that promise, I could not be king and have drawn up my vital seed, are, of course, well known to thee. I do not grieve for that. Observing that vow of mine, behold, I am living in happiness and joy. In her, O king, was born my younger brother, that mighty armed and handsome supporter of Kuru's race, viz., Vichitravirya, a virtuous soul. After my father's ascension to heaven, I installed Vichitravirya as a ruler of the kingdom that was mine, while I placed myself under him as a servant of his. O king of kings, I then brought him suitable wives, having vanquished many assembled monarchs. Thou hast heard of it often. Some time after, I was engaged in a single combat with their great Rama. From fear of Rama, my brother fled, the more so as his subject deserted him. During this period, he became very much attached to his wives and accordingly had an attack of phthisis. Upon his death, there was anarchy in the kingdom and the chief of the gods poured not a drop of rain on the realm. The subjects then, afflicted by fear of hunger, hastened to me and said, thy subjects are on the point of being exterminated. Be thou our king for the sake of our good. Dispel this drought. Blessed be thou, O perpetuator of Santanu's race. Thy subjects are being greatly afflicted by severe and frightful maladies. Very few of them are still alive. It behoveth thee, O son of Ganga, to save them. Dispel these tortures. O hero, cherish thy subjects righteously. When thou art alive, let not the kingdom go to destruction. Hearing these words of theirs uttered in a weeping voice, my heart was undisturbed. Remembering the behavior of good, I desired to maintain my vow. Then, O king, the citizens, my auspicious mother Kali herself, our servants, the priests and the preceptors of our house, and many brahmanas of great learning, all afflicted with great woe, solicited me to occupy the throne. And they said, when thou art alive, shall the kingdom, ruled by Pratipa, of old, go to ruin. O thou of magnanimous heart, be thou the king for our good. Thus addressed by them, I joined my hands together and, myself filled with grief and greatly afflicted, I represented to them the vow I had made from filial respect. I repeatedly informed them that for the sake of our race, I had vowed to live with vital seed drawn up and forswearing the throne. It was especially for my mother, again, that I did so. I, therefore, begged them not to put me to the yoke. I again joined my hands and conciliated my mother, saying, O mother, begot by Santanu and being a member of Kuru's race, I cannot falsify my promise. I repeatedly told her this. And, O king, I said further, it is for thee especially, O mother, that I took this vow. I am verily thy servant and slave, O mother, thou that art distinguished for parental affection. Having begged my mother and the people thus, I then solicited the great sage Vyasa for begetting children upon the wives of my brother. Indeed, O king, both myself and my mother gratified that Rishi. At last, O king, the Rishi granted our prayers in the matter of the children. And he begot 3 sons in all, O best of Bharata's race. Thy father was born blind, and in consequence of this congenital defect of a sense, he could not become king. The high-souled and celebrated Pandu became king. And when Pandu became king, his sons must obtain their paternal inheritance. O sire, do not quarrel, give them half the kingdom. When I am alive, what other man is competent to reign? Do not disregard my words. I only wish that there should be peace amongst you. O sire, O king, I make no distinction between thee and them, but love all of you equally. What I have said unto thee represents also the opinion of thy father, of Gandhari, and also of Vidura. The words of those that are old should always be listened to. Do not disregard these words of mine. Do not destroy all thou hast and the earth also. Section Xlvi. Vasudeva said, after Bhishma had said these words, Drona, always competent to speak, then addressed Duryodhana in the midst of the assembled monarchs and said these words that are beneficial to thee. And he said, O sire, as Pratipa's son, Santanu, was devoted to the welfare of his race, and as Devavrata, otherwise called Bhishma, was devoted to the welfare of his race, so was the royal Pandu, that king of the Kurus, who was firmly devoted to truth, who had his passions under control, who was virtuous, of excellent vows, and attentive to all duties. Though king by right, that perpetuator of Kuru's race yet made over the sovereignty to his elder brother, Dhritarashtra, endued with great wisdom, and to his younger brother Kshatri, Vidura, and placing this Dhritarashtra of unfading glory on the throne, that royal son of Kuru's race went to the woods with his 2 wives. And that tiger among men, Vidura, with great humility, placing himself in subjection to Dhritarashtra, began to wait on him like a slave, fanning him with the branch of a tender palm. And all the subjects then, O sire, duly tendered their submission to King Dhritarashtra just as they had done to King Pandu himself. And having made over the kingdom to Dhritarashtra and Vidura, that conqueror of hostile cities, Pandu wandered over the whole earth. Always devoted to truth, Vidura then took charge of the finances, gifts, superintendence of the servants, of the state, and the feeding of all, while that conqueror of hostile cities, Bhishma, of mighty energy, supervised the making of war and peace and the necessity of making or withholding gifts to kings. When King Dhritarashtra of great strength was on the throne, the high-souled Vidura was near him. Born in Dhritarashtra's race, how dost thou venture to bring about a disunion in the family? Uniting with thy brothers, the Pandavas, enjoy all objects of enjoyment. O king, I do not say this to you from cowardice, nor for the sake of wealth. I am enjoying the wealth that Bhishma gave me, and not thou, O best of kings. I do not desire, O king, to have from thee my means of sustenance. Where Bhishma is, the Drona must be. Do what Bhishma hath told thee. O grinder of foes, given to the sons of Bandhu half the kingdom. O sire, I acted as their preceptor as much as thine. Indeed, even as a waterman is to me, so is Arjuna of white steeds. What use is there of much declamation? Victory is the where righteousness is. Vasudeva continued, after Drona, of immeasurable energy, had said this, the virtuous Vidura then, O king, who is devoted to truth, said these words, turning towards his uncle, Bhishma, and looking at his face. And Vidura said, O Devavrata, attend to the words I speak. This race of Kuru, when it became extinct, was revived by thee. It is for this that thou art indifferent to my lamentations now. In this our race, its stain is this Duryodhana, whose inclinations are followed by thee, although he is enslaved by avarice, and is wicked and ungrateful and deprived of his senses by lust. The Kurus will certainly bear consequence of the acts of that Duryodhana who transgresseth the command of his father, observant of virtue and profit. O great king, act thou so that the Kurus may not perish. Like a painter producing a picture, it was thou, O king, who hadst caused me and Dhritarashtra to spring into life. The Creator, having created creatures, destroys them again. Do not act like him. Seeing before thy very eyes this extinction of thy race, be not indifferent to it. If, however, thy understanding is gone in consequence of the universal slaughter that is at hand, go then to the woods, taking me and Dhritarashtra with thee. Otherwise, binding this very day wicked Duryodhana that hath deceit for his wisdom, rule this kingdom with the sons of Pandu guarding it around. Relent, O tiger among kings. A great slaughter of the Pandavas, the Kurus, and of other kings of immeasurable energy is before us. Having said this, Vidura ceased, his heart overflowing with sorrow. And reflecting on the matter, he began to draw repeated sighs. Then the daughter of King Shivala, alarmed at the prospect of the destruction of the whole race, said, from wrath, these words fraught with virtue and profit, to cruel Duryodhana of wicked heart, in the presence of the assembled monarchs. Let all the kings present in this royal assembly and let the regenerate rishis that form the other members of this conclave listen to me, as I proclaim the guilt of thy sinful self backed by all thy counsellors. The kingdom of the Kurus is enjoyable in due order of succession. Even this hath always been the custom of our race. Of sinful soul and exceedingly wicked in acts, thou seekest the destruction of the Kuru kingdom by thy unrighteousness. Wise Dhritarashtra is in possession of the kingdom, having Vidura of great foresight under him, as his adviser. Passing over these two, why, O Duryodhana, dost thou, from delusion, covet the sovereignty now? Even the high-souled king and Kshatri, when Bhishma is alive, should both be subordinate to him. Indeed, this foremost of men, this offspring of Ganga, the high-souled Bhishma, in consequence of his righteousness, doth not desire the sovereignty. It is for this reason that this invincible kingdom became Pandu's. His sons, therefore, are masters today and nowhere there. The extensive kingdom, then by paternal right, belongeth to the Pandavas, and their sons and grandsons in due order. Observing the customs of our race and the rule with respect to our kingdom, we all fully accomplish that which this high-souled and wise chief of the Kuras, Mahabharata, firmly adhering to truth, saith, let this king, Dhritarashtra, and Vidura also, at the command of Bhishma of great vows, proclaim the same thing. Even that is an act that should be done by those that are well-wishers of this race. Keeping virtue in front, let Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, guided by King Dhritarashtra and urged by Santanu's son, rule for many long years this kingdom of the Kuras lawfully obtainable by him. Section 6. Vasudeva said, after Gandhari had said this, that ruler of men, Dhritarashtra, then said these words to Duryodhana in the midst of the assembled monarchs. O Duryodhana, listen, O son, to what I say, and blessed be thou, to that if thou hast any respect for thy father. The lord of creatures, Soma, was the original progenitor of the Kuru race. Sixth in descent from Soma was Yayati, the son of Nuashur. Yayati had 5 best of royal sages as his sons. Amongst them, Lord Yadu of mighty energy was the eldest born. Younger to Yadu was Puru, who, as our progenitor, brought forth by Samastha the daughter of Rishabhavan. Yadu, O best of the Bharatas, was born of Devayani and, therefore, O sire, was the daughter's son of Sugra, otherwise called Kavya, of immeasurable energy. Endued with great strength and prowess, that progenitor of the Yadavas, filled with pride and possessed of wicked understanding, humiliated all the Kshatriyas. Intoxicated with pride of strength, he obeyed not the injunctions of his father. Invincible in battle, he insulted his father and brother. On this earth girt on 4 sides by the sea, Yadu became all powerful, and reducing all to subjection, he established himself in this city called after the elephant. His father Yayati, the son of Nuashur, enraged with him, cursed that son of his, and, O son of Gandhari, even expelled him from the kingdom. Angry Yayati also cursed those brothers of Yadu who were obedient to that eldest brother of theirs, who was so proud of his strength. And having cursed these his sons, that best of kings placed on his throne his youngest son Puru, who was docile and obedient to him. Thus even the eldest son may be passed over and deprived of the kingdom, and younger sons may, in consequence of their respectful behavior to the aged, obtain the kingdom. So also, conversant with every virtue there was my father's grandfather, King Pratipa, who was celebrated over the 3 worlds. And to that lion among kings, who ruled his kingdom virtuously, were born 3 sons of great fame and resembling 3 gods. Of them, Devapi was the eldest, Valika the next, and Santanu of great intelligence, who, O sire, was my grandfather, was the youngest. Devapi, endued with great energy, was virtuous, truthful in speech, and ever engaged in waiting upon his father. But that best of kings had a skin disease. Popular with both the citizens and the subjects of the provinces, respected by the good, and dearly loved by the young and the old, Devapi was liberal, firmly adhering to truth, engaged in the good of all creatures, and obedient to the instructions of his father as also of the Brahmanas. He was dearly loved by his brother Valika as also the high-souled Santanu. Great, indeed, was the brotherly love that prevailed between him and his high-souled brothers. In course of time, the old and best of kings, Pratipa, caused all preparations to be made according to the scriptures for the installation of Devapi on the throne. Indeed, the Lord Pratipa caused every auspicious preparation. The installation of Devapi, however, was forbidden by the Brahmanas and all aged persons amongst the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces. Hearing that the installation of his son was forbidden, the voice of the old king became choked with tears, and he began to grieve for his son. Thus, though Devapi was liberal, virtuous, devoted to truth, and loved by the subjects, yet in consequence of his skin disease, he was excluded from his inheritance. the gods do not approve of a king that is defective of a limb. Thinking of this, those bulls among Brahmanas forbade King Pratipa to install his eldest son. Devapi then, who was defective of one limb, beholding the king, his father, prevented from installing him on the throne, and filled with sorrow on his account, retired into the woods. As regards Valika, abandoning his paternal kingdom, he dwelt with his maternal uncle. Abandoning his father and brother, he obtained the highly wealthy kingdom of his maternal grandfather. With Valika's permission, O Prince, Santanu of worldwide fame, on the death of his father, Pratipa, became king and ruled the kingdom. In this way also, O Bharata, though I am the eldest, yet being defective of a limb, I was excluded from the kingdom by intelligent Pandu, no doubt, after much reflection. And Pandu himself, though younger to me in age, obtained the kingdom and became king. At his death, O chastiser of foes, that kingdom must pass to his sons. When I could not obtain the kingdom, how canst thou covet it? Thou art not the son of a king, and, therefore, hast no right to this kingdom. Thou, however, desirest to appropriate the property of others. High Suryadishthira is the son of a king. This kingdom is lawfully his. Of magnanimous soul, even he is the ruler and lord of this race of Kuru. He is devoted to truth, of clear perception, obedient to the counsels of friends, honest, loved by the subjects, kind to all well-wishers, master of his passions, and the chastiser of all that are not good. Forgiveness, renunciation, self-control, knowledge of the scriptures, mercy to all creatures, competence to rule according to the dictates of virtue. Of all these attributes of royalty exist in Yudhishthira. Thou art not the son of a king, and art always sinfully inclined towards thy relatives. O wretch, how canst thou succeed in appropriating this kingdom that lawfully belongeth to others? Dispelling this delusion, give half the kingdom with a share of the animals and other possessions. Then, O king, mayest thou hope to live for some time with thy younger brothers. Section CL. Vasudeva said, through this addressed by Bhishma, and Drona, and Vidura, and Gandhari, and Dhritarashtra, that wicked wight could not yet be brought to his senses. On the other hand, the wicked Duryodhana, disregarding them all, rose, and left the assembly, with eyes red in anger. And all the kings, invited by him, prepared to lay down their lives, followed him behind. King Duryodhana then repeatedly ordered those wicked-hearted rulers, saying, Today constellation Pushaya is ascendant, march ye, this very day, to Kurukshetra. Impelled by fate, those monarchs then, with their soldiers, gladly set out, making Bhishma their generalissimo. 11 Akshayinis of troops have been, O king, assembled for the Kauravas. At the head of that host, shineth Bhishma, with a device of the Pamira on the banner of his car. In view, therefore, of what hath happened, do now, O monarch, that which seemeth to be proper. I have told thee, O king, everything that, O Bharata, was said by Bhishma, Drona, Vidura, Gandhari and Dhritarashtra, in my presence. The arts beginning with conciliation were all, O king, employed by me from desire of establishing brotherly feelings between yourselves and your cousins, for the preservation of this race, and for the growth and prosperity of the earth's population. When conciliation failed, I employed the art of producing dissensions and mentioned, ye Pandavas, all your ordinary and extraordinary feats. Indeed, when Sayadana showed no respect for the conciliatory words I spoke, I caused all the kings to be assembled together and endeavoured to produce dissension amongst them. Extraordinary and awful and terrible and superhuman indications, O Bharata, were then manifested by me. O Lord, rebuking all the kings, making a straw of Sayadana, terrifying Radha's son and repeatedly censuring Shivala's son for the gambling match of Dhritarashtra's sons, and once again endeavouring to disunite all the kings by means of both words and intrigues, I again had recourse to conciliation. For the unity of Kuru's race and in view of the special requirements of the business at hand, I spoke also of gift. Indeed, I said, those heroes, the sons of Pandu, sacrificing their pride, will live in dependence on Dhritarashtra, Bhishma and Vidura. Let the kingdom be given to thee. Let them have no power. Let it all be as the king, Dhritarashtra, as Ganga's son, Bhishma, and as Vidura say for thy good. Let the kingdom be thine. Relinquish but 5 villages to the Pandavas. O best of kings, without doubt they deserve to be supported by thy father. Though addressed thus, that wicked soul does not still give you your share. I, therefore, see that chastisement, and nothing else, is now the means that should be employed against those sinful persons. Indeed, all those kings have already marched to Kurukshetra. I have now told thee everything that had happened in the assembly of the Kurus. They will not, O son of Pandu, give thee thy kingdom without battle. With death waiting before them, they have all become the cause of a universal destruction. Section CLI. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Janardana, King Yudhishthira the just, of virtuous soul, addressed his brothers in the presence of Kesava and said, Ye have heard all that had happened in the court of the assembled Kurus. Ye have also understood the words uttered by Kesava. Ye, best of men, draw up, therefore, my troops now in battle array in which they are to fight. Here are 7 Akshayinis of troops assembled for our victory. Hear the names of those 7 celebrated warriors that would lead those 7 Akshayinis. They are Drupada, and Virata, and Dristadama, and Sikandin, and Satyaki, Chekatana, and Bhimasena of great energy. Those heroes will be the leaders of my troops. All of them are conversant with the Vedas, endued with great bravery. All of them have practiced excellent vows. Possessed of modesty, all of them are conversant with policy, and accomplished in war. Well skilled in arrows and weapons, all of them are competent in the use of every kind of weapon. Tell us now, O Sahadeva, O son of Kuru's race, who that warrior is conversant with all kinds of battle array, that may become the leader of these 7 and may also withstand in battle Bhishma, who is like unto a fire having arrows for its flames. Give us thy own opinion, O tiger among men, as who is fit to be our generalissimo. Sahadeva said, closely related to us, sympathizing with us in our distress, endued with great might, conversant with every virtue, skilled in weapons, and irresistible in battle, the mighty king of the Matsyas, Virata, relying upon whom we hope to recover our share of the kingdom, will be able to bear in battle both Bhishma and all those mighty car warriors. Vaisampayana continued, after Sahadeva had said this, eloquent Nakula then said these words, He that in years, in knowledge of scriptures, in perseverance, in family and birth, is respectable, he that is endued with modesty, strength, and prosperity, he that is well versed in all branches of learning, he that studied the science of weapons, with a sage Bradwa, he who is irresistible and firmly devoted to truth, he that always challenges Drona and mighty Bhishma, he that belongs to one of the foremost of royal houses, he that is a famous leader of hosts, he that resembles a tree of 100 branches in consequence of sons and grandsons that surround him, that king, who, with his wife, performed, moved by wrath, the austerest of penances for the destruction of Drona, that hero, who is an ornament of assemblies, that bull among monarchs who always cherishes us like a father, that father-in-law of ours, Drupada, should be our generalissimo. It is my opinion that he will be able to withstand both Drona and Bhishma rushing to battle, for that king is the friend of Angira's descendant Drona and is conversant with celestial weapons. After the two sons of Madri had thus expressed their individual opinions, Vasava's son, Savyasashin, who was equal to Vasava himself, said these words: "This celestial person of the hue of fire and endued with mighty arms, who sprang into life through the power of ascetic penances and the gratification of sages, who issued from the sacrificial fire whole armed with bow and sword, accoutred in armor of steel, mounted on a car unto which were yoked excellent steeds of the best breed, and the clatter of whose car wheels was as deep as the roar of mighty masses of clouds. This hero endues with that energy and strength and resembling the very lion in his frame of body and prowess, and possessed of leonine shoulders, arms, chest, and voice like the lion's roar, this hero of great effulgence, this warrior of handsome brows, fine teeth, round cheeks, long arms, of stout make, excellent thighs, large expansive eyes, excellent legs, and strong frame, this prince who is incapable of being penetrated by weapons of any kind, and who looks like an elephant with rent temples, this Drishthidama, truthful in speech, and with passions under control, was born for the destruction of Drona. It is this Drishthidama, I think, that will be able to bear Bhishma's arrows which strike with the vehemence of the thunderbolt and look like snakes with blazing mouths, which resemble the messengers of Yama in speed, and fall like flames of fire, consuming everything they touch, and which were born before by Rama alone in battle. I do not, O king, see the man except Drishthidama, who is able to withstand Bhishma of great vows. This is just what I think. Endues with great lightness of hand and conversant with all the modes of warfare, accoutred in coat of mail that is incapable of being penetrated by weapons, this handsome hero, resembling the leader of a herd of elephants, is according to my opinion, fit to be our generalissimo." Uma then said, "That son of Drupada, Sikandin, who is born for the destruction of Bhishma, as is said, O king, by the sages and siddhas assembled together, whose form on the field of battle, while displaying celestial weapons, will be seen by men to resemble that of the illustrious Rama himself. I see not, O king, the person who is able to pierce with weapons that Sikandin, when he is stationed for battle on his car, accoutred in mail. Except the heroic Sikandin, there is no other warrior who is able to slay Bhishma in single combat. It is for this, O king, that I think Sikandin is fit to be our generalissimo." Yudhishthira said, "O sire, the strength and weakness, might and feebleness, of everything in the universe, and the intentions of every person here, are well known to virtuous Kesava. Skilled or unskilled in weapons, old or young, let him be the leader of my forces, who may be indicated by Krishna of Dasahu's race. Even he is the root of our success or defeat. In him are our lives, our kingdom, our prosperity and adversity, our happiness and misery. Even he is the ordainer and creator. In him is established the fruition of our desires. Let him, therefore, be the leader of our host, who may be named by Krishna. Let that foremost of speakers say, for the night approacheth. Having selected our leader, worshipped our weapons with offerings of the flowers and perfumes, we will, at daybreak, under Krishna's orders march to the field of battle." Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the intelligent king, Yudhishthira the just, the lotus-eyed Krishna said, eyeing Dhananjaya, the while, "O king, I fully approve of all those powerful warriors whom we have named for becoming the leaders of thy troops. All of them are competent to withstand thy foes. Indeed, they can frighten Indra himself in great battle, let alone the covetous and wicked-minded sons of Dhritarashtra. O thou of mighty arms, for thy good I made great efforts to prevent the battle by bringing about peace. By that we have been freed from the debt we owed to virtue. Fault-finding persons will not be able to reproach us for anything. Foolish Duryodhana, destitute of understanding, regardeth himself as skilled in weapons, and though really weak thinketh himself to be possessed of strength. Array thy troops soon, for slaughter is the only means by which they can be made to yield to our demands. Indeed, the sons of Dhritarashtra will never be able to keep their ground when they will behold Ananjaya with Duryodhana as his second, and Abhimanyu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Virata, and Drupada, and the other kings of fierce prowess, all lords of Ikshaunis. Our army is possessed of great strength, and he is invincible and incapable of being withstood. Without doubt, it will slay the Dhritarashtra host. As regards our leader, I would name that chastiser of foes, Drishtadama. Section Clei. Vaisampayana said, when Krishna had said this, all the monarchs there were filled with joy. And the shout sent forth by those delighted kings was tremendous. And the troops began to move about with great speed, saying, draw up, draw up. And the neighing of steeds and roars of elephants and the clatter of car wheels and the blare of conches and the sound of drums, heard everywhere, produced a tremendous din. And teeming with cars and foot soldiers and steeds and elephants, that invincible host of the marching Pandavas moving hither and thither, donning their coats of mail, and uttering their war cries, looked like the impetuous current of the Ganga when at its full, agitated with fierce eddies and waves. And in the van of that host marched the Misana, and the 2 sons of Madri encased in their coats of mail, and Subhadra's son, and the 5 sons of Draupadi and Drishtadama of Prashata's race. And the Prabhadrakas and the Panchalas marched behind Bhimasena. And the din made by the marching hosts, filled with joy, was like unto the roars of the deep when the tide is highest on the day of the new moon. Indeed, the tumult was such that it seemed to reach the very heavens. And capable of breaking hostile ranks, those warriors cased in armor marched thus, filled with joy. And Kunti's son, King Yudhishthira, amongst them marched, taking with him the cars and other vehicles for transport, the food stores and fodder, the tents, carriages, and draft cattle, the cash chests, the machines and weapons, the surgeons and physicians, the invalids, and all the emaciated and weak soldiers, and all the attendants and camp followers. And truthful Draupadi, the princess of Panchala, accompanied by the ladies of the household, and surrounded by servants and maids, remained at Apaplavya, and causing their treasure and ladies to be guarded by bodies of soldiers, some of whom were placed as permanent lines of circumvallation and some ordered to move about at a distance from this line, the Pandavas set out with their mighty host. And having made presents of kine and gold to the Brahmanas, who walked around them and uttered blessings, the sons of Pandu commenced the march on their cars decked with jewels. And the princes of Kakaya, and Drishtaketu, and the son of the king of the Kasis, and Srinamat, and Vasudana, and the invincible Sikandin, all hale and hearty, cased in armor and armed with weapons and decked with ornaments, marched behind Yudhishthira, keeping him in their center. And in the rear were Virata, Yajnasana's son of the Somaka race, Drishtadama, Susaman, Kantibhoa, Drishtadama's sons, 40,000 cars, 5 times as much cavalry, infantry 10 times more numerous than the last, and 60,000 elephants, and Anadrishti, and Chekatana, and Drishtaketu, and Satyaki all marched, surrounding Vasudeva and Ananjaya. And reaching the field of Kurukshetra with their forces in battle array, those smiters, the sons of Pandu, looked like roaring bulls. And entering the field, those chastisers of foes blew their conchs. And Vasudeva and Ananjaya also blew their conchs. And hearing the blare of the conch called Panchajanya, which resembled the roll of the thunder, all the warriors of the Pandava army were filled with joy. And the leonine roars of those warriors, endued with lightness of hand and speed of motion, mingling with the blare of conchs and beat of drums, made the whole earth, the welkin, and the oceans resound therewith. Section Clei. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira then caused his troops to encamp on a part of the field that was level, cool, and abounding with grass and fuel, avoiding cemeteries, temples and compounds consecrated to the deities, asylums of sages, shrines, and other sacred plots. Kunti's high-souled son, Yudhishthira, pitched his camp on a delightful, fertile, open and sacred part of the plain, and rising up, again, after his animals had been given sufficient rest, the king set out joyously, surrounded by hundreds and thousands of monarchs. And Kesava, accompanied by Patha, began to move about, scattering numerous soldiers of Dhritarashtra, kept as outposts. And Drishthadhyumna of Prashata's race, and that mighty car warrior of great energy, viz. Ayudhana, otherwise called Satyaki, measured the ground for the encampment, and arrived, O Bharata, at the holy Haramwati which flows through Kurukshetra, which was filled with sacred water, and whose bed was divested of pointed pebbles and mire, and which was regarded as an excellent tirtha. Kesava caused a moat to be excavated there, and for its protection stationed a sufficient number of troops with proper instructions. And the rules that were observed in respect of the tents of the high-souled Pandavas were followed by Kesava in the matter of the tents he caused to be set up for the kings that came as their allies. And, O monarch, costly tents, incapable of being attacked, apart from one another, were, by hundreds and thousands, set up for those kings on the surface of the earth, that looked like palatial residences and abounded with fuels and edibles and drinks. And there were assembled hundreds upon hundreds of skilled mechanics, in receipt of regular wages, and surgeons and physicians, well versed in their own science, and furnished with every ingredient they might need. And King Yudhishthira caused to be placed in every pavilion large quantities, high as hills, of bowstrings and bows and coats of mail and weapons, honey and clarified butter, pounded lac, water, fodder of cattle, chaff and coals, heavy machines, long shafts, lances, battle-axes, bow-staffs, breastplates, scimitars and quivers, and innumerable elephants cased in plates of steel with prickles thereon, huge as hills, and capable of fighting with hundreds and thousands, were seen there. And learning that the Pandavas had encamped on that field, their allies, O Bharata, with their forces and animals, began to march thither. And many kings who had practiced Brahmacharya vows, drunk, consecrated, Soma, and had made large presents to Brahmanas at sacrifices, came for the success of the sons of Pandu. Section Cliff. Janamejaya said, hearing that Yudhishthira had, with his troops, marched from the desire of battle and encamped on Kurukshetra, protected by Vasudeva, and aided by Viratu and Drupada with their sons, and surrounded by the Kikayas, the Vrishnis, and other kings by hundreds, and watched over by numerous mighty car warriors, like the great Indra himself by the Adityas, what measures were concerted by King Duryodhana. O high-souled one, I desire to hear in detail all that happened in Kurujangala on that frightful occasion. The son of Pandu, with Vasudeva and Virata and Drupada and Drishthadhyumna, the Panchala prince, and that mighty car warrior Sikandin, and powerful Yadamanyu, incapable of being resisted by the very gods, might trouble the deities themselves in battle with Indra at their head. I, therefore, desire to hear in detail, O thou that art possessed of wealth of asceticism, all the acts of the Kurus and the Pandavas as they had happened. Vaisampayana said, when he of Dasaha's race had departed from the Kuru court, King Duryodhana, addressing Karna and Dusasana and Sakuni, said these words, Kesava hath gone to the sons of Pritha, without having been able to achieve his object. Filled with wrath as he is, he will surely stimulate the Pandavas. A battle between myself and Pandavas is much desired by Vasudeva. Bhimasena and Arjuna are ever of the same mind with him. Yudhishthira, again, is very much under the influence of Bhimasena. Before this, Yudhishthira with all his brothers was persecuted by me. Virata and Drupada, whom I had waged hostilities with, obedient to Vasudeva, both of them have become the leaders of Yudhishthira's host. The battle, therefore, that will take place, will be a fierce and terrific one. Casting off all sloth, cause every preparation to be made for the encounter. Let the kings, my allies, pitch their tents by hundreds and thousands on Kurukshetra, all of which must be spacious, incapable of being approached by enemies, near enough to places abounding with water and fuel, in such positions that the communications thereto for sending supplies may not be stopped at any time by the foe, full of weapons of diverse kinds, and decked with streamers and flags. Let the road from our city to the camp be made level for their march. Let it be proclaimed this very day, without loss of time, that our march will commence tomorrow. Hearing these words of the king, they said, So be it, and when the morrow came, those high-souled persons did everything they had been commanded to do for the accommodation of the monarchs. And all those monarchs, meanwhile, hearing the king's command, rose up from their costly seats, with wrath having the foe for its objects. And they began to slowly rub their mace-like arms, blazing with bracelets of gold, and decked with the paste of sandal and other fragrant substances. And they also commenced, with those lotus-like hands of theirs, to wear their headgears and lower and upper garments and divers kinds of ornaments. And many foremost of car warriors began to superintend the furnishing of their cars, and persons conversant with horse lore began to harness their steeds, while those versed in matters relating to elephants began to equip those huge animals. And all those warriors began to wear diverse kinds of beautiful armor made of gold, and arm themselves with diverse weapons. And the foot soldiers began to take up various kinds of arms and case their bodies in various kinds of armor decorated with gold. And, O Bharata, the city of Duryodhana then, filled as it was with rejoicing millions, wore the bright aspect of a festive occasion. And, O king, the Kuru capital at the prospect of battle looked like the ocean on the appearance of the moon, with the vast crowds of humanity representing its waters with their eddies, the cars, elephants, and horses representing its fishes, the tumult of conchs and drums, its roar, the treasure chests, its jewels and gems, the diverse kinds of ornaments and armor, its waves, the bright weapons, its white foam, the rows of houses, the mountains on its beach, and the roads and shops, like lakes. Section CLV. Vaisampayana said, recollecting the words spoken by Vasudeva, Yudhishthira once more addressed that scion of Vrishani's race, saying, How, O Kesava, could wicked Duryodhana say it? O thou of unfading glory, what should we do in view of the occasion that hath come? By acting, in what way may we keep on the track of our duty? Thou, O Vasudeva, art acquainted with the views of Duryodhana, Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Shivala. Thou knowest also what views are entertained by myself and my brothers. Thou hast heard the words uttered by both Vijaya and Bhishma. O thou of great wisdom, thou hast also heard in their entirety the words of wisdom spoken by Kunti. Overlooking all these, tell us, O thou of mighty arms, after reflection, and without hesitation, what is for our good. Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, that were fraught with virtue and profit, Krishna replied, in a voice deep as that of the clouds or cymbals, saying, responding to his advantage and consistent with both virtue and profit, those words that were uttered by me in the Kuru court found no response in the Kuru prince Duryodhana, with whom deceit supplieth the place of wisdom. That wretch of wicked understanding listeneth not in the least to the counsels of Bhishma or Vidura or mine. He transgresseth everybody. He wisheth not to earn virtue, nor doth he wish for fame. That wicked sooth white, relying upon Kana, regardeth everything as already won. Indeed, Sayadana of wicked heart and sinful in his resolves, even ordered my incarceration, but he did not, however, obtain the fruition of that wish. Neither Bhishma nor Drona said anything on that subject. Indeed, all of them followed Duryodhana, except Vidura, O thou of unfading glory. Sakuni, the son of Shivala, and Karna, and Dusasna, all equally foolish, gave foolish and vindictive Duryodhana much improper advice regarding thee. Indeed, what use is there in my repeating to thee all that the Kuru prince hath said? In brief, that wicked Sudwite beareth no good will towards thee. Not even in all these kings together, that form thy army, is that measure of sinfulness and wickedness which resideth in Duryodhana alone. As regards ourselves, we do not desire to make peace with the Kauravas by abandoning our property. War, therefore, is that which should now take place. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words uttered by Vasudeva, all the kings, the present, O Bharata, without saying anything, looked at Yudhishthira's face. And Yudhishthira, understanding the intention of those monarchs, said, with Bhima and Arjuna and the twins, draw up the troops in battle array. And the word of command having been passed, a great uproar rose amongst the Pandava army, and all the soldiers were filled with joy. King Yudhishthira the Just, however, beholding their impending slaughter of those that deserved not to be slain, began to sigh deeply, and addressing Bhimasena and Vijaya, said, that for the sake of which I accepted an exile into the woods, and for which I suffered so much misery, that great calamity overtaketh us of a set purpose. That for which we strove so much leaveth us as if on account of our very striving. On the other hand, a great distress overtaketh us, although we did nothing to invite it. How shall we fight with those reverend superiors of ours, whom we on no account can slay? What kind of victory shall we achieve by slaying our preceptors of venerable age? Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, Savyasashin repeated to his elder brother all those words that Vasudeva had said. And addressing Yudhishthira, Arjuna continued, Thou hast, O king, certainly understood all the words spoken by Kunti and Vidura, that were repeated to thee by Devaki's son. I know it for certain that neither Vidura nor Kunti would say anything that is sinful. Besides this, O son of Kunti, we cannot withdraw without engaging in battle. Hearing this speech of Savyasashin, Vasudeva also said unto Partha, It is even so, as thou hast said. The sons of Bandu then, O great king, made up their minds for war, and passed that night with their soldiers in great happiness. Section CLVI. Vaisampayana said, after that night had passed away, King Duryodhana, O Bharata, distributed, in proper order, his 11 Akshayinis of troops, and ranging his men, elephants, cars, and steeds, into 3 classes, viz., superior, middling, and inferior. The king distributed them amongst his divisions, by placing them in the van, centre, and rear of the ranks, and furnished with timber and planks for repairing the damages their cars might sustain in the press of battle, with large quivers borne on cars, with tiger skins and other stiff leather for enveloping the sides of cars, with barbed javelins to be hurled by the hand, with quivers borne on the backs of steeds and elephants, with long-handled spears of iron and missiles, with quivers borne on the backs of foot soldiers, with heavy clubs of woods, with flagstaffs and banners, with long heavy shafts shot from bows, with divers kinds of nooses and lassos, with armor of various kinds, with short pointed clubs of wood, with oil, treacle, and sand, with earthen pots filled with poisonous snakes, with pulverized lac and other inflammable matter, with short spears furnished with tinkling bells, with diverse weapons of iron, and machines for hurling hot treacle, water, and stones, with whistling clubs of hardwood, with wax and heavy mallets, with clubs of wood having iron spikes, with plough poles and poisoned darts, with long syringes for pouring warm treacle and planks of cane, with battle-axes and forked lances with spiked gauntlets, with axes and pointed iron spikes, with cars having their sides covered with skins of tigers and leopards, with sharp-edged circular planks of wood, with horns, with javelins and various other weapons of attack, with axes of the Katara species, and spades, with cloths steeped in oil, and with clarified butter, the divisions of Duryodhana, glittering with ropes embroidered with gold and decked with various kinds of jewels and gems, and consisting of warriors endued with handsome persons, blazed forth like fire, and cased in coats of mail and well skilled in weapons, accomplished in horse law, brave persons of good birth were employed as car drivers, and all the cars were furnished with various drugs, and with horses having rows of bells and pearls on their heads, and with banners and flagstaffs, and with ornaments gracing their steeples and turrets, and with shields, swords, and lances, and javelins and spiked maces. And unto each of those cars were yoked 4 steeds of the best breed, and upon each of them were kept 100 bows. And each car had 1 driver in charge of the couple of steeds in front, and 2 drivers in charge of the couple of steeds attached to the wheels on the 2 sides. And both of the last-mentioned drivers were skilled car warriors, while the car warrior himself was also skilled in driving steeds. And thousands of cars, thus furnished and decked with gold, and protected like a fortified town and incapable of being conquered by foes, were stationed on all sides. And the elephants also were furnished with rows of bells and pearls and decked with diverse ornaments. And on the back of each of those animals mounted 7 warriors. And in consequence of such accoutrements those animals looked like hills graced with jewels. And amongst the 7, 2 were armed with hooks, 2 were excellent bowmen, 2 were first-rate swordsmen, and 1, O King, was armed with a lance and trident. And, O King, the army of the illustrious Kuru King, teemed with innumerable infuriate elephants, bearing on their backs loads of weapons and quivers filled with arrows. And there were also thousands of steeds ridden by brave soldiers accoutred in mail, decked in ornaments, and furnished with flags. And numbering in hundreds and thousands, all those steeds were free from the habit of scratching the ground with their 4 hoofs. And they were all well trained, and decked with ornaments of gold, and exceedingly obedient to their riders. And of foot soldiers, there were hundreds of thousands of diverse mien, accoutred in armours of diverse kinds, and armed also with weapons of diverse species, and decked with golden ornaments. And unto each car were assigned 10 elephants, and unto each elephant 10 horses, and unto each horse 10 foot soldiers, as protectors. Again, a large body of troops was kept as a reserve for rallying the ranks that would be broken. And this reserve consisted of cars, unto each of which were attached 50 elephants, and unto each elephant were attached to be 100 horses, and unto each horse were attached 7 foot soldiers. 500 cars, as many elephants, 1,500 horses, and 2,500 foot soldiers constitute a sna. 10 snas constitute a pratana, and 10 pratanas a vahini. In common parlance, however, the words sna, vahini, pratana, wajini, chamu, akshoini, and varathini are used in the same sense. It was thus that the intelligent Kaurava arrayed his force. Between the 2 sides, the total number was 18 akshoinis. Of this, the Pandava force consisted of 7 akshoinis, while the Kaurava force consisted of 10 akshoinis and 1 more. 5 times 50 men constitute a patti. 3 pattas make a snimaka or gulma. 3 gulmas make a gana. In Duryodhana's army, there were thousands and hundreds of such gunners consisting of warriors capable of smiting the foe and longing for battle. And the mighty armed King Duryodhana, selecting from among them brave and intelligent warriors, made them the leaders of his troops. And placing an Akshawini of troops under each of those best of men, viz. Kripa, Drona, Salya, Jayadratha, the king of the Centaurs, Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, Kritavarman, Drona's son, Aswathaman, Karna, Berisravas, Sakuni, the son of Shivala, and the mighty Valika, the king used to bring them daily before him and at all hours, and speak to them. And he repeatedly offered them worship before his very eyes. And thus appointed, all warriors, with all their followers, became desirous of doing what was most agreeable to the king. Section Klavii. Vaisampayana said, Dhritarashtra's son, accompanied by all the kings, then addressed Bhishma, son of Santanu, and with joined hands said these words, without a commander, even a mighty army is routed in battle like a swarm of ants. The intelligence of two persons can never agree. Different commanders, again, are jealous of one another as regards their prowess. O thou of great wisdom, it is heard by us that, once on a time, the Brahmanas, raising a standard of Kusa grass, encountered in battle the Kshatriyas of the higher clan endued with immeasurable energy. O grandsire, the Vaisyas and the Sudras followed the Brahmanas, so that all the three orders were on one side, while those bulls among the Kshatriyas were alone on the other. In the battles, however, that ensued, the three orders repeatedly broke, while the Kshatriyas, though alone, vanquished a large army that was opposed to them. Then those best of Brahmanas inquired of the Kshatriyas themselves, as to the cause of this. O grandsire, those that were virtuous among the Kshatriyas returned the true answer to the inquirers, saying, in battle we obey the orders of one person endued with great intelligence, while ye are disunited from one another and act according to your individual understanding. The Brahmanas then appointed one amongst themselves as their commander, who was brave and conversant with the ways of policy, and they then succeeded in vanquishing the Kshatriyas. Thus people always conquer their foes in battle who appoint a skilled, brave, and sinless commander, observing the good of the forces under him. As regards thee, thou art equal to Usanas himself, and always seekest my good. Incapable of being slain, thou art, again devoted to virtue. Be thou, therefore, our commander. Like the sun among all luminaries, like the moon unto all delicious herbs, like Kuvra among the Yakshas, like Vasava among the gods, like Mru among mountains, Supana among the birds, Kumara among the gods, Havya Vaha among Vasas, thou art among ourselves. Like the gods protected by Sakra, ourselves, protected by thee, will assuredly become invincible by the very gods. Like Agni's son, Kumara, at the head of the gods, march thou at our head, and let us follow thee like calves following the lead of a mighty bull. Apostrophe. Bhishma said, O mighty armed one, it is even so, O Bharata, as thou sayest. But the Pandavas are as dear to me as ye yourselves. Therefore, O king, I should certainly seek their good as well, although I shall certainly fight for thee, having given thee a pledge before to that effect. I do not see the warrior on earth that is equal to me, except that tiger among men, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti. Endued with great intelligence, he is conversant with innumerable celestial weapons. That son of Pandu, however, will never fight with me openly. With the power of my weapons, I can, in a trice, destroy this universe consisting of gods, asuras, rakshasas, and human beings. The sons of Pandu, however, O king, are incapable of being exterminated by me. I shall, therefore, slay every day 10,000 warriors. If, indeed, they do not slay me in battle first, I will continue to slaughter their forces thus. There is another understanding on which I may willingly become the commander of thy forces. It behoveth thee to listen to that. O Lord of earth, I the Kana should fight first, or I will fight first. The Suta's son always boasts of his prowess in battle, comparing it with mine. Kana said, as long as Ganga's son liveth, O king, I shall never fight. After Bhishma is slain, I shall fight with the wielder of Gandhiva. Vaisampayana continued, after this, Dhritarashtra's son duly made Bhishma the commander of his force, distributing large presents. And after his installation in the command, he blazed forth with beauty. And at the king's behest, musicians cheerfully played upon drums and blew conchs by hundreds and thousands. And numerous leonine roars were sent forth, and all the animals in the camp uttered their cries together. And although the sky was cloudless, a bloody shower fell and made the ground miry. And fierce whirlwinds, and earthquakes, and roars of elephants, occurring, depressed the hearts of all the warriors. Incorporeal voices and flashes of meteoric falls were heard and seen in the welkin. And jackals, howling fiercely, foreboded great calamity. And, O monarch, these and 100 other kinds of fierce portents made their appearance when the king installed Ganga's son in the command of his troops. And after making Bhishma, that grinder of hostile hosts, his general, and having also caused by abundant gifts of kine and gold to the Brahmanas to pronounce benedictions on him, and glorified by those benedictions, and surrounded by his troops, and with Ganga's son in the van, and accompanied by his brothers, Duryodhana marched to Kurukshetra with his large host. And the Kuru king, going over the plain with Karna in his company, caused his camp to be measured out on a level part, O monarch, of that plain. And the camp, pitched on a delightful and fertile spot abounding with grass and fuel, shone like Hastinapura itself. Section 12. Janamejaya said, when Yudhishthira heard that Bhishma, the high-souled son of Ganga, the foremost of all wielders of weapons, the grandsire of the Bharatas, the head of all the kings, the rival of Rihas party in intellect, resembling the ocean in gravity, the mountains of Himavat in calmness, the Creator himself in nobleness, and the Sun in energy, and capable of slaying hostile hosts like great Indra himself by showering his arrows, was installed, till his removal by death, in the command of the Kuru army on the eve of the great sacrifice of battle, terrific in its mien and capable of making one's hairs stand on their ends. What did that mighty armed son of Pandu, that foremost of wielders of weapons, say? What also did Bhima and Arjuna say? And what too did Krishna say? Vaisampayana said, when news was received of this, Yudhishthira, endued with great intelligence and well acquainted with what should be done in view of dangers and calamities, summoned all his brothers and also the eternal Vasudeva to his presence. And that foremost of speakers then said in a mild voice, make your rounds among the soldiers, and remain carefully, casing yourselves in mail. Our first encounter will be with our grandsire. Look ye for 7 leaders for the 7 Akshayinis of my troops. Krishna said those words of grave import, which, O bull of the Bharata race, it behoveth thee to utter on an occasion like this, have, indeed, been uttered by thee. Even this, O mighty armed one, is what I also like. Let therefore that be done which should be done next. Let, indeed, 7 leaders be selected for thy army. Vaisampayana continued, summoning then those warriors eager for battle, viz., Drupada and Virata, and that bull of Sini's race, and Drishtadama the prince of Panchala, and King Drishtaketu, and Prince Shikandi of Panchala, and Sahadeva, the ruler of the Magadhas. Yudhishthira duly appointed them in the command of his 7 divisions. and above them all was placed in command of all the troops the Drishthadhamma who had sprung from the blazing, sacrificial, fire for the destruction of Drona. And Ananjaya, of curly hair, was made the leader of all those high-souled leaders. And Hansajanadana, endued with great intelligence, he who was the younger brother of Sankarsana, was chosen as the guide of Arjuna and the driver of his steeds. And beholding that a very destructive battle was about to take place, there came, O king, into the Pandava encampment, Halayuda, accompanied by Akrura, and Gada and Samva, and Udava, and Rukmani's son, Pradama, and Ahuka's sons, and Charudishna, and others, and surrounded and guarded by those foremost warriors of the Vrishani race, resembling a herd of mighty tigers, like Vasava in the midst of the Maruts, the mighty armed and handsome Rama, attired in garments of blue silk and resembling the peak of the Kailasa mountain, and endued with the sportive gait of the lion and possessed of eyes having their ends reddened with drink, came there, at such a time. And beholding him, King Yudhishthira the just, and Kusava of great effulgence, and Pritha's son Vrikadara of terrible deeds, and Arjuna, the wielder of Gandhiva, and all the other kings that were, rose from their seats. And they all offered worship unto Halayuda as he came to that place. And the Pandava king touched Rama's hands with his own. And that chastiser of foes, Halayuda, in return, accosting them all with Vasudeva at their head, and saluting, respectfully, both Viratu and Drupada, who were senior in years, sat down on the same seat with Yudhishthira. And after all the kings had taken their seats, Rohini's son, casting his eyes on Vasudeva, began to speak. And he said, "This fierce and terrible slaughter is inevitable. It is, without doubt, a decree of fate, and I think that it cannot be averted. Let me hope, however, to behold all of you, with your friends, come safely out of this strife, with sound bodies and perfectly hale. Without doubt, all the Kshatriyas of the world that are assembled together have their hour come. A fierce melee covering with a mire of flesh and blood is sure to take place." I said unto Vasudeva repeatedly in private, "O slayer of Madhu, and those that bear equal relationship to us, observe thou an equal behavior. As are the Pandavas to us, even so is King Duryodhana. Therefore, give him also the same aid. Indeed, he repeatedly soliciteth it. For thy sake, however, the slayer of Mad who regarded not my words. Looking at Dhananjaya, he hath with his whole heart been devoted to your cause. Even this is what I certainly think, viz., that the victory of the Pandavas is sure, for Vasudeva's wish, O Bharata, is even so. As regards myself, I dare not cast my eyes on the world without Krishna on my side. It is for this that I follow whatever Krishna seeketh to achieve. Both of these heroes, well skilled in encounter with the mace, are my disciples. My affection, therefore, for Bhima is equal to that for King Duryodhana. For these reasons, I shall now repair to the Tirtha of the Saraswati for ablutions, for I shall not be able to behold with indifference the destruction of the Kauravas." Having said this, the mighty armed Rama, obtaining the leave of the Pandavas, and making the slayer of Mad who desist from following him farther, set out on his journey for the sacred waters. Section clicks. Vaisampayana said, about this time, there came into the Pandava camp Bhishmaka's son, foremost among all persons of truthful resolution, and known widely by the name of Rukmi. The high-souled Bhishmaka, who was otherwise called King Hiranyaraman, was the friend of Indra. And he was most illustrious among the descendants of Boa and was the ruler of the whole southern country. And Rukmi was a disciple of that lion among the Kimpurashas who was known by the name of Drona, having his abode on the mountains of Gandhamadana. And he had learnt from his preceptor the whole science of weapons with its 4 divisions. And that mighty armed warrior had obtained also the bow named Vijaya of celestial workmanship, belonging to the great Indra, and which was equal to Gandiva in energy and to also Sanga, held by Krishna. There were 3 celestial bows owned by the denizens of heaven, viz. Gandiva owned by Varuna, the bow called Vijaya owned by Indra, and that other celestial bow of great energy said to have been owned by Vishnu. This last, Sanga, capable of striking fear into the hearts of hostile warriors, was held by Krishna. The bow called Gandiva was obtained by Indra's son, Arjuna, from Agni on the occasion of the burning of Kandava, while the bow called Vijaya was obtained from Drona by Rakmi of great energy, baffling the nooses of Mara and slaying by his might the Tajura, and vanquishing Naraka, the son of the earth, Rishikasa, while recovering the begemmed earrings of Aditi, with 16,000 girls and various kinds of jewels and gems, obtained that excellent bow called Anga. And Rakmi having obtained the bow called Vijaya, whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, came to the Pandavas, as if inspiring the whole universe with dread. Formerly, proud of the might of his own arms, the heroic Rakmi could not tolerate the ravishment of his sister Rukmini by wise Vasudeva. He had set out in pursuit, having sworn that he would not return without having slain Janardana, and accompanied by a large army consisting of 4 kinds of forces that occupied, as it marched, a very large portion of the earth, accoutred in handsome coats of mail and armed with diverse weapons and resembling the swollen current of the Ganga, that foremost of all wielders of weapons set out in pursuit of Vasudeva of Vrishani's race. And having come up to him of Vrishani's race, who was lord and master of everything obtainable by ascetic austerities, Rukmi, O king, was vanquished and covered with shame. And for this he returned not to his city, Kandina, and on the spot where that slayer of hostile heroes was vanquished by Krishna, he built an excellent city named Ajukata. And, O king, that city filled with large forces and teeming with elephants and steeds, is widely known on the earth by that name. Endued with great energy, that hero, cased in mail and armed with bows, fences, swords and quivers, quickly entered the Pandava camp, surrounded by an Akshauhini of troops. And Rukmi entered that vast army, under a standard effulgent as the sun, and made himself known to the Pandavas, from desire of doing what was agreeable to Vasudeva. King Yudhishthira, advancing a few steps, offered him worship, and duly worshipped and eulogized by the Pandavas, Rukmi saluted them in return and rested for a while with his troops. And addressing Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, in the midst of the heroes there assembled, he said, If, O son of Pandu, thou art afraid, I am here to render thee assistance in the battle. The assistance I will give thee will be unbearable by thy foes. There is no man in this world who is equal to me in prowess. I will slay those foes of thine whom thou, O son of Pandu, wilt assign to me. I will slay one of those heroes, viz. Drona and Kripa, and Bhishma, and Karna. Or, let all these kings of the earth stand aside. Slaying in battle thy foes myself, I will give thee earth. And he said this in the presence of King Yudhishthira the just and of Kusava, and in the hearing of the assembled monarchs and all others in the camp. Then casting his eyes on Vasudeva and Pandu's son King Yudhishthira the just, Dhananjaya the intelligent son of Kunti smilingly but in a friendly voice said these words, born in the race of Kuru, being especially the son of Pandu, naming Drona as my preceptor, having Vasudeva for my ally, and bearing, besides the bow called Gandiva, how can I say that I am afraid? O hero, when on the occasion of the tale of cattle, I fought with the mighty Gandavas, who was the to assist me. In that terrific encounter also with the gods and Danavas banded together in great numbers at Kandava, who was my ally when I fought. When, again, I fought with the Nivatakavishas and with those other Danavas called Galakas, who was my ally. When, again, at Virata's city I fought with the numberless Kurus, who was my ally in that battle. Having paid my respects, for battle's sake, to Rudra, Sakra, Vaisravana, Yama, Varuna, Pavaka, Kripa, Drona, and Madhava, am wielding the tough celestial bow of great energy called Gandhiva, and accoutred with inexhaustible arrows and armed with celestial weapons. How can a person like me, O tiger among men, say, even unto Indra armed with a thunderbolt, such words as I am afraid! Words that rob one of all his fame. O thou of mighty arms, I am not afraid, nor have I any need of thy assistance. Go therefore, or stay, as it pleaseth or switeth thee. Hearing these words of Arjuna, Rukmi taking away with him his army vast as the sea, repaired then, O bull of Bharata's race, to Duryodhana. And King Rukmi, repairing thither, said the same words unto Duryodhana. But that king, proud of his bravery, rejected him in the same way. Thus, O king, 2 persons withdrew from the battle, viz., Rohini's son, Rama, of Vrishani's race, and King Rukmi. And after Rama had set out on his pilgrimage to the Tirthas, and Bhishmaka's son Rukmi had departed thus, the sons of Pandu once more sat down for consulting with one another. And that conclave presided over by King Yudhishthira the Just, abounding with numerous monarchs, blazed forth like the firmament bespangled with lesser luminaries with the moon in their midst. Section CLX. Janamejaya said, after the soldiers had been arrayed thus in order of battle, on the field of Kurukshetra, what, O bull among Brahmanas, did the Kauravas then do, urged as they were by destiny itself? Vaisampayana said, after the soldiers, O bull of the Bharata race, had been arrayed thus in order of battle, Dhritarashtra, O king, said these words to Sanjaya. Dhritarashtra said, Come, O Sanjaya, tell me with the fullest details all that hath happened in the encampment of the Kuru and the Pandava troops. I regard destiny to be superior, and exertion useless, for although I understand the evil consequences of war that will lead only to ruin, still I am unable to restrain my son who rejoices in gambling and considers deceit to be wisdom. Understanding everything, I am not yet able to secure my own welfare. O Sutta, my understanding is capable of seeing the defects of measures, but when I approach Duryodhana, that understanding of mine turneth away from that right path. When such is the case, O Sanjaya, that will be which must be. Indeed, the sacrifice of one's corporeal body in battle is the laudable duty of every Kshatriya. Sanjaya said, This question, O great king, that thou hast put, is indeed worthy of thee. It behoveth thee not, however, to impute entire fault to Duryodhana only. Listen to me, O king, as I speak of this exhaustively. That man who cometh by evil in consequence of his own misconduct should never impute the fault to either time or the gods. O great king, he amongst men who perpetrateth every wicked act deserveth to be slain in consequence of his perpetrating those acts. Afflicted with injuries in consequence of the match at dice, the sons of Pandu, however, with all their counsellors quietly bore all those injuries, looking up, O best of men, to thy face alone. Hear from me fully, O king, of the slaughter that is about to take place in battle, of steeds and elephants and kings endued with immeasurable energy. Hearing patiently, O thou that art endued with great wisdom, of the destruction of the world in the fierce battle that has been brought about, come to this conclusion and no other, viz., that man is never the agent of his acts right or wrong. Indeed, like a wooden machine, man is not an agent in all he does. In this respect, 3 opinions are entertained. Some say that everything is ordained by God, Some say that our acts are the result of free will, and others say that our acts are the result of those of our past lives. Listen then, therefore, with patience, to the evil that hath come upon us. Section CLXI. Erluka Dutagamana Pava. Sanjaya said, after the Hysud Pandavas, O king, had encamped by the side of the Haranwati, the Kauravas also fixed their camps. And King Duryodhana, having strongly posted his troops and paid homage to all the kings on his side, and planted outposts and bodies of soldiers for the protection of warriors, summoned those rulers of men, viz., Karna and Dusasna and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, and began, O Bharata, to consult with them. And King Duryodhana, O Bharata, having, first, consulted with Karna, and, next, O monarch, with Karna and his own brother Dusasna, and Shivala's son altogether, then summoned, O bull among men, Erluka, and bringing him into his presence in private, told him, O king, these words, O Erluka, O son of an adept at dice, repair thou unto the Pandavas and the Somakas, and repairing thither, repeat these my words, unto Yudhishthira, in the hearing of Vasudeva. That terrible battle between the Kauravas and the Pandavas which had been expected from a long time back has at last come. Those boastful words which Sanjaya brought to me, in the midst of the Kauravas, and which thou hadst, with Vasudeva and thy younger brothers, uttered in deep the time, O son of Kunti, hath at last come for making them good. Do ye achieve, therefore, all which ye have pledged yourselves to achieve. And to the eldest son of Kunti thou must say, as my words, the following, virtuous as thou art, how canst then, with all thy brothers, with the Somakas, and the Kikayas, set thy heart upon unrighteousness? How canst thou wish the destruction of the universe, when, as I think thou shouldst be the dispeller of the fears of all creatures? O bull of Bharata's race, this sloka sung of old by Prahlada when his kingdom had been wrested from him by the gods, hath been heard by us common gods, that person whose standard of righteousness is always up, but whose sins are always concealed, is said to adopt the behavior of the cat in the story. I will here repeat to thee, O king, this excellent story recited by Narada to my father. A wicked cat, O king, once on a time took up his abode on the banks of the Ganges, abandoning all work and with his hands upraised, after the manner of a devotee. Pretending to have purified his heart, he said unto all creatures these words, for inspiring confidence in them, viz. I am now practicing virtue. After a long time, all of the Purus creatures reposed trust in him, and coming unto him all together, O monarch, they all applauded that cat, and worshipped by all feathery creatures, that devourer of feathery creatures, regarded his purpose already accomplished, as also the purpose of his austerities. And after some more time, the mice went to that place, and these also all beheld him to be a virtuous person engaged in the observance of vows, and proudly exerting himself in a grand act. And having arrived at that settled conviction, they entertained the following wish, O king, many foes we have. Let this one, therefore, become our maternal uncle, and let him always protect all the old and young ones of our race. And going at last to the cat, all of them said, through thy grace we desire to roam in happiness. Thou art our gracious shelter, thou art our great friend. For this, all of us place ourselves under thy protection. Thou art always devoted to virtue, thou art always engaged in the acquisition of virtue. O thou of great wisdom, protect us, therefore, like the wielder of the thunderbolt protecting the celestials. Thus addressed, O king, by all the mice, the cat answered them, saying, I do not see the consistency of these two, viz., my ascetic pursuits and this protection, that I am called upon to grant. I cannot avoid, however, doing good to you agreeably to your request. You all, at the same time, should always obey my words. Staying as I am in the observance of a severe vow, I am weakened by my ascetic practices. I do not, therefore, see the means of my moving from place to place. Ye all should, therefore, bear me hence every day to the riverside. Saying, so be it, the mice then, O bull of Bharata's race, made over all their old and young ones to that cat. Then that sinful creature of wicked soul, feeding on mice, gradually became fat and of good complexion and strong in his limbs. And thus, while the mice began to be reduced in number, the cat began to grow in vigor and strength. Then all the mice, coming together, said unto one another, Our uncle is daily growing stout, while we are being daily reduced in number. Then a certain mouse endued with wisdom, named Indica, said, O king, these words unto the large swarm of mice gathered there, Go all of ye to the riverside together. I will follow ye, accompanying our uncle. Excellent, excellent, they said, and applauded that one of their number. And they all did just as those words of grave import spoken by Dindica seemed to indicate. The cat, however, not knowing all this, ate up Dindica that day. All the mice then, without losing much time, began to take counsel of one another. Then a very old mouse, named Keelika, said these just words, O king, in the presence of all his kinsfolk, our uncle is not really desirous of earning virtue. He hath, like a hypocrite, become our friend when in reality he is our enemy. Indeed, the excreta of a creature that liveth only upon fruits and roots never containeth hair or fur. Then again, while his limbs are growing, our number is decaying. Besides, Dindica cannot be seen for these 8 days. Hearing these words, the mice ran away in all directions. And that cat also of wicked soul returned to whence he came. O thou of wicked soul, thou too art a practicer of such feline behaviour. Thou behavest towards thy kinsman after the manner of the cat, in the story, towards the mice. Thy speech is of one kind, and thy conduct is of another. Thy devotion to Scripture and thy peacefulness of behaviour are only for display before men. Giving up this hypocrisy, O king, adopt the practices of a kshatriya and do all that one should do as such. Art thou not virtuous, O bull among men? Acquiring the earth by means of the prowess of thy arms, make gifts, O best of the Bharatas, unto the Brahmanas and to the means of thy deceased ancestors as one should. Seeking the good of that mother of thine who hath been afflicted with distress for a series of years, dry up her tears, and confer honours on her by vanquishing thy foes in battle. Thou hadst with great abjectness solicited only 5 villages. Even that was rejected by us, for how could we bring about a battle, how could we succeed in angering the Pandavas, was all that we sought. Remembering that it was for thee that the wicked Vijayura was driven by us, and that we had tried to burn you all in the house of Lak, be a man now, at the time of Krishna's setting out from Paplavya for the Kuru court, thou hadst through him communicated this message to us, viz. Here, O king, I am prepared for either war or peace. Know, O monarch, that the hour hath come for battle. O Yudhishthira, I have made all these preparations in view of that. What doth the Kshatriya regard as a more estimable accession of the good fortune than battle? Born thou hast been in the Kshatriya order. Known also thou art in the world. Having obtained weapons again from Drona and Kripa, why, O bull of the Bharata race, dost thou rely on Vasudeva who belongeth to the same order of life as thyself and who is not superior to thee in might? Thou must also say unto Vasudeva in the presence of the Pandavas these words, for thy own sake, as also for the sake of the Pandavas, withstand me in battle to the best of thy power. Assuming once more that form which thou hadst assumed before in the Kuru court, rush thou with Arjuna against me, on the field. A conjurer's tricks or illusions may, sometimes, inspire fright. But as regards the person that stands armed for fight, such deceptions, instead of inspiring fight, only provoke anger. We also are competent, by our powers of illusion, to ascend to heaven or the firmament, or penetrate into the nether region, or the city of Indra. We also can display various forms in our own body. The great ordainer bringeth all creatures to subjection by a fiat of his will, and never by such conjurers' tricks. Thou always sayest, O thou of Vrishani's race, these words, viz. Causing the sons of Dhritarashtra to be slain in battle, I will confer undisputed sovereignty on the sons of Pritha! These words of thine were brought to me by Sanjaya. Thou hadst also said, Know, ye Kauravas, that it is with Arjuna, having me for his second, ye have provoked hostilities. Truthfully adhering to that pledge, put forth thy energy for the Pandavas and fight now in battle to the best of thy power. Show us that thou canst be a man. He is said to be truly alive, who, having ascertained the might of his foes, inspireth grief in them by resorting to true manliness. Without any reason, O Krishna, great hath been thy fame spread in the world. It will, however, presently be known that there are many persons in the world that are really eunuchs, though possessed of the signs of manhood. A slave of cancer, especially as thou art, a monarch like me should not cover himself in mail against thee. Say, next, repeatedly, from me, O Aluka, unto that stupid, ignorant, gluttonous Bhimasena, who is even like a bull though divested of horns, these words, viz. O son of Pritha, a cook thou hadst become, known by the name of Vallabha, in the city of Virata. All this is evidence of thy manliness. Let not the vow thou hadst made before in the midst of the Kuru court be falsified. Let Dusasana's blood be drunk if thou art able. O son of Kunti, thou often sayest, speedily shall I slay Dhritarashtra's sons in battle! The time for accomplishing it hath now come. O Bharata, thou deservest to be rewarded in cookery. The difference, however, is very great between dressing food and fighting. Fight now, be a man. Indeed, thou shalt have to lie down, deprived of life, on the earth, embracing thy mace, O Bharata. The boast in which thou hadst indulged in the midst of thy assembly is all vain, O Vrikadara. Say, O Aluka, unto Nakula, from me, these words, viz. Fight now, O Bharata, patiently. We desire, O Bharata, to behold thy manliness, thy reverence for Yudhishthira, and thy hatred of myself. Recall to mind the sufferings in their entirety that Krishna had suffered. Next, thou must say these words of mine unto Sahadeva in the presence of the assembled monarchs. Fight in battle now, to the best of thy power. Remember all your woes. Say next, from me, unto both Virata and Drupada, these words, viz. Since the beginning of the creation, slaves, endues even with great accomplishments, have never been able to fully understand their masters. Nor have affluent kings been always able to understand their slaves. This king deserveth no praise, possibly, under such a belief, ye have come against me. United together, fight ye, therefore, against me for achieving my death, and accomplish the objects ye have in view, as also those that the Pandavas have. Say also, from me, unto Drishthadhyumna, the prince of Panchalas, these words, viz. The hour hath now come for thee, and thou also hast come for thy hour. Approaching Drona in battle, thou wilt know what is best for thee. Achieve thou the business of thy friend. Accomplish that feat which is difficult of accomplishment. Tell, next, repeatedly from me, O Aluka, unto Sikandin, these words, viz. The mighty armed Kaurava, foremost of all bowmen, Ganga's son, Bhishma, will not slay thee, knowing thee to be only a female. Fight now without any fear. Achieve in battle what canst to the best of thy power. We desire to behold thy prowess. Vaisampayana continued. Having said this, King Duryodhana laughed aloud. And addressing Aluka again, he said, Say once more unto Dhananjaya in the bearing of Vasudeva these words, Vis.com, O hero, either vanquishing us rule thou this world, or vanquished by us lie thou down on the field, deprived of life. Recalling to thy mind the sufferings occasioned by your banishment from the kingdom, the woes of your sojourn in the woods, and the affliction of Krishna, be a man, O son of Pandu. That for which a Kshatriya lady bringeth forth a son is now arrived. Displaying, therefore, in battle, thy might, energy, courage, manliness, and great dexterity and speed in the use of weapons, appease thy wrath. Afflicted with woe, and dispirited and exiled from home for a long time, and driven from his kingdom, who is there whose heart would not break? Who is there, well-born, and brave, and uncovetous of others' wealth, that would not have his wrath excited when his kingdom descending from generation to generation is attacked? Realize indeed those high words that thou hadst said. One that only boasts without being able to do anything is regarded as a worthless man by those that are good. Recover thy kingdom and those possessions that are now owned by thy foes. Even these two are the purposes which a person desirous of war hath in view. Exert, therefore, thy manliness. Thou wert one, as a slave, at dice. Krishna was caused by us to be brought into the assembly. One that regardeth himself a man should certainly display his wrath at this. For 12 long years hadst thou been exiled from home into the woods, and 1 whole year hadst thou passed in Virata's service. Remembering the pangs of banishment from the kingdom and of thy sojourn in the woods, as also those which Krishna had suffered, be thou a man. Display thy wrath towards those that repeatedly utter harsh words at thee and thy brothers. Indeed, wrath, such as that, would consist in manliness. Let thy anger, thy might and prowess, and knowledge, and thy lightness of hand in the use of weapons, be exhibited. Fight, O son of Pritha, and prove to be a man. The incantations in respect of all thy weapons have been performed. The field of Kurukshetra is free from Maya. Thy steeds are hale and strong. Thy soldiers have received their pay. With Kusava, therefore, as thy second fight with us. Without encountering Bhishma as yet, why dost thou indulge in such boasts? Like a fool, who, without having ascended the Gandhamadana mountains, boasts of his would-be feat, thou, O son of Kunti, art indulging in a similar bragging, be a man. Without having vanquished in battle the invincible Karna of the Sutta race, or Saliya, that foremost of persons, or Drona, the first of all mighty warriors and equal unto the Lord of Sakhi in battle, how canst thou, O Partha, covet for thy kingdom? He that is a preceptor of both Vedic lore and bowmanship, he that hath crossed both those branches of learning, he that is foremost in battle and imperturbable, as a tower, he whose might knoweth no diminution, that commander of armies, Drona of great effulgence, him, O Partha, thou wishest in vain to conquer. It is never heard that the Sumeru peak hath been crushed by the wind. Yet even the wind will bear away Sumeru, heaven itself will fall down on the earth, the very yugas will be altered in respect of their course, if what thou hast said unto me becometh true. What man is there, desirous of life, be it Partha or anybody else, who having approached that grinder of foes, would be able to return home with sound body? What person is there, treading upon the earth with his feet, who, encountered by Drona and Bhishma and struck with their arrows, would escape from the battle with life? Like a frog having its abode in a well, why art thou not able to realize the might of this vast army of the assembled monarchs, invincible, looking like the very celestial host, am protected by these lords of men, as the heavenly host by the gods themselves, protected, that is, by the kings of the east, the west, the south and the north, by the Kamvojas, the Sakas, the Khasas, the Salwas, the Matsyas, the Kuras of the middle country, the Malechas, the Pulindas, the Dravidas, the Andhras, and the Kanchas, this host of many nations, ready for battle, and resembling the uncrossable current of the Ganga. O thou of little understanding, how canst thou, O fool, venture to fight with me when stationed in the midst of my elephant host? Thy inexhaustible quivers, thy car given thee by Agni, and thy celestial banner, O Partha, will all, O Bharata, be tested by us in battle. Fight, O Arjuna, without bragging. Why dost thou indulge in too much boast? Success in battle resulteth from the method in which it is fought. A battle is never gained by bragging. If, O Dhananjaya, acts in this world succeeded in consequence of vauntings, all persons would then have succeeded in their objects, for who is there that is not competent to brag? I know that thou hast Vasudeva for thy ally. I know that thy Gandiva is full 6 cubits long. I know that there is no warrior equal to thee. Knowing all this, I retain thy kingdom yet. A man never winneth success in consequence of the attributes of lineage. It is the supreme ordained alone who by his fiat of will maketh things hostile, friendly, subservient. For these 13 years, I have enjoyed sovereignty while ye were weeping. I shall continue to rule in the same way, slaying thee with thy kinsmen. Where was thy Gandiva then, when thou wert made slave one at stake? Where, O Falguni, was Bhima's might then? Your deliverance then came neither from Bhimasena, armed with mace, nor from you, armed with Gandiva, but from the faultless Krishna. It was she, the daughter to Prishata's house, that delivered you all, sunk in slavery, engaged in occupations worthy only of the low, and working as servitors. I characterized you all as sesame seeds without kernel. That is true. For, did not Partha, some time after, bear a braid when living in Virata's city? In the cooking apartments of Virata, Bhimasena was fatigued with doing the work of a cook. Even this, O son of Pritha, is evidence of my manliness. Flying from an encounter with hips and braids and waistbands, thyself binding thy hair, wert engaged in teaching the girls to dance. It is thus that Kshatriyas always inflict punishment on Kshatriyas. From fear of Vasudeva, or from fear of thyself, O Falguni, I will not give up the kingdom. Fight with Kesava as thy ally. Neither deception, nor conjurer's tricks, nor jugglery, can terrify the armed man addressed for fight. On the other hand, these provoke only his wrath. 1,000 Vasudevas, 100 Falgunis, approaching me whose arms and weapons never go for nothing, will surely fly away in all directions. Encounter Bhishma in combat, or strike the hill with thy head, or cross with the aid of thy 2 arms alone the vast and deep main. As regards my army, it is a veritable main with Saradwat's son as its large fish, Vivansati as its huge snake, Bhishma as its current of immeasurable might, Drona as its unconquerable alligator, Karna and Salwa and Salyu its fishes and whirlpools, the ruler of the Kamvojas its equine head emitting fire, Vrihadvala its fierce waves, Somadatta's son its whale, Uatsu and Damashana its waters, Bhagadatu its gale, Srutayas and Hridika's son its gulfs and bays, Dasisna its current, Sushna and Chitrayuda its water elephants, hippopotamus, and crocodile, Jayadrathu its submarine, rock, Burumitra its depth, and Sakuni its shores. When having plunged into this surging ocean with its inexhaustible waves of weapons, thou wilt, from fatigue, be deprived of senses and have all thy relatives and friends slain, then will repentance possess thy heart. Then also will thy heart turn away from the thought of ruling the earth, like the heart of a person of impure deeds turning away from hope of heaven. Indeed, for thee to win a kingdom to rule is as impossible as for one not possessed of ascetic merit to obtain heaven. Section Klxi. Sanjaya said, having reached the Pandava camp, the gambler's son, Eluka, presented himself before the Pandavas, and addressing Yudhishthira said, Thou art fully conversant with what envoys say. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to be angry with me if I repeat those words only which Duryodhana hath instructed me to tell. Hearing this, Yudhishthira said, Thou hast no fear, O Eluka. Tell us, without any anxiety, what are the views of the covetous Duryodhana of limited sight. Then, in the midst and presence of the illustrious and high-souled Pandavas, of the Srinjayas, and Krishna possessed of great fame, of Drupada with his sons, of Virata, and of all monarchs, Eluka said these words. Eluka said, Even this is what the high-souled king Duryodhana hath in the presence of all the Kuru heroes, said unto thee. Listen to those words, O Yudhishthira. Thou wert defeated at dice, and Krishna was brought into the assembly. At this, a person who regardeth himself a man would be justified in giving way to wrath. For 12 years wert thou banished from home into the woods. For 1 whole year didst thou live in Virata's service. Remembering the reason there is for wrath, thy exile, and the persecution of the Krishna, be a man, O son of Pandu. Though weak, yet, O Pandava, made a vow. Let him, if able, drink the blood of Dasasna. Thy weapons have been properly worshipped and the presiding deities have been invoked. The field of Kurukshetra also is without Maya. The roads are even. Thy steeds are well fed. Engage in battle, therefore, on the morrow, with Kesava as thy ally. Without having yet approached Bhishma in battle, why dost thou indulge in boasts? Like a fool that boasteth of his intention to ascend the mountains of Gandhamadana, thou, O son of Kunti, art indulging in a vain boast. Without having vanquished in battle the suitor's son, Karna, who is invincible, and Saliya, that foremost of mighty persons, and that first of all warriors and equal unto Sakhi's lord himself in combat, why, O son of Pritha, dost thou wish for sovereignty? A preceptor in both the Vedas and the bow, he hath reached the end of both these branches of learning. Thou desirest in vain, O son of Pritha, to vanquish that leader of troops, the illustrious Drona, who fightest in the van, is incapable of being agitated, and whose strength knows no diminution. Never have we heard that the mountains of Sumeru have been crushed by the wind. But the wind will bear away Sumeru. Heaven itself will fall down on the earth, the very yugas will be reversed if what thou hast said unto me really taketh place. Who is the fond of life, fighting from the back of an elephant or of a horse or from a car, that would return home, safe and sound, after having encountered that grinder of foes? What creature dreading the earth with his feet, would escape with life from battle, having been attacked by Drona and Bhishma, or pierced with their terrible shafts? Like a frog within a well, why dost thou not realize the strength of this assembled host of monarchs, which resembleth the very celestial host, and which is protected by these kings like the gods protecting theirs in heaven, and which, swarming with the kings of the east, west, south, and north, with Kamvojas, Sakas, Kasas, Salwas, Matsyas, Kurus of the middle country, Malechas, Pulindas, Dravidas, Andhras, and Kanchas, indeed, with many nations, all addressed for battle, is uncrucible like the swollen tide of Ganga. O fool of little understanding, how wilt thou fight with me while I am stationed in the midst of my elephant force? Having said these words unto King Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, Eluka, turning his face then towards Jishu, said unto him these words, Fight without bragging, O Arjuna. Why dost thou brag so much? Success resulteth from the application of method. A battle is never won by bragging. If facts in this world, O Dhananjaya, succeeded in consequence only of boasts, then all men would have succeeded in their objects. For who is there that is not competent to brag? I know that thou hast Vasudeva for thy ally. I know that thy Gandiva is full 6 cubits long. I know that there is no warrior equal to thee. Knowing all this, I retain thy kingdom yet. A man never winneth success in consequence of the attribute of lineage. It is the supreme ordained alone who by his fiat maketh things hostile, friendly and subservient. For these 13 years have I enjoyed sovereignty, while ye were weeping. I shall continue to rule in the same way, slaying thee with thy kinsmen. Where was thy Gandiva then when thou wert made a slave one at dice? Where, O Falguni, was Bhimasana's might then? Your deliverance then came neither from Bhimasana armed with mace, nor from you armed with Gandiva, but from faultless Krishna. It was she, the daughter of Prishata's house, that delivered you all, sunk in slavery, engaged in occupations worthy only of the low, and working as servitors. I characterized ye as sesame seeds without kernel. That is very true, for did not Partha wear a braid while living in Virata's city? In the cooking apartments of Virata, Bhimasana was fatigued with doing the work of a cook. Even this, O son of Kunti, is evidence of thy manliness. Flying from an encounter with braids and waistbands, thyself binding thy hair into a braid, thou wert employed in teaching the girls to dance. It is thus that Kshatriyas always inflict punishment on a Kshatriyu. From fear of Vasudeva, or from fear of thyself, O Falguni, I will not give up the kingdom. Fight with Kesava as thy ally. Neither deception, nor conjurer's tricks, nor jugglery can terrify an armed man ready for fight. On the other hand, all this provokes only his wrath. 1,000 Vasudevas, 100 Falgunis, approaching me whose aim and weapons never go for nothing, will fly away in all directions. Encounter Bhishma in combat, or pierce the hills with thy head, or cross with the aid of thy 2 arms the vast and deep main. As regards my army, it is a veritable ocean with Saradwat's son as its large fish, Vayavansati, its smaller fish, Vrihadvala its waves, Somadatta's son its whale, Bhishma its mighty force, Drona its unconquerable alligator, Karna and Saliya, its fishes and whirlpools, Kamvo its equine head vomiting fire, Jayadratha its submarine, rock, Burumitra its depth, Damashana its waters, and Sakuni its shores. When having plunged into this swelling ocean with its inexhaustible waves of weapons, thou wilt from fatigue be deprived of thy senses, and have all thy relatives and friends slain, then will repentance possess thy heart. Then will thy heart turn away, O Partha, from the thought of ruling the earth like the heart of a person of impure deeds turning away from hope of heaven. Indeed, for thee to win a kingdom to rule is as impossible as for one not possessed of ascetic merit to obtain heaven. Section Kuksai. Sanjaya said, O monarch, provoking Arjuna still further, who was like a snake of virulent poison, by means of those wordy strokes of his, Urluka once more repeated the words he had once spoken. The Pandavas had before such repetition been sufficiently provoked, but hearing these words a second time, and receiving those censures through the gambler's son, they were provoked beyond endurance. They all stood up, and began to stretch their arms. And looking like enraged snakes of virulent poison, they began to cast their eyes on one another. And Bhimasana, with face downwards, and breathing heavenly like a snake, began to glance obliquely at Kesava, directing the blood-red corners of his eyes towards him. And beholding the wind-god's son to be greatly afflicted and extremely provoked with rage, he of Dasahu's race smilingly addressed the gambler's son and said, Depart hence without a moment's delay, O gambler's son, and say unto Sayadana these words, viz. Thy words have been heard and sense understood. Let that take place which thou desirest. Having said this, O best of monarchs, the mighty armed Kasava looked once more at Yudhishthira endued with great wisdom. Then, in the midst and presence of all the Saranjayas, of Krishna possessed of great fame, of Drupada with his sons, of Virata, and all the kings, there assembled, Aluka once more repeated unto Arjuna the words he had said, provoking him still further thereby, like one annoying wrathful snake of virulent poison by means of a stake. And he also said unto all of them, viz. Krishna and others, those words that Duryodhana had instructed him to say. And hearing those harsh and highly disagreeable words uttered by Aluka, Partha was greatly excited and wiped the sweat off his forehead. And beholding Partha, O king, in that condition, that assembly of monarchs could not bear it at all. And at that insult to Krishna and the high-souled Partha, the car warriors of the Pandavas were greatly agitated. Though endued with great steadiness of mind, those tigers among men began to burn with anger. And Drishthadhyumna and Sikandin and that mighty car warrior, Satyaki, and the 5 Kikaya brothers, and the Rakshasa Katotkacha, the sons of Draupadi, and Abhimanyu, and King Drishtaketu, and Bhimasena, endued with great prowess, and those mighty car warriors, the twins, jumped up from their seats, their eyes red with anger, tossing their handsome arms decked with red sandal paste and ornaments of gold. Then Vrikadara, the son of Kunti, understanding their gestures and hearts, sprang up from his seat, and gnashing his teeth, and licking with his tongue the corners of his mouth, and burning with rage, and squeezing his hands and turning his eyes fiercely, said these words unto Aluka, ignorant fool, thy words have now been heard which Duryodhana said unto thee for the object of provoking us as if we were a set of imbeciles. Hear now the words which I say and which thou art to repeat unto the inaccessible Sayadana in the midst of all the Kshatriyas and in the hearing of the Suta's son and the wicked-hearted Sikuni. We always seek to gratify our elder brother. It was for this, O thou of wicked behavior, that we tolerated thy acts. Dost thou not regard this as highly fortunate for thee? It was for only the good of our race that King Yudhishthira the Just, endued with great intelligence, sent Rishikasa to the Kuras for bringing about to peace. Impelled by fate, without doubt, thou art desirous of repairing unto Yama's abode. Come, fight with us. That, however, is certainly to take place tomorrow. I have, indeed, vowed to slay thee with thy brothers. O sinful fool, do not entertain the slightest doubt, for it will be as I have vowed. The very ocean, the abode of Varuna, may all on a sudden transgress its continents. The very mountains may split, yet my words can never be false. If Yama himself, or Gudra, or Rudra, assisteth thee, the Pandavas will still accomplish what they have vowed. I shall certainly drink Dasasana's blood according to my pleasure. And I also vow that Kshatriya whatsoever may then angrily approach me, even if he cometh with Bhishma himself at the van, I will send him to Yama's abode. That which I have said in the midst of a Kshatriya assembly will certainly be true. I swear this by my soul. Hearing these words of Bhimasena, the wrathful Sahadeva also, with eyes red in anger, said these words in the presence of the assembled troops, words that become that proud hero. And he said, Listen, O sinful one, to the words I utter and which must be repeated to thy father. A difference would never have arisen between us and the Kuras, if Dhritarashtra had no relationship with thee. Of sinful acts and the exterminator of thy own race, thou hast been born as an embodiment of quarrel for the destruction of the whole world as also for the destruction of Dhritarashtra's race. From our very birth, O Aluka, that sinful father of thine hath always sought to do us injury and evil. I desire to attain the opposite shore of that hostile relation. Slaying thee first before the very eyes of Sakuni, I shall then slay Sakuni himself in the sight of all bowmen. Hearing these words of both Bhima and Sahadeva, Falguni smilingly addressed Bhima, saying, O Bhimasena, they that have provoked hostilities with thee cannot live. Though they may dwell happily in their homes, those fools become yet entangled in the meshes of death. O best of men, Eluka doth not deserve to be addressed harshly by thee. What fault do envoys commit, repeating as they only do what they are instructed to say? And having thus addressed Bhima of terrible prowess, that mighty armed hero then addressed his heroic allies and well-wishers headed by Drishthadhyumna, saying, Ye have heard the words of the sinful son of Dhritarashtra in dispraise of Vasudeva and especially of myself. And hearing them ye have been filled with anger because ye wish us well. But through Vasudeva's might and your endeavours, I do not reckon even all the Kshatriyas of the earth assembled together. With your permission I will now communicate to Eluka what the reply to those words is. What, indeed, he should say unto Duryodhana! When the morrow cometh, stationed at the head of my division, the answer to these words shall I give through Gandiva. For they that are eunuchs answer in words. Hearing this, all those best of kings applauded Dhananjaya, wondering at the ingenuity of that reply. King Yudhishthira the just, then, having spoken mildly unto all the kings each according to his age and as each deserved, said, at last, unto Eluka these words so that he might carry them to Duryodhana. And Yudhishthira said, No good king should patiently bear an insult. Having so long heard what thou hadst to say, I shall now tell thee what my reply is. Having heard then, O best of Bharata's race, those words of Duryodhana, Yudhishthira, that bull of the Bharata race, with eyes exceedingly red in anger and himself sighing like a snake of virulent poison, licking the corners of his mouth with his tongue, as if swelling with wrath, and casting his eyes on Janardana and his own brothers, said unto Eluka these words that were fraught with both mildness and vigour. And tossing his massive arms, he said unto the gambler's son, Go, O Eluka, and say unto Duryodhana, that ungrateful, wicked-minded embodiment of hostilities, that infamous wretch of his race, these words, viz. O sinful wretch, thou always behavest with crookedness towards the Pandavas. O sinful fool, he that displayeth his prowess relying on his own might and summoneth his foes to battle, and fulfilleth his own words, even he is a man of the Kshatriya order. Be thou a Kshatriya, O sinful wretch, and summonest to battle. O infamous one of thy race, do not come to battle, placing at thy head others for whom we profess respect. O Kaurava, relying on thy own might and on that of thy servants, summon the sons of Pritha to battle. Be Kshatriya in every way. He who summoneth his foes, relying on the might of others, and incapable of receiving them himself is, indeed, a eunuch. Thou, however, thinkest highly of thyself, relying on the might of others. Being weak and unable thyself, why then dost thou roar so, in words, at us? Krishna said, My words also, O gambler's son, should be communicated unto Sayadana. Let that morrow come to thee on which the battle is to take place. O thou of wicked soul, be a man. O fool, thou thinkest Janardana will not fight, since he hath been chosen by the Pandavas to act only as a charioteer, so thou art not alarmed. That, however, will not be, even for a moment. If my wrath is excited, I may then consume all the kings, assembled by thee, like a fire consuming a heap of straw. At Yudhishthira's command, however, I shall only discharge the functions of charioteer to the high Sult Falguni, of senses under complete control, and alone, amongst us two, will fight. If thou fleest beyond the limits of the three worlds, if thou sinkest into the depths of the earth, Thou shalt, even at these places, behold Arjuna's car tomorrow morning. Thou thinkest that Bhima's words have been spoken in vain. But know that Dusasana's blood hath already been quaffed. Know this also, that although thou hast uttered such cross and perverse words, yet neither Partha, nor King Yudhishthira, nor Bhimasena, nor any of the twins, regardeth thee as straw. Section Glucksif. Sanjaya said, having heard those words of Duryodhana, Girdaksha of great fame looked at the gambler's son with eyes exceedingly red. And eyeing Kusava also and tossing his massive arms, he addressed the gambler's son, saying, He, who, relying on his own strength, summoneth his foes and fighteth with them fearlessly, is spoken of as a man. He, however, who, relying on the strength of others, summoneth his foes, is an infamous Kshatriya. In consequence of his incapacity, such a one is regarded as the lowest of men. Relying on the strength of others, thou, O Duryodhana, being a coward thyself, desirest yet, O fool, to rebuke thy foes. Having installed Bhishma, the oldest of all the Kshatriyas, whose heart is ever bent in doing what is good, who hath all his passions under control, and who is endued with great wisdom, in the command of thy troops and made him liable to certain death, thou indulgest in brag. O thou of wicked understanding, thy object, in doing this, is fully known to us, O wretch of thy race. Thou hast done it, believing that sons of Pandu will not, from kindness, slay the son of Ganga. Know, however, O Dhritarashtra's son, that I will slay that Bhishma first in the sight of all the bowmen, relying upon whose strength thou indulgest in such boasts. O gambler's son, repairing, hence, unto the Bharatas and approaching Duryodhana the son of Dhritarashtra, say unto him that Arjuna hath said, so be it. After this night will have passed away, the fierce encounter of arms will take place. Indeed, Bhishma of unfailing might and firmly adhering to truth, hath told thee in the midst of the Kuras these words, viz. I will slay the army of the Saranjayas and the Sailvias. Let that be my task. Excepting Drona, I can slay the whole world. Thou needest not, therefore, entertain any fear of the Pandavas. At this, thou, O Duryodhana, regardest the kingdom as thy own and thinkest that the Pandavas have sunk into distress. Thou hast been filled with pride at this. Thou seest not, however, danger that is in thy own self. I shall, therefore, in battle, first slay before thy very eyes, Bhishma the eldest of the Kuras. At sunrise, tomorrow, at the head of the troops, with standards and cars protect ye that leader of thy forces firm in his promises. I shall, with my arrows, throw him down who is your refuge from his car before the eyes of you all. When the morrow cometh, Sayadana will know what it is to indulge in brag, beholding the grandsire covered with my arrows. Thou shalt, O Sayadana, very soon see the fulfillment of that which Bhimasena in anger had said, in the midst of the assembly, unto thy brother, that man of limited sight, viz. Dusasana, wedded to unrighteousness, always quarrelsome, of wicked understanding, and cruel in behavior. Thou shalt soon see the terrible effects of vanity and pride, of wrath and arrogance, of bragging and heartlessness, cutting words and acts, of aversion from righteousness, and sinfulness and speaking ill of others, of transgressing the counsels of the aged, of oblique sight, and of all kinds of vices. O scum of humanity, how canst thou, O fool, hope for either life or kingdom, if I, having Vasudeva for my second, give way to anger? After Bhishma and Drona will have been quieted and after the Suta's son will have been overthrown, thou shalt be hopeless of life, kingdom and sons. Hearing of the slaughter of thy brothers and sons, and struck mortally by Bhimasena, thou wilt, O Sayadana, recollect all thy misdeeds! Tell him, O gambler's son, that I do not vow a second time. I tell thee truly that all this will be true! Departing hence, O Aluka, say, O sire, these words of mine, unto Saiyadana. It behoveth thee not to apprehend my behaviour by the light of thy own. Know the difference there is between thy conduct and mine, which is even the difference between truth and falsehood. I do not wish harm to even insects and ants. What shall I say, therefore, of my ever wishing harm to my kinsman? O sire, it was for this that 5 villages only were solicited by me. Why, O thou of wicked understanding, dost thou not see the dire calamity that threatens thee? Thy soul overwhelmed with lust, thou indulgest in vauntings from defectiveness of understanding. It is for this also thou acceptest not the beneficial words of Vasudeva. What need now of much talk? Fight against us with all thy friends. Say, O gambler's son, unto the Kuru prince who always doth what is injurious to me, these words also, viz., thy words have been heard, their sense also hath been understood. Let it be as thou wishest. O son of kings, the Bhimsena then once more said these words, O Aluka, say those words of mine unto the wicked-minded, deceitful, and unrighteous Saiyadana, who is an embodiment of sin, who is wedded to guile, and whose behaviour is exceedingly wicked. Thou shalt have to dwell in the stomach of a vulture or in his tin apara. O scum of humankind, I shall assuredly fulfill the vow I have made in the midst of the assembly. I swear in the name of truth, slaying Dusasana in battle, I shall quaff his life-blood. Slaying also thy other brothers, I shall smash thy own thighs. Without doubt, O Saiyadana, I am the destroyer of all the sons of Dhritarashtra, as Abhimanyu is of all their younger princes. I shall by my deeds gratify you all. Hearken once more to me, O Saiyadana, slaying thee, with all thy uterine brothers, I shall strike the crown of thy head with my foot in the sight of the king Yudhishthira the just. Nakula, then, O king, said these words, O Aluka, say unto Dhritarashtra's son, Saiyadana, of Kuru's race, that all the words uttered by him have now been heard and their sense understood. I shall, O Kauravya, do all that thou hast commanded me to do. And Sahadeva also, O monarch, said these words of grave import, O Saiyadana, it will all be as thou wishest. Thou shalt have to repent, O great king, along with thy children, kinsmen, and counsellors, even as thou art now bragging joyously in view of our sufferings. Then Virata and Drupada, both venerable in years, said these words unto Aluka, it is even our wish that we become slaves of a virtuous person. Whether, however, we are slaves or masters, will be known tomorrow, as also who owns what manliness. After them, Sikandar said these words unto Aluka, thou must say unto King Duryodhana, who is always addicted to sinfulness, these words, viz. See, O king, what fierce deed is perpetrated by me in battle. I shall slay grandsire of thine from his car, relying upon whose prowess thou art certain of success in battle. Without doubt, I have been created by the high-souled Creator for the destruction of Bhishma. I shall assuredly slay Bhishma in the sight of all bowmen. After this, Drishtadyumna also said unto Aluka, the gambler's son, these words, say unto Prince Saiyadana these my words, viz. I shall slay Drona with all his followers and friends. And I shall do a deed which none else will ever do. King Yudhishthira once more said these high words, fraught with clemency, viz. O monarch, I never desire the slaughter of my kinsmen. O thou of wicked understanding, it is from thy fault that all this will assuredly take place. I shall, of course, have to sanction the fulfillment of their great feats by all these around me. Go hence, O Aluka, without delay, or stay here, O sire, for, blessed be thou, we too are thy kinsmen. Elluka, then, O king, thinking permission of Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, went thither where King Sayadana was. Thus addressed, the gambler's son, carefully bearing in mind all he had heard, returned to the place from which he had come. And arriving there, he fully represented unto the vindictive Duryodhana all that Arjuna had charged him with. And he also faithfully communicated unto Dhritarashtra's son the words of Vasudeva, of Bhima, of King Yudhishthira the Just, of Nakula and Virata and Drupada, O Bharata, and the words of Sahadeva and Drishthadhyumna and Sankandan, and the words also that were spoken, subsequently, by Kusava and Arjuna. And having listened to the words of the gambler's son, Duryodhana, that bull of Bharata's race, ordered Dusasana and Karna and Sakuni, O Bharata, and their own troops and the troops of the allies, and all the assembled kings, to be arrayed in divisions and be ready for battle before sunrise, next morrow. Messengers then, instructed by Karna and hastily mounting on cars and camels and mares and good steeds endued with great fleetness, quickly rode through the encampment. And at Karna's command they promulgated the order, array yourselves, before sunrise tomorrow. Section CLXV. Sanjaya said, having listened to Elluka's words, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, moved his army headed by Drishthadhyumna and others. And that vast army commanded by Drishthadhyumna, consisting of 4 kinds of forces, viz., foot soldiers and elephants and cars and cavalry, terrible and immovable like the earth herself, and guarded by mighty car warriors led by Bhimasena and Arjuna, could be compared to the vast ocean lying in stillness. And at the head of that vast force was that mighty bowman, the prince of Panchalas, invincible in battle, viz., Drishthadhyumna, desirous of obtaining Drona for his antagonist. And Drishthadhyumna began to select combatants from his own army, for pitting them against particular warriors of the hostile force. And he gave orders unto his car warriors, suited to the strength and courage. And he pitted Arjuna against the suitor's son, Karna, Bhima against Duryodhana, Drishtaketu against Salya, Uttamaujas against Gautama's son, Kripa, Nakula against Kritavarman, Uyudhana against the ruler of the Sandhas, Jayadratha. And he placed Sikandin in the van, pitting him against Bhishma. And he urged Sahadeva against Sakuni, and Chekatana against Sala, and the 5 sons of Draupadi against the Trigartas. And he urged Subhadra's son, Abhimanyu, against Vrishasana, the son of Karna, and also against all the rest of the kings, for he regarded Abhimanyu as superior to Arjuna himself in battle. And distributing his warriors thus, individually and collectively, that mighty bowman, of the hue of blazing fire, kept Drona for his own share. And that leader of leaders of troops, the mighty and intelligent bowman Drishthadhyumna, having arrayed his troops duly, waited for battle with a firm heart. And having arrayed the combatants, as indicated above, of the Pandavas, he waited, with collected mind, on the field for securing victory to the sons of Pandu. Section CLXV. Dhritarashtra said, after Falguni had vowed the slaughter of Bhishma in battle, what did my wicked sons headed by Duryodhana do? Alas, I already behold my father, Ganga's son, slain in battle, by that bowman of firm grasp, viz., Partha, having Vasudeva for his ally. And what also did that mighty bowman, that foremost of smiters, Bhishma, endued with immeasurable wisdom, say on hearing the words of Partha? Having accepted also the command of the Kauravas, what did that foremost of warriors, Ganga's son, of exceeding intelligence and prowess, do? Vaisampayana continued, thus questioned. Sanjaya told him everything about what that eldest one of the Kurus, Bhishma of immeasurable energy, had said. Sanjaya said, O monarch, obtaining the command, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, said these words unto Duryodhana, gladdening him greatly, worshipping the leader of celestial forces, viz., Kumara, armed with the lance, I shall, without doubt, be the commander of thy army today. I am well versed in all mighty affairs, as also in various kinds of array. I know also how to make regular soldiers and volunteers act their parts. In the matter of marching the troops and arraying them, in encounters and withdrawing, I am as well versed, O great king, as Vrihaspati, the preceptor of the celestials, is. I am acquainted with all the methods of military prevalent amongst the celestials, Gandharvas, and human beings. With these I will confound the Pandavas. Let thy heart's fever be dispelled. I will fight the foe, duly protecting thy army and according to the rules of military science. O king, let thy heart's fever be dispelled. Hearing these words, Duryodhana said, O Ganga's son of mighty arms, I tell thee truly, I have no fear from even all the gods and Asuras united together. How much less, therefore, is my fear when thy invincible self hath become the leader of my forces, and when that tiger among men, Drona, also waiteth willingly for battle. When you two foremost of men are addressed for battle on my side, victory, nay, the sovereignty of even the celestial cannot assuredly be unattainable by me. I desire, however, O Kaurava, to know who amongst all the warriors of the foe and my own are to be counted as Rathas and Huitratas. Thou, O grandsire, art well acquainted with their prowess, of the combatants of the foe, also of ourselves. I desire to hear this, with all these lords of earth. Bhishma said, Listen, O son of Gandhari, O king of kings, to the tale of Rathas in thy own army. Hear, O king, as to who are Rathas and Huitratas. They are in thy army, many thousands, many millions, and many hundreds of millions of Rathas. Listen, however, to me as I name only the principal ones. Firstly, with thy country of brothers including Dasasna and others, thou art of the foremost of Rathas. All of you are skilled in striking, and proficient in cutting chariots and piercing. All of you are accomplished drivers of chariots while seated in the driver's box, and accomplished managers of elephants while seated on the necks of those animals. All of you are clever smiters with maces and bearded darts and swords and bucklers. You are accomplished in weapons and competent in bearing burdens of responsibility. Ye all are disciples of Drona and of Gripa, the son of Saradwat, in arrows and other arms. Wronged by the sons of Pandu, these Dhritarashtras, endued with energy, will assuredly slay in the encounter the Panchalas irresistible in combat. Then, O foremost of the Bharatas, come I, the leader of all thy troops, who will exterminate thy foes, vanquishing the Pandavas. It behoveth me not to speak of my own merits. I am known to thee, the foremost of all wielders of weapons, Boa, chief, Kritavarman is a Tirata. Without doubt, he will accomplish thy purpose in battle. Incapable of being humiliated by persons accomplished in arms, shooting or hurling his weapons to a great distance, and a severe smiter, he will destroy the ranks of the foe, as the great Indra destroying the Danavas. The ruler of the Madras, the mighty bowman Salya, is, as I think, an Itarata. That warrior boasteth himself as Vasudeva's equal, in every battle that he fighteth. Having abandoned his own sister's sons, that best of kings, Salya, hath become thine. He will encounter in battle the Maharathas of the Pandava party, flooding the enemy with his arrows resembling the very surges of the sea. The mighty bowman Bharisravas, the son of Somadatta, who is accomplished in arms and is one of thy well-meaning friends, is a leader of leaders of car divisions. He will, certainly, make a great havoc among the combatants of thy enemies. The king of the Sindhas, O monarch, is in my judgment, equal to two Rathas. That best of car warriors will fight in battle, displaying great prowess. Humiliated, O king, by the Pandavas on the occasion of his abducting Draupadi, and bearing that humiliation in mind, that slayer of hostile heroes will fight for thee. Having practiced after that, O king, the severest austerities, he obtained a boon, highly difficult of acquisition, for encountering the Pandavas in battle. That tiger among car warriors, therefore, remembering his old hostility, will, O sire, fight with the Pandavas in battle, reckless of his very life which is so difficult to lay down. Section XVI. Bhishma said, Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, is in my judgment equal to a single Ratha. Desiring the success of thy object, he will certainly fight with the enemy in battle. O best of kings, the Kauravas will behold the prowess of this lion among Ka warriors exerted for thee, to be equal to that of Indra himself in battle. As regards the Ka army of this king, O monarch, those smiters of fierce impetus, the Kamvojas, will cover a large area like a flight of locusts. Coming from the province of Mahishmati, Nila, accoutred in blue mail, is one of thy Rathas. With his Ka army he will cause a great havoc among thy foes. O child, he had hostilities with Sahadeva. O king, he will continually fight for thee, O thou of Kuru's race. Accomplished in battle, and of fierce energy and prowess, the princes, Vinda and Danuvinda of Avanti are both regarded as excellent Rathas. These two heroes among men will consume the troops of thy foes, with maces and bearded darts, and swords and long shafts, and javelins hurled from their hands. Like a couple of elephant leaders sporting in the midst of their herds, these two princes, O monarch, longing for battle, will range the field, each like Yama himself. The 5 royal brothers of Trigata are, in my judgment, all foremost of Rathas. The sons of Pritha provoked hostilities with them at Virata's city on that well-known occasion. Like huge Makaras, O king, agitating the stream of the Ganges crested with high waves, they will agitate the ranks of the Pathas in battle. All the 5, O king, are Rathas, having Sayaratha amongst them as their first. Remembering the wrongs inflicted on them of old by that son of Pandu who is Bhima's younger brother, when the latter, O Bharata, on his car drawn by white steeds, was engaged, O monarch, in subjugating all the kings of the earth, they will certainly exert themselves bravely in battle. Encountering many Maharathas, chief of bowmen, leaders of Kshatriyas, on the side of the Pathas, they will certainly slay them. Thy son Lakshmana and the son also of Dasasana, those tigers among men, are both unretreating in battle. In prime of youth, of delicate limbs, endued with great activity, those two princes, well versed with battles and capable of leading all, those tigers among Kurus, those Ka warriors, are, I think, two of our best Rathas. Devoted to the duties of the Kshatriya order, those two heroes will achieve great feats. Dandadara, O monarch, is, O bull among men, equal to a single Ratha. Guarded by his own soldiers, he will fight in battle for thee. Endued with great impetus and prowess, King Vrihadvala, the ruler of the Koslas, is, in my judgment, O sire, equal to one Ratha. Fierce in arms, this mighty bowman, devoted to the good of the Dharashtra's, will exert himself powerfully in battle, gladdening his own friends. Kripa, the son of Saradwat is, O king, a leader of leaders of Karanks. Reckless even of life which is so dear, he will consume thy foes. Born among a clump of heath as the son of that great sage, viz., the preceptor Gautama, otherwise called Saradwat, he is invincible like Kartikeya himself. Consuming untold warriors armed with various weapons and bows, he will, O sire, roam forth on the field of battle like a blazing fire. Section XVI. Bhishma said, This thy maternal uncle Sakuni is, O king, equal to a single Ratha. having caused their present hostilities to break out with the sons of Pandu, he will fight. There is no doubt in this. His troops are irresistible when rushing to battle. Armed with various kinds of weapons in abundance, in speed, they are equal to the very wind. The mighty bowman, as Wataman, who is Drona's son, surpasseth all bowmen. Acquainted with all modes of warfare, and of unbaffled weapons, he is a Mahabharata. Like the wielder of Gandiva, the shafts of this warrior, shot from his bow, proceed in a continuous line, touching one another. If he wishes it, this Mahabharata is capable of consuming the three worlds. Engaged in austerities in his hermitage, he hath, by these, increased both his fury and energy. Possessed of great intelligence, he hath been favoured by Drona with the gift of all celestial weapons. There is, however, O bull of Bharata's race, one great defect in him, in consequence of which, O best of kings, I do not regard him either as a Wraitha or a Mahabharata. This regenerate man is exceedingly fond of living, life being very dear to him. Amongst the warriors of both armies there is no one who can be regarded as his peer. On even a single cart he can annihilate the very army of the Celestials. Possessed of a strong frame, he can split the very mountains by the flaps of his bowstring, striking against the leathern fence on his left arm. Endued with innumerable qualities, this smiter of fierce effulgence will wander over the field of battle, incapable of being withstood like Yama himself, mace in hand. Resembling the fire at the end of the Yuga as regards his fury, possessed of leonine neck, and endued with great lustre, as Wataman will extinguish the embers of this battle between the Bharatas. His father, Drona, is endued with great energy, and though aged, is still superior to many young men. He will achieve great feats in battle. I have no doubt of this. Staying immovably on the field, he will consume Yudhishthira's troops. The Pandava army will play the part of the dry grass and fuel in which that fire will originate, while the impetus of his own weapons will be the wind for fanning it into a mighty flame. This bull among men is a leader of bands of Ka warriors. The son of Bharadwaja will achieve fierce feats for thy good. The preceptor of all Kshatriyas of royal lineage, the venerable preceptor, will exterminate the Srinjayas. Dhananjaya, however, is dear to him. This mighty bowman, therefore, remembering his own celebrated and highly meritorious services as preceptor, will never be able to slay Partha, who is capable of achieving great feats without any trouble. O hero, Drona always boasteth of the numerous accomplishments of Partha. Indeed, Bharadwaja looketh on him with greater affection than on his own son. Endued with great prowess, he can, on the single car, beat in battle, by means of his celestial weapons, all the gods, Gandharvas, and human beings united together. That tiger among kings is, O monarch, one of thy Mahabharatas. Capable of breaking the car ranks of hostile heroes, he, in my judgment, is one of thy foremost of Ka warriors. Afflicting the ranks of the enemy at the head of his own large force, he will consume the Panchalas like fire consuming a heap of dry grass. Possessed of true fame, Prince Vrihadvana is equal to single Wraitha. He, O monarch, will roam amid thy enemies' troops like death himself. His troops, O king of kings, accoutred in various kinds of mail and armed with diverse kinds of weapons, will wander on the field, slaying all the warriors opposed to them. Vrishasana, the son of Karna, is one of thy foremost of Ka warriors and is a Mahabharata. That foremost of mighty men will consume the troops of thy enemy. Endued with great energy, Jalasundar, O king, is one of thy foremost of Wraithas. Born in mad whose race, that slayer of hostile heroes, is prepared to cast away his very life in battle. Skilled in battle, that mighty armed warrior, scattering the enemy's ranks before him, will fight in battle mounted on car or from the elephant's back. That best of kings, O monarch, is in my judgment, Aretha. He will, in fierce battle, cast away for thy sake his very life with all his troops, possessed of great prowess and acquainted with all the modes of warfare. He will, O king, fight fearlessly with thy foes in battle, never retreating from battle, brave, and resembling Yama himself. Valaka, O king, is in my judgment, an iterator. Rushing to the encounter he never cometh back. Indeed, he will slay hostile warriors in battle like the wind god himself. That router of hostile car ranks, that car warrior of wonderful feats in battle, commander of thy forces, Satyvan is, O king, a Mahabharata. He never cherisheth grief at the prospect of battle. Confounding those warriors that stand in the way of his car, he falleth upon them. Always displaying his prowess against the enemy, that best of men will, for thy sake, in fierce press of battle, achieve all that a good Kshatriya should. That chief of Rakshasas, Alambushaw, of cruel deeds, is a Mahabharata. Remembering his old hostilities with the Pandavas, he will commit great execution among the foe. He is the best of Rathas amongst all the Rakshasa warriors. Possessing powers of illusion, and firm in enmity, he will wander fiercely on the field. The ruler of Brag-Jyotisha, the brave Bhagadatta of exceeding prowess, is the foremost of those holding the elephant hook, and is skilled also in fighting from the car. An encounter took place between him and the wielder of Gandiva for days together, O king, each desirous of victory over the other. Then Bhagadatta, O son of Gandhari, who regarded Indra as his friend, made friendship with Indra's son, the high-souled Pandava. Skilled in fight from the elephant's neck, this king will fight in battle, like Vasava among the celestials, fighting from his Airavata. Section 6. Bhishma said, both the brothers Akala and Vrisha are Rathas. Invincible, in battle, they will slay thy foes. Endued with great strength, those tigers among men, those foremost of Gandharvas, are firm in wrath. Young and handsome, they are possessed of great strength. As regards this thy ever dear friend, this one who is always boastful of his skill in battle, this one who always urgeth thee, O king, to fight with the Pandavas, this vile braggart, Karna, the son of Surya, this one who is thy counsellor, guide, and friend, this vain wight who is destitute of sense, this Karna, is neither a wraith nor an iterator. Without sense, this one hath been deprived of his natural coat of mail. Always kind, he hath also been deprived of his celestial earrings. In consequence of the curse of Rama, his preceptor in arms, as also of the words of a Brahmana, who cursed him on another occasion, owing also to his deprivation of the accoutrements of battle, he, in my judgment, is only half a Ratha. Having approached Falguni, in battle, he will not certainly escape with life. Hearing this, Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, said, It is even so as thou hast said. That is not untrue. He boasteth on the eve of every battle, but yet he is seen to retreat from every engagement. Kind, out of season, and blundering, it is for this that Karna, in my judgment, is only half a Ratha. Hearing these words, Radha's son, expanding his eyes in rage, and afflicting Bhishma with words like sharp hooks, said unto Ganga's son these words, O grandsire, though I am innocent yet from thy aversion to me, thou manglest me thus, according to thy pleasure, with thy wordy arrows at every step. I tolerate, however, all this for the sake of Duryodhana. Indicating me as only half a Ratha, thou regardest me worthless, as if, indeed, I were a coward. What doubt is there in this? I do not speak an untruth when I say that thou, O Ganga's son, art an enemy of the whole universe, and especially of all the Kuras. The king, however, doth not know this. Who else is there that would thus seek to disunite and abate the energy of these kings that are all equal and that are all equally brave, as thou, from thy hatred of merit, seekest to do? O Corriver, neither years, nor wrinkles, nor wealth, nor possession of friends, would entitle a Kshatriya to be regarded as a Mahabharata. It hath been said that a Kshatriya acquireth eminence only through might, as Brahmanas acquire eminence through superiority in mantras, as Vaisyas through wealth, and Sudras through age. Influenced, however, by lust and envy, and acting from ignorance, thou hast indicated wraithers and utterators according only to thy own caprice. Blessed be thou, O mighty armed Duryodhana, judge properly. Let this wicked Bhishma, who only wrongeth thee, be abandoned by thee. Thy warriors, once disunited, can with difficulty be united again. O tiger among men, thy main army, under such circumstances, can with difficulty be united. Far greater will the difficulty be in uniting an army gathered from various provinces. Behold, O Bharata, doubt of success hath already arisen in the hearts of thy warriors. This Bhishma weakeneth our energy in our very presence. Where is the task of ascertaining the merits of wraithers, and where is Bhishma of little understanding? I alone will withstand the army of Pandavas. Coming in contact with me, whose arrows never go for nothing, the Pandavas and the Panchalas will fly away in all directions like oxen when they come in contact with the tiger. Where are battle, the press of armed encounter, good counsels and well-expressed words, and where is Bhishma, who is superannuated and of wicked soul, and who is impelled by the very fates to become their victim? Alone he challengeth the whole universe. Of false vision he regardeth none else as a man. It is true the scriptures teach that the words of the old should be listened to. That, however, doth not refer to those that are very old, for those, in my judgment, become children again. Alone I will exterminate the army of the Pandavas. The fame, however, of such a feat will attach to Bhishma, O tiger among kings, for this Bhishma, O monarch, hath been made by thee the commander of thy forces, and the renown always attacheth to the leader and not to those that fight under him. I will not, therefore, O king, fight as long as Ganga's son liveth. After Bhishma, however, hath been laid low, I will fight with all the Maharathas of the enemy united together. Bhishma said, this burden, vast as the ocean, in the matter of Duryodhana's battle with the Pandavas, is about to be taken up by me. I have thought of it for many years. Now that the hour is come for the terrible encounter, dissensions amongst ourselves should not be created by me. It is for this, Suta's son, that thou livest. Else, superannuated though I am and young in years thou art, I would quell thy desire for battle and crush thy hope of life. Thy preceptor, Rama, the son of Jamadani, shooting his great weapons, could not cause me the slightest pain. What canst thou, therefore, do to me? They that are good, do not approve self-praise. Infamous wretch of thy race, know that I indulge in little boast because I am enraged. Vanquishing on a single car all the assembled Kshatriyas of the world at the Swayamvara of the daughters of the ruler of Kazi, I abducted those maidens. Alone, I stopped on the field of battle the rush of countless kings with their soldiers. Obtaining thee as embodiment of strife, a great calamity is ready to overtake the Kurus. Strive then for slaying our antagonists. Be a man, fight with that Patha, whom thou so often challengest. O thou of wicked understanding, I desire to see thee come out of that encounter with thy life. King Duryodhana then said unto Bhishma, of great prowess, cast thy eyes on me, O Ganga's son. Great is the business that is at hand. Think earnestly as how I may be most benefited. Both of you will render me great services. I desire now to hear of the best car warriors among the enemy, that is, of those that are iterators among them and of those that are leaders of court-division. O Corriver, I desire to hear of the strength and weakness of my foes, since when this night will dawn, our great battle will take place. Section CLXX. Bishma said, I have now, O king, indicated who thy wraithers are and who thy iterators and half-wraithers. Listen now to the tale of wraithers and iterators among the Pandavas. If thou feelest any curiosity, listen then, O king, with these monarchs, to the tale of wraithers in the army of the Pandavas. The king himself, son of Pandankunti, is a mighty wraither. Without doubt, O sire, he will glide along the field of battle like a blazing fire. Bhimasena, O king, is regarded equal to 8 wraithers. In an encounter with a mace or even with arrows, there is none equal to him. Endued with the strength of 10,000 elephants, and filled with pride, in energy he is superhuman. Those 2 bulls among men, the sons of Madri, are both wraithers. In beauty, they are equal to the twin Aswinis, and they are endued with great energy. Stationed at the head of their divisions, all of them, remembering their great sufferings, without doubt, wander along the field like so many Indras. All of them are endued with high souls, and are tall in stature like the trunks of sala trees. Taller than other men by half a cubit in stature, all the sons of Bandu are brave as lions and endued with great strength. All of them, O sire, have practiced Brahmacharya vows and other ascetic austerities. Endued with modesty, those tigers among men are possessed of fierce strength like the veritable tigers. In speed, in smiting, and in crushing foes, all of them are more than human. All of them, on the occasion of the campaign of universal conquest, vanquished great kings, O bull of Bharata's race. No other men can wield their weapons, maces, and shafts. Indeed, O Corriver, there are no men that can even string their bows, or uplift their maces, or shoot their arrows in battle. In speed, in hitting the aim, in eating, and in sports on the dust, they used to beat all of you even when they were children. Possessed of fierce might they will, when they encounter this force, exterminate it in battle. A collision, therefore, with them is not desirable. Each of them can alone slay all the kings of the earth. That which happened, O great king, on the occasion of the Rajasuya sacrifice, had occurred before thy very eyes. Remembering the sufferings of Draupadi and the harsh speeches uttered after their defeat at Dice, they will wander in battle like so many Rudras. As regards Girdaksha, of reddish eyes, having Narayana for his ally, there is not among both the armies any brave warrior that can be regarded as his equal. Let men alone, it hath not been heard by us that even among gods, Asuras, Uragas, Rakshasas and Yakshas, there ever was born before, or there ever will be born hereafter, any warrior like unto him. O great king, intelligent Patha owneth that car which is furnished with a banner bearing the device of the ape. The driver of that car is Vasudeva. Dhananjaya himself is their warrior who fighteth from it. His, again, is that celestial bow called Gandhiva. He owneth again those steeds fleet as the wind. His coat of mail is impenetrable and of celestial make. His 2 large quivers are inexhaustible. His arms have been obtained from the great Indra, Rudra, Guvara, Yama and Varuna, and upon his car, again, are those maces of frightful mien, and diverse are the great weapons having the thunderbolt amongst them. What warrior can be regarded as his equal, who, stationed on a single car, slew in battle 1,000 Danavas, having their abode in Hiranyapura? Inflamed with wrath, possessed of great might and prowess, incapable of being baffled, that mighty armed warrior, while protecting his own army, will certainly exterminate thy troops. Myself and preceptor, Drona, among the 2 armies, and no third warrior, O great king, can advance against Dhananjaya, that scatterer of arrowy showers, pouring his shafts, like the very clouds during the rainy season when propelled by mighty winds, that son of Kunti when Vasudeva as his second, steppeth for battle. He is skilful and young, while both of us are old and worn out. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Bhishma, and recollecting with trembling heart the well-known valour of the sons of Bandu, and thinking of it, as if it were present before their eyes, the massive arms of kings, decked with bracelets and smeared with sandal paste, seemed to hang down divested of might. Section Glxxi. Bhishma said, all the 5 sons of Draupadi, O monarch, are Maharathas. Virata's son Uttara is, in my judgment, one of the foremost of Rathas. The mighty armed Abhimanyu is a leader of leaders of Car divisions. Indeed, that slayer of foes is equal in battle to Patha himself or Vasudeva. Endued with great lightness of hand in shooting weapons, and acquainted with all the modes of warfare, he is possessed of great energy and is steady in the observance of vows. Remembering the sufferings of his own father, he will put forth his prowess. The brave Satyaki of Mad, whose race is a leader of leaders of Car divisions, foremost among the heroes of the Vrishani race, he is endued with great wrath, and is perfectly dauntless. Uttamaujas also, O king, is an excellent Car warrior in my judgment. Anyadamanyu, too, of great prowess, is, in my judgment, an excellent Car warrior. All those chiefs own many thousands of cars and elephants and horses, and they will fight, reckless of their very lives, from desire of doing what is agreeable to Kunti's sons. Uniting with the Pandavas, they will, O great king, sweep through thy ranks like fire or the wind, challenging thy warriors. Invincible in battle, those bulls among men, old Viratu and old Drupada, both endued with great prowess, are, in my judgment, both Maharathas. Though old in years, yet both of them are devoted to the observance of Kshatriya virtues. Treading along the path that is trod by heroes, both of them will exert to the best of their might. In consequence of their relationship to the Pandavas, and owing also, O king, to their being endued with strength and prowess, those great bowmen devoted to pure vows have both derived additional strength from the strength of their affection. According as the cause is, all strong-armed men become, O bull of Kuru's race, heroes or cowards. Actuated by a singleness of purpose, both these kings, who are powerful bowmen, will lay down their very lives in causing a great massacre of thy troops to the best of their might, O slayer of foes. Fierce in battle, these distinguished heroes, these mighty bowmen, regardless, O Bharata, of their lives, will, at the head of their respective Akshayinis, achieve great feats, justifying their relationship and the confidence that is reposed on them by the Pandavas. Section Klxxi. Bhishma said, that subjugator of hostile cities, Sikandin, the son of the king of the Panchalas, is, O king, in my judgment, one of the foremost of Yudhishthira's Rathas. Having divested himself on his former sex, he will fight in battle and earn great fame, O Bharata, among thy troops. He hath a large number of troops, Panchalas and Prabhadrakas, to support him. With those hosts of cars he will achieve great feats. Drishthadama also, O Bharata, the leader of all Yudhishthira's army, that mighty Car warrior who is also a disciple of Drona, is, O king, in my judgment, an Ittarata. Afflicting all foes in battle, he will singly sweep the field, like Pinaka, bearing God himself in rage on the occasion of the universal dissolution. Even great warriors will speak of his Car divisions, so multitudinous are they, as resembling the very ocean or that of the gods, in battle. Kshatradaman, the son of Drishthadama, owing to his immature years, as also in consequence of his want of exercise in arms, is, in my judgment, O king, only half a Wraither. That relative of the Pandavas, the mighty bowman Drishtaketu, the heroic son of Sisupala, the king of the Chedis, is a Mahabharata. That brave ruler of the Chedis will, O king, with his son, achieve feats such as are difficult for even a Mahabharata. Kshatradiva, that subjugator of hostile cities, who is devoted to Kshatriya virtues, is, O great king, in my judgment, one of the best Wraithers among the Pandavas. Those brave warriors among the Panchalas, viz., Jayanta and Amitojas and the great Ka warrior Satyajit are all, O king, high-souled Maharathas. They will all, O sire, fight in battle like furious elephants. And Boa, both endued with great prowess, are both Maharathas. Possessed of great might, those two heroes will fight for the Pandavas. Both of them are endued with great lightness of hand in the use of weapons. Both of them are conversant with all the modes of warfare. Both are well skilled and possessed of firm prowess. The 5 Kshatriya brothers, O king, who are difficult of being vanquished, and all of whom have blood-red banners, are foremost of the Wraithers. Kasika, and Sukumara, and Nila, and that other one, viz., Suryadatta, and Sanka, otherwise called Madhiraswa, are all in my judgment, the foremost of Wraithers. Possessed of every qualification that renders them fit for battle, they are acquainted with all weapons, and all of them are endued with high souls. Vardhakshami, O king, is in my judgment, a Mahabharata. King Chitrayuda is, in my judgment, one of the best of Wraithers. He is, besides, an asset in battle and devotedly attached to the diadem-decked Arjuna. Those mighty Ka warriors, those tigers among men, Chekatana and Satyadrati, are 2 of the best Wraithers of the Pandavas in my judgment. Vyakadatta, O monarch, and Chandrasena also, O Bharata, are without doubt 2 of the best Wraithers, as I think, of the Pandavas. Sanavindu, O king, otherwise called Krodahantri by name, who, O lord, is regarded as equal of Vasudeva and of Bhimasena, will contend with great prowess in battle against your warriors. Indeed, that best of kings, ever boasting of his feats in battle, should be regarded by thee, precisely as myself, Drona and Kripa are regarded by thee. That best of men, worthy of praise, viz., Kasya, is endued with great lightness of hand in the use of weapons. Indeed, that subjugator of hostile cities is known to me as equal to one Wraitha. Drupada's son, Satyajit, young in years and displaying great prowess in battle, should be regarded as equal to 8 Wraithas. Indeed, being Drishtadama's equal, he is an Iterator. Desirous of spreading the fame of the Pandavas, he will achieve great feats. Devoted to the Pandavas and endued with great bravery, there is another great Wraitha of the Pandavas, viz., King Pandya, that bowman of mighty energy. The mighty bowman Drudadinwan is another Mahabharata of the Pandavas. O subjugator of hostile cities, that foremost of Kuras, viz., Srinamat and King Vasudeva are both, in my judgment, Attratas. Section Klksksai. Bhishma said, O great king, Rachamana is another Mahabharata of the Pandavas. He will, O Bharata, contend in battle against hostile warriors, like a second god. That subjugator of foes, the mighty bowman Kantibhoa of great strength, the maternal uncle of Bhimasena, is, in my judgment, an Iterator. This mighty and heroic bowman is well versed and highly skilled in fight. Acquainted with all modes of warfare, this bull among Ka warriors is regarded by me as exceedingly competent. Displaying his prowess, he will fight, like a second Indra against the Danavas. Those celebrated soldiers that he owns are all accomplished in fight. Stationed on the side of the Pandavas and devoted to what is agreeable and beneficial to them, that hero will, for the sake of his sister's sons, achieve extraordinary feats. That prince of Rakshasas, Get out catcher, O king, born of Bhima and Hidimva, and endued with ample powers of illusion, is, in my judgment, a leader of the leaders of car divisions. Fond of battle, and endues with powers of illusion, he will, O sire, fight earnestly in battle. Those heroic Rakshasas who are his counselors or dependents will also fight under him. These and many other rulers of provinces, headed by Vasudeva, have assembled for the sake of Pandu's son. These, O king, are principally the Rathas, Atiratas, and half-Rathas of the high suit Pandava, and these, O king, will lead in battle the terrible army of Yudhishthira, which is protected, again, by that hero, the diadem-decked Arjuna, who is even like the great Indra himself. It is with them, thus, endued with powers of illusion and fired by the desire of success, that I shall contend in battle, expectant of victory or death. I shall advance against these two foremost of car warriors, Vasudeva and Arjuna, bearing, respectively, Gandiva and the discus, and resembling the sun and the moon as seen together in the evening. I shall, on the field of battle, encounter also those other car warriors of Yudhishthira, whom I have mentioned, at the head of their respective troops. The Rathas and Atiratas, according to their precedents, have now been declared by me to thee, and they also that are half-Rathas, belonging to thee or them, O chief of the Kauravas. Arjuna and Vasudeva and other lords of earth that may be there, all of them, upon whom my eyes may fall, I will withstand, O Bharata. But, thou of mighty arms, I will not be strike or slay Sikandin the prince of Panchalas, even if I behold him rushing against me in battle with weapons upraised. The world knows how from a desire of doing what was agreeable to my father, that I gave up the kingdom that had become mine and lived in the observance of the Brahmacharya vow. I then installed Chitrangada in the sovereignty of the Kauravas, making at the same time the child Vichitravirya the Yuvara. Having notified my god-like vow among all the kings of the earth, I shall never slay a woman nor one that was formerly a woman. It may be known to you, O king, that Sikandin was formerly a woman. Having been born as a daughter, she afterwards became metamorphosed into the male sex. I shall not, O Bharata, fight against him. I shall certainly smite all other kings, O bull of Bharata's race, whom I may encounter in battle. I will not, however, O king, be able to slay their sons of Kunti. Section Glxxif. Duryodhana said, For what reason, O chief of the Bharatas, wilt thou not slay Sikandin even if thou beholdest him approach thee as a foe with arms upraised? Thou hadst, O mighty armed one, formerly told me, I will slay the Panchalas with the Somakas, O son of Ganga. Tell me, O grandsire, the reason of the present reservation. Bhishma said, Listen, O Duryodhana, to this history, with all these lords of earth, as to why I will not slay Sikandin even if I behold him in battle. My father, Santanu, O king, was celebrated over all the world. O bull of the Bharata race, that king of virtuous soul paid his debt to nature in time. Observing my pledge, O chief of the Bharatas, I then installed my brother, Chitrangada, on the throne of the extensive kingdom of the Kuras. After Chitrangada's demise, obedient to the counsels of Satyavati, I installed, according to the ordinance, Vichitravirya as king. Although young in age, yet being installed duly by me, O monarch, the virtuous Vichitravirya looked up to me in everything. Desirous of marrying him, I set my heart upon procuring daughters from a suitable family. At that time, I heard, O thou of mighty arms, that 3 maidens, all unrivalled for beauty, daughters of the ruler of Kazi, by name Ambva, Ambika, and Amvalika, would select husbands for themselves, and that all the kings of the earth, O bull of the Bharata's race, had been invited. Amongst those maidens Ambva was the eldest, Amvika the second, while the Princess Amvlika, O monarch, was the youngest. Myself repairing on a single car to the city of the ruler of Kuzi, I beheld, O thou with mighty arms, the 3 maidens adorned with ornaments, and also all the kings of the earth invited thither on the occasion. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, challenging to battle all those kings who were ready for the encounter, I took up those maidens on my car and repeatedly said unto all the kings assembled these words, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, is carrying away by force these maidens. Ye kings, strive ye all to the best of your power for rescuing them. By force do I take them away, ye bulls among men, making you spectators of my act! At these words of mine those rulers of the earth sprang up with weapons unsheathed. And they angrily urged the drivers of the cars, saying, Make ready the cars, make ready the cars. And those monarchs sprang up to the rescue, with weapons unsheathed, cow warriors on their cars resembling masses of clouds, those fighting from elephants, on their elephants, and others on their stout and plump steeds. Then all those kings, O monarch, surrounded me on all sides with a multitudinous number of cars. With a shower of arrows, I stopped their onrush on all sides and vanquished them like the chief of celestials vanquishing hordes of Danavas. Laughingly, with easiness, I cut down the variegated standards, decked with gold, of the advancing kings, with blazing shafts, O bull of Bharata's race. In that combat I overthrew their steeds and elephants and car drivers, each with a single arrow. Beholding that lightness of hand of mine, they desisted from the fight and broke. And having vanquished all those rulers of the earth, I came back to Hastinapura. I then, O thou with mighty arms, made over those maidens, intending them for my brothers to Satyavati, and represented unto her everything I had done. Section CLXXV. Bhishma said, Then, O chief of the Bharatas, approaching my mother, that daughter of the Dasa clan, and saluting that parent of heroes, I said these words, having vanquished all the kings, these daughters of the ruler of Kuzi, having beauty alone for their dowry, have been abducted by me for the sake of Vichitravirya! Then, O king, Satyavati with eyes bathed in tears, smelt my head, and joyously said, By good luck it is, O child, that thou hast triumphed. When next, with Satyavati's acquiescence, the nuptials approached, the eldest daughter of the ruler of Kuzi said these words in great bashfulness, O Bhishma, thou art conversant with morality, and art well versed in all our scriptures. Hearing my words, it behoveth thee to do towards me that which is consistent with morality. The ruler of the Salwas was before this mentally chosen by me as my lord. By him also, without my father's knowledge, I was privately solicited. How wouldst thou, O Bhishma, born especially as thou art in Kuru's race, transgress the laws of morality and cause one that longeth for another to live in thy abode? Knowing this, O bull of Bharata's race, and deliberating in thy mind, it behoveth thee, O mighty armed one, to accomplish what is proper. O monarch, it is clear that the ruler of the Salwas waiteth for me. It behoveth thee, therefore, O best of the Kurus, to permit me to depart. O mighty armed one, be merciful to me, O foremost of righteous persons. Thou, O hero, art devoted to truth, it is well known all over the earth. Section XXV. Bhishma said, I then placed the matter before my mother, Kali, otherwise called Gandhavati, as also all our councillors, and also before our special and ordinary priests, and then permitted, O king, the eldest of those maidens, Amva, to depart. Permitted by me, that maiden then went to the city of the ruler of the Salwas, and she had for her escort a number of old brahmanas and was also accompanied by her own nurse. And having travelled the whole distance, between Hastinapura and Salwa's city, she approached King Salwa and said these words, I come, O thou of mighty arms, expectant of thee, O high-souled one. Unto her, however, O king, the lord of the Salwas said with laughter, O thou of the fairest complexion, I no longer desire to make a wife of thee who wast to be wedded to another. Therefore, O blessed one, go back thither unto Bhishma's presence. I no longer desire thee that was forcibly ravished by Bhishma. Indeed, when Bhishma, having vanquished the kings, took thee away, thou didst go with him cheerfully. When having humiliated and vanquished all the kings of the earth, Bhishma took thee away, I no longer desire thee, O thou of the fairest complexion, for a wife, thee that was to have been wedded to another. How can a king like myself, who is acquainted with all branches of knowledge and who lays down laws for the guidance of others, admit into his abode a woman who was to have been wedded to another? O blessed lady, go whithersoever thou wishest, without spending thy time in vain. Hearing these words of his, Amva then, O king, afflicted with the arrows of the god of love, addressed Salwa, saying, Say not so, O lord of the earth, for it is not so. O grinder of foes, cheerful I was not when taken away by Bhishma. He took me away by force, having routed all the kings, and I was weeping all the while. An innocent girl that I am and attached to thee, accept me, O Lord of the Salwas. The abandonment, by one, of those that are attached to him, is never applauded in the scriptures. Having solicited Ganga's son who never retreats from battle, and having at last obtained his permission, I come to thee. Indeed, the mighty-armed Bhishma, O king, desireth me not. It hath been heard by me that his action, in this matter, hath been for the sake of his brother. My two sisters Amvika and Amvlika, who were abducted with me at the same time, have, O king, been bestowed by Ganga's son on his younger brother Vichitravirya. O Lord of the Salwas, I swear, O tiger among men, by touching my own head that I have never thought of any other husband than thee. I do not, O great king, come to thee as one who was to have been wedded to another. I tell thee the truth, O Salwa, truly swearing by my soul. Take me, O thou of large eyes, me, a maiden come to thee of her own accord, one unbetrothed to another, one desirous of thy grace. Although she spoke in this strain, Salwa, however, O chief of the Bharatas, rejected the daughter of the ruler of Kuzi, like a snake casting off his slough. Indeed, although that king was earnestly solicited with diverse expressions such as these, the lord of the Salwas still did not, O bull of the Bharata race, manifest any inclination for accepting the girl. Then the eldest daughter of the ruler of Kuzi, filled with anger, and her eyes bathed in tears, said these words with a voice choked with tears and grief, Cast off, O king, by thee, whithersoever I may go, the righteous will be my protectors, for truth is indestructible. It is thus, O thou of Kuru's race, that the lord of the Salwas rejected that maiden who addressed him in language such as this and who was sobbing in grief so tenderly. Go, were the words that Salwa said unto her repeatedly. I am in terror of Bhishma, O thou of fair hips, thou art Bhishma's capture. Thus addressed by Salwa destitute of foresight, that maiden issued out of his city sorrowfully and wailing like a she-osprey. Section vi. Bhishma said, issuing out of the city, Amv reflected sorrowfully in this strain. There is not in the whole world a young woman in such a miserable plight as I. Alas, destitute of friends, I am rejected by Salwa also. I cannot go back to the city named after an elephant, for I was permitted by Bhishma to leave that city, expectant of Salwa. Whom then shall I blame? Myself? Or the invincible Bhishma? Or that foolish father of mine who made arrangements for my self-choice? Perhaps it is my own fault. Why did I not leap down before from Bhishma's car, when that fierce battle took place, for coming to Salwa? That I am so afflicted now, as if deprived of my senses, is the fruit of that omission of mine. Cursed be Bhishma. Cursed be my own wretched father of the foolish understanding, who had arranged prowess to be my dower, sending me out as if I were a woman, disposed for a consideration. Cursed be myself. Cursed be King Salwa himself, and cursed be my creator too. Cursed be they through whose fault such great misery hath been mine. Human beings always suffer what is destined for them. The cause, however, of my present affliction is Bhishma, the son of Santanu. I, therefore, see that at present my vengeance should fall upon him, either through ascetic austerities or by battle, for he is the cause of my woe. But what king is there that would venture to vanquish Bhishma in battle? Having settled this, she issued out of the city for repairing to an asylum of the high-souled ascetics of virtuous deeds. The night she stayed there, surrounded by those ascetics. And that lady of sweet smiles told those ascetics, O Bharata, all that had happened to herself with the minutest details, O mighty armed one, about her abduction and her rejection by Salwa. There lived in that asylum an eminent Brahmana of rigid vows, and his name was Skavitia. Endued with ascetic merit of a high order, he was a preceptor of the scriptures and the Aranyakas. And sage Skavitia, of great ascetic merit, addressed that afflicted maiden, that chaste girl sighing heavily in grief, and said, If it hath been so, O blessed lady, what can high-souled ascetics residing in their woody retreats and engaged in penances do? That maiden, however, O king, answered him, saying, Let mercy be shown to me. I desire a life in the woods, having renounced the world. I will practice the severest of ascetic austerities. All that I now suffer is certainly the fruit of those sins that I had committed from ignorance in my former life. I do not venture to go back to my relatives, ye ascetics, rejected and cheerless, that I am, knowing that I have been humiliated by Salwa. Ye that have washed away your sins, godlike as ye are, I desire that ye should instruct me in ascetic penance. Oh, let mercy be shown to me. Thus addressed, that sage then comforted the maiden by examples and reasons borrowed from the scriptures. And having consoled her thus, he promised, with the other Brahmanas, to do what she desired. Section VI. Bhishma said, Those virtuous ascetics then set themselves about their usual avocations, thinking all the while as to what they should do for that maiden. And some amongst them said, Let her be taken to her father's abode. And some amongst them set their hearts upon reproaching ourselves. And some thought that repairing to the ruler of the Salwas, he should be solicited to accept the maiden. And some said, No, that should not be done, for she hath been rejected by him. And after some time had passed thus, those ascetics of rigid vows once more said unto her, What, O blessed lady, can ascetics with senses under control do? Do not devote thyself to a life in the woods, renouncing the world. O blessed lady, listen to these words that are beneficial to thee. Depart hence, blessed be thou, to thy father's mansion. The king, thy father, will do what should next be done. O auspicious one, surrounded by every comfort, thou mayest live there in happiness. Thou art a woman. At present, therefore, O blessed one, thou hast no other protector save thy father. O thou of the fairest complexion, as regards a woman, she hath her father for her protector or her husband. Her husband is her protector when she is in comfortable circumstances, but when plunged in misery, she hath her father for her protector. A life in the woods is exceedingly painful, especially to one that is delicate. Thou art a princess by birth, over this, thou art, again, very delicate. O beautiful dame! O blessed lady, there are numerous discomforts and difficulties attaching to a life in a woody retreat, none of which, O thou of the fairest complexion, shalt thou have to bear in thy father's abode. Other ascetics, beholding that helpless girl, said to her, "Seeing thee alone in deep and solitary woods, kings may court thee. Therefore, set not thy heart upon such a course." Hearing these words, Amva said, "I am incapable of going back to my father's abode in the city of Kuzi, for without doubt I shall then be disregarded by all my relatives. Ye ascetics, I lived there, in my father's abode, during my childhood. I cannot, however, now go to thither where my father is. Protected by the ascetics, I desire to practice ascetic austerities, so that in even future life of mine such sore afflictions may not be mine. Ye best of ascetics, I desire, therefore, to practice ascetic austerities." Bhishma continued, "When those Brahmanas were thinking thus about her, there came into that forest that best of ascetics, the royal sage Hotrivahana. Then those ascetics reverenced the king with worship, inquiries of welcome and courtesy, a seat, and water. And after he was seated and had rested for a while, those denizens of the forest once more began to address that maiden in the hearing of that royal sage. Hearing the story of Amva and the king of Kuzi, that royal sage of great energy became very anxious at heart. Hearing her speak in that strain, and beholding her, distressed, that royal sage of rigid austerities, viz., the high Sultana, was filled with pity. Then, O Lord, that maternal grandsire of her rose up with trembling frame, and causing that maiden to sit on his lap, began to comfort her. He then acquired of her in details about that distress of hers from its beginning, and she, thereupon, represented to him minutely all that had happened. Hearing all she said, the royal sage was filled with pity and grief, and that great sage settled in mind what she would do. Trembling from agitation, he addressed the afflicted maiden sunk in woe, saying, "Do not go back to thy father's abode, O blessed lady. I am the father of thy mother. I will dispel thy grief. Rely on me, O daughter. Great, indeed, must thy affliction be when thou art so emaciated. At my advice, go unto the ascetic Rama, the son of Jamadani. Rama will dispel this great affliction and grief of thine. He will slay Bhishma in battle if the latter obeyeth not his behest. Go, therefore, unto that foremost one of Bhrigu's race who resembleth Yuga fire itself in energy. That great ascetic will place thee once more on the right track." Hearing this, that maiden, shedding tears all the while, saluted her maternal grandsire, Hotrivahana, with a bend of her head, and addressed him, saying, "Go, I will at thy command. But shall I succeed in obtaining a sight of that reverend sire celebrated over the world? How will he dispel this poignant grief of mine? And how shall I go to that descendant of Bhrigu? I desire to know all this." Hotrivahana said, "O blessed maiden, thou wilt behold Jamadani's son, Rama, who is devoted to truth and endues with great might and engaged in austere penances in the great forest. Rama always dwelleth in that foremost of the mountains called Mahendra. Many rishis, learned in the Vedas, and many Gandharvas and Apsaras also dwell there. Go, blessed be thou, and tell him these words of mine, having saluted with thy bent head that sage of rigid vows and great ascetic merit. Tell him also, O blessed girl, all that thou seekest. If thou namest me, Rama will do everything for thee, for Rama, the heroic son of Jamadani, that foremost of all bearers of arms, is a friend of mine highly pleased with me, and always wisheth me well." And while King Hotrivahana was saying all this unto that maiden, thither appeared Kritavrana, a dear companion of Rama. And on his advent those munis by hundreds, and the Saranjaya king Hotrivahana, old in years, all stood up. And those denizens of the forest, uniting with one another, did him all the rites of hospitality. And they all took their seats surrounding him. And filled, O monarch, with gratification and joy, they then started various delightful, laudable, and charming subjects of discourse, And after their discourse was over, that royal sage, the high Sultana, inquired of Akritavrana about Rama, that foremost of great sages, saying, O thou of mighty arms, where, O Akritavrana, may that foremost of persons acquainted with the Vedas, viz., Jamadani's son of great prowess, be seen? Akritavrana answered him, saying, O Lord, Rama always speaketh of thee, O king, saying, that royal sage of the Saranjayas is my dear friend. I believe Rama will be here tomorrow morning. Thou wilt see him even here when he cometh to behold thee. As regards this maiden, for what, O royal sage, hath she come to the wood? Whose is she, and what is she to thee? I desire to know all this. Hotrivahana said, the favourite daughter of the ruler of Kazi, she is, O Lord, my daughter's child. The eldest daughter of the king of Kazi, she is known by the name of Amva. Along with her two younger sisters, O sinless one, she was in the midst of her Swayamvara ceremonies. The names of her two younger sisters are Amvika and Amvlika. O thou endued with wealth of asceticism. All the Kshatriya kings of the earth were assembled together of the city of Kazi. And, O regenerate Rishi, great festivities were going on account of the self-choice of these maidens. In the midst of these, Santanu's son, Bhishma, of mighty valour, disregarding all the kings, abducted the girls. Vanquishing all the monarchs, the pure-souled prince Bhishma of Bharata's race then reached Hastinapura, and representing everything unto Satyavati, ordered his brother Vichitravirya's marriage to take place with the girls he had brought. Beholding the arrangements for those nuptials complete, this maiden, O bull among Brahmanas, then addressed Ganga's son in the presence of his ministers and said, I have, O hero, within my heart chosen the Lord of the Salwas to be my husband. Conversant as thou art with morality, it behoveth thee not to bestow me on thy brother, whose heart is given away to another! Hearing these words of hers, Bhishma took counsel with his ministers. Deliberating on the matter, he, at last, with Satyavati's consent, dismissed this maiden. Permitted thus by Bhishma, this girl gladly repaired to Salwa, the lord of Sorba, and approaching him said, Dismissed I have been by Bhishma. See that I do not fall off from righteousness. In my heart, I have chosen thee for my lord, O bull among kings. Salwa, however, rejected her, suspecting the purity of her conduct. Even she hath come to these woods, sacred for asceticism, being ardently inclined to devote herself to ascetic penances. She was recognized by me from the account that she gave of her parentage. As regards her sorrow, Bhishma is considered by her to be its root. After Hotrivahana had ceased, Amva herself said, O Holy One, it is even so as this Lord of Earth, this author of my mother's body, Hotrivahana of the Saranjaya race hath said. I cannot venture to go back to my own city, O thou that art endued with wealth of asceticism, for shame and fear of disgrace, O great Muni. At present, O Holy One, even this is what hath been my determination, viz., that would be my highest duty which the holy Rama, O best of Brahmanas, might point out to me. Section 6. Akritavrana said, Of these two afflictions of thine, for which, O blessed lady, dost thou seek remedy? Tell me this. Is it thy wish that the Lord of Sorba should be urged to wed thee? The high Sudrama will certainly urge him from desire of doing thee good. Or, if thou wishest to behold Ganga's son, Bhishma, defeated in battle by intelligent Rama Bhargava, will gratify even that wish of thine. Hearing what Saranjaya has to say, and what thou also, O thou of sweet smiles, may have to say, let that be settled this very day what should be done for thee. Hearing these words, Amva said, O Holy One, abducted I was by Bhishma acting from ignorance. For, O regenerate one, Bhishma knew not that my heart had been given away to Salwa. Thinking of this in thy mind, let that be resolved upon by thee which is consistent with justice, and let steps be taken for accomplishing that resolution. Do that, O Brahmana, which is proper to be done towards either the tiger among the Kuras, viz., Bhishma, singly, or towards the ruler of the Salwas, or towards both of them. I have told thee truly about the root of my grief. It behoveth thee, O Holy One, to do that which is consistent with reason. Akritavarna said, This, O blessed lady, O thou of the fairest complexion, that thou sayest with eyes fixed upon virtue, is, indeed, worthy of thee. Listen, however, to what I say. If Ganga's son had never taken thee to the city called after the elephant, then, O timid girl, Salwa would have, at Rama's behest, taken thee on his head. It is because Bhishma bore thee away by force that King Salwa's suspicions have been awakened in respect of thee, O thou of slender waist. Bhishma is proud of his manliness and is crowned with success. Therefore, thou shouldst cause thy vengeance to fall upon Bhishma, and no other. Hearing these words of the sage, Amva said, O regenerate one, this desire hath been cherished by me also in my heart, viz., that, if possible, Bhishma should be caused by me to be slain in battle. O thou of mighty arms, be it Bhishma or be it King Salwa, punish that man whom thou thinkest to be guilty and through whose act one have been so miserable. Bhishma continued, in conversation such as this, that day passed and the night also, O best of Bharata's race, with its delicious breeze which was neither cold nor hot. Then Rama appeared there, beaming with energy. And that sage, wearing matted locks on his bead and attired in deer skins, was surrounded by his disciples. And endued with magnanimous soul, he had his bow in hand, and bearing also a sword and a battle-axe, that sinless one, O tiger among kings, approached the Saranjaya king, Hortravahana, in that forest. And the ascetics dwelling there, and that king also who was endued with great ascetic merit, beholding him, all stood up and waited, O king, with joined hands. And that helpless maiden too did the same. And they all cheerfully worshipped Bhargava with the offer of honey and curds. Being worshipped duly by them, Rama sat with them seated round him. Then, O Bharata, Jamadani's son and Hortravahana, seated thus together, began to discourse. And after their discourse was over, the sage Hortravahana affectionately said in a sweet voice these words of grave import unto that foremost one of Bhrigu's race, viz., Rama of mighty strength, O Rama, this is my daughter's daughter, O Lord, being the daughter of the king of Kusi. She hath something to be done for her. O, listen to it duly, O thou that art skilled in all tasks. Hearing these words of his friend, Rama addressed that maiden, saying, Tell me what thou hast to say. At these words, Amva approached Rama, who resembled a blazing fire, and worshipping both his feet with her bent head, touched them with her two hands that resembled, in radiance, a couple of lotuses, and stood silently before him. And filled with grief, she wept aloud, her eyes bathed in tears. And she then sought the protection of that descendant of Bhrigu, who was the refuge of all distressed persons. And Rama said, Tell me what grief is in thy heart. I will act according to thy words. Thus encouraged, Amva said, O thou of great vows, O Holy One, today I seek thy protection. O Lord, raise me from this unfathomable ocean of sorrow. Bhishma continued, beholding her beauty and her youthful body and its great delicacy. Rama began to think, what will she say? And that perpetuator of Bhrigu's line, thinking inwardly of this, sat long in silence, filled with pity. He then addressed that maiden of sweet smiles again, saying, Tell us what thou hast to say. Thus encouraged, she represented everything truly unto Bhargava. And Jamadani's son, hearing these words of the princess, and having first settled what he should do, addressed that damsel of the fairest complexion, saying, O beautiful lady, I will send word unto Bhishma, that foremost one of Kuru's race. Having heard what my behest is, that king will certainly obey it. If, however, the son of Jahnavi do not act according to my words, I will then consume him in battle, O blessed girl, with all his counselors. Or, O princess, if thou desirest it, I may even address the heroic ruler of the Salwas to the matter in hand. Hearing these words of Rama, Amva said, dismissed I was by Bhishma, O son of Bhrigu's race, as soon as he heard that my heart had previously been freely given away to the ruler of the Salwas. Approaching then the lord of Sorba, I addressed him in language that was unbecoming. Doubtful of the purity of my conduct, he refused to accept me. Reflecting on all this, with the aid of thy own understanding, it behoveth thee, O son of Bhrigu's race, to do that which should be done in a view of these circumstances. Bhishma, however, of great vows is the root of my calamity, for he brought me under his power, taking me up on his car by violence. Slay that Bhishma, O thou of mighty arms, for whose sake, O tiger of Bhrigu's race, overwhelmed with such distress, I suffer such poignant misery. Bhishma, O thou of Bhrigu's race, is covetous, and mean, and proud of his victory. Therefore, O sinless one, thou shouldst give him his deserts. While, O Lord, I was being abducted by him, even this was the desire that I cherished in my heart, viz., that I should cause that hero of great vows to be slain. Therefore, O sinless Rama, gratify this desire of mine. O thou of mighty arms, slay Bhishma, even as Purandara slew Vritara. Section CLXXX. Bhishma said, O Lord, repeatedly urged by that maiden to slay Bhishma, Rama replied unto that weeping girl, saying, O daughter of Kusi, O thou of the fairest complexion, I do not, on any account, take up arms now except for the sake of those that are conversant with the Vedas. Tell me, therefore, what else I could do for thee. Both Bhishma and Salwa are, O princess, exceedingly obedient to me. Do not grieve, I will accomplish thy object. I will not, however, O beautiful lady, take up arms, except at the command of Brahmanas. This hath been my rule of conduct. Amva said, my misery, O Holy One, should by any means be dispelled by thee. That misery of mine hath been caused by Bhishma. Slay him, therefore, O Lord, without much delay. Rama said, O daughter of Kusi, say but the word, and Bhishma, however, deserving of reverence from thee, will, at my word, take up thy feet on his head. Amva said, O Rama, slay in battle that Bhishma who roareth like an Asura. Indeed, summoned to the encounter, by him, slay him, O Rama, if thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me. It behoveth thee, besides, to make thy promise true. Bhishma continued, while, O king, Rama and Amva were talking thus with each other, the Rishi, Akritavrana, of highly virtuous soul said these words, It behoveth thee not, O mighty armed one, to desert this girl that seeketh thy protection. If summoned to battle, Bhishma cometh to the encounter and saith, I am vanquished, or, if he obeyeth thy words, then that which this maiden seeketh will be accomplished, O son of Bhrigu's race, and the words spoken by thee, O hero, will also, O Lord, be true. This also was, O great Muni, the vow then made by thee, O Rama, the vow made by thee before Brahmanas after thou hadst conquered all the Kshatriyas, viz., that thou wouldest slay in battle the person, be he a Brahmana, a Kshatriya, a Vaisya, or a Sudra, who would be a foe to the Brahmanas. Thou hadst further promised that as long as thou wouldst live thou wouldst not abandon those that would come to thee in fright and seek thy protection, and that thou wouldst, O Bhagava, slay that proud warrior who would vanquish in battle all the assembled Kshatriyas of the earth. O Rama, even Bhishma, that perpetuator of Kuru's race, hath achieved such success over all the Kshatriyas. Approaching him, O son of Bhrigu's race, encounter him now in battle. Rama said, O best of rishis, I recollect that vow of mine made before. I will, however, in the present instance, do that which conciliation may point out. That task which the daughter of Kasi hath in her mind is a grave one, O Brahmana. Taking this maiden with me, I will repair myself to the place where Bhishma is. If Bhishma, proud of his achievements in battle, do not obey my behest, I will then slay that arrogant wight. Even this is my fixed resolve. The arrows shot by me do not stick to the bodies of embodied creatures, but pass them through. This is known to you from what you saw in my encounters with the Kshatriyas. Having said this, Rama then, along with all those seekers of Brahma, resolved to depart from that asylum, and the great ascetic then rose from his seat. Then all those ascetics passing that night there, performed, on the next morning, their Homer rites and recited their prayers. And then they all set out, desirous of taking my life. And Rama, accompanied by all those devotees of Brahma, then came to Kurukshetra, O monarch, with that maiden, O Bharata, in their company. And those high-souled ascetics, with that foremost one of Bhrigu's race at head, having arrived on the banks of the stream of Saraswati, quartered themselves there. Section Glxxxi. Bhishma said, after he had quartered there, on the third day, O king, Jamadani's son of high vows, sent a message to me, saying, I have come here, do what is agreeable to me. Hearing that Rama, of great might, had come to the confines of our kingdom, I speedily went with a joyous heart to that master who was an ocean of energy. And I went to him, O king, with a cow placed in the van of my train, and accompanied by many brahmanas, and ordinary priests of our family, and by others resembling the very gods in splendor, employed by us on special occasions. And beholding me arrived at his presence, Jamadani's son, of great prowess, accepted the worship I offered unto him, and said these words unto me. Rama said, Thyself, divested of desire, with what mood of mind, O Bhishma, didst thou abduct, on the occasion of her self-choice, this daughter of the king of Kasi, and again dismiss her subsequently? By thee hath this famous lady been dissociated from virtue, contaminated by the touch of thy hands before. Who can marry her now? Rejected she hath been by Salwa, because thou, O Bharata, hast abducted her. Take her therefore to thyself, O Bharata, at my command. Let this daughter of a king, O tiger among men, be charged with the duties of her sex. O king, O sinless one, it is not proper that this humiliation should be hers. Seeing him plunged into sorrow, on account of the maiden, I said unto him, O Brahmana, I cannot, by any means, bestow this girl on my brother. O thou of Bhrigu's race, it was to myself that she said, I am Salwa's. And it was by me that she was permitted to go to Salwa's city. As regards myself, even this is my firm vow, that I cannot abandon Kshatriya practices from fear or pity, or avarice of wealth, or lust! Hearing these words of mine, Rama addressed me, with eyes rolling in anger, saying, If, O bull among men, thou dost not act according to my words, I will slay thee this very day along with all thy counsellors. Indeed, with eyes rolling in anger, Rama in great wrath told me these words repeatedly. I, however, O chastiser of foes, then beseeched him in sweet words. But though beseeched by me, he did not cool down. Bowing down with my head unto that best of Brahmanas, I then inquired of him the reason for which he sought battle with me. I also said, O thou of mighty arms, while I was a child it was thou who instructed me in the 4 kinds of arms. 18 I am, therefore, O thou of Bhrigu's race, thy disciple. Then Rama answered me with eyes red in anger, Thou knowest me, O Bhishma, to be thy preceptor, and yet, O Kauravya, thou acceptest not, for pleasing me, this daughter of the ruler of Kusi. O delighter of the Kurus, I cannot be gratified unless thou actest in this way. O mighty armed one, take this maiden and preserve thy race. Having been abducted by thee, she obtaineth not a husband. And to Rama, that subjugator of hostile cities, I replied, saying, This cannot be, O regenerate Rishi. All thy labour is vain, O son of Jamadani, remembering thy old preceptorship. I am striving, O Holy One, to gratify thee. As regards this maiden, she hath been refused by me before knowing what the faults, productive of great evils, of the female sex are. Who is there that would admit into his abode a woman whose heart is in others, and who, on that account, is even like a snake of virulent poison? O thou of high vows, I would not, even from fear of Vasava, forsake duty. Be gracious unto me, or do me without delay that which thou hast thought proper. This slok also, O thou of pure soul, is heard in the Puranas, O Lord, sung by the high Mahabharata, O thou of great intelligence. The renunciation is sanctioned by the ordinance of a preceptor who is filled with vanity, who is destitute of the knowledge of right and wrong, and who is treading in a devious path. Thou art my preceptor, and it is for this that I have from love reverenced thee greatly. Thou, however, knowest not the duty of a preceptor, and it is for this that I will fight with thee. I would not slay any preceptor in battle, especially again a Brahmana, and more specially one endued with ascetic merit. It was for this that I forgive thee. It is well-known truth, gatherable from the scriptures, that he is not guilty of slaying a Brahmana who killeth in battle a person of that order that taketh up weapons like Kshatriya and fighteth wrathfully without seeking to fly. I am a Kshatriya stationed in the practice of Kshatriya duties. One doth not incur sin, nor doth one incur any harm by behaving towards a person exactly as that person deserveth. When a person acquainted with the proprieties of time and place, and well versed in matters affecting both profit and virtue, feels doubtful, as regards anything, he should, without scruples of any kind, devote himself to the acquisition of virtue which would confer the highest benefit on him. And since thou, O Rama, in a matter connected with profit of doubtful propriety, actest unrighteously, I would certainly fight with thee in a great battle. Behold the strength of my arms and my prowess that is superhuman. In a view of such circumstances, I shall certainly do, O son of Bhrigu, what I can. I shall fight with thee, O regenerate one, on the field of Kurukshetra. O Rama of great effulgence, equip thyself as thou listest for single combat. Come and station thyself on the field of Kurukshetra where, afflicted with my shafts in great battle, and sanctified by my weapons, thou mayest obtain those regions that have been won by thee, thought for thy austerities. O thou of mighty arms and wealth of asceticism, there I will approach thee for battle, thee that art so fond of battle. There, O Rama, where in days of yore thou hadst propitiated thy deceased fathers with oblations of Kshatriya blood, slaying thee there, O son of Bhrigu, I will propitiate the Kshatriyas slain by thee. Come there, O Rama, without delay. There, O thou that art difficult of being vanquished, I will curb thy old pride about which the Brahmanas speak. For many long years, O Rama, thou hast boasted, saying, I have, single-handed, vanquished all the Kshatriyas of the earth! Listen now to what enabled thee to indulge in that boast. In those days no Bhishma was born, or no Kshatriyas like unto Bhishma. Kshatriyas really endued with valor have taken their births later on. As regards thyself, thou hast consumed only heaps of straw. The person that would easily quell thy pride of battle hath since been born. He, O mighty armed one, is no other than myself, even Bhishma, that subjugator of hostile cities. Without doubt, O Rama, I shall just quell thy pride of battle." Bhishma continued, "Hearing these words of mine, Rama addressed me, laughingly saying, 'By good luck it is, O Bhishma, that thou desirest to fight with me in battle. O thou of Kuru's race, even now I go with thee to Kurukshetra. I will do what thou hast said. Come thither, O chastiser of foes. Let thy mother, Jahnavi, O Bhishma, behold thee dead on that plain, pierced with my shafts, and become the food of vultures, crows, and other carnivorous birds. Let that goddess worshipped by Siddhas and Charanas, that blessed daughter of Bhagirata, in the form of a river, who begat thy wicked self, weep today, O king, beholding thee slain by me and lying miserable on that plain, however undeserving she may be of seeing such a sight. Come, O Bhishma, and follow me, O proud wight, always longing for battle. O thou of Kuru's race, take with thee, O bull of Bharata's line, thy cars and all other equipments of battle." Hearing these words of Rama, that subjugator of hostile towns, I worshipped him with a bend of my head and answered him, saying, "So be it." Having said all this, Rama then went to Kurukshetra from desire of combat, and I also, entering our city, represented everything unto Satyavati, then causing propitiatory ceremonies to be performed for my victory, and being blessed also by my mother, and making the Brahmanas utter benedictions on me, I mounted on a handsome car made of silver, and unto which, O thou of great glory, were yoked steeds white in hue. And every part of that car was well built, and it was exceedingly commodious, and covered on all sides with tiger skin. And it was equipped with many great weapons, and furnished with all necessaries. And it was ridden by a charioteer who was well born and brave, who was versed in horse lore, careful in battle, and well trained in his art, and who had seen many encounters. And I was accoutred in a coat of mail, white in hue, and had my bow in hand. And the bow I took was also white in hue. And thus equipped, I set out, O best of Bharata's race. And an umbrella, white in hue, was held over my head. And, O king, I was fanned with fans that also were white in colour, and clad in white, with also a white headgear. All my adornments were white, and eulogized, with laudatory hymns, by Brahmanas wishing me victory. I issued out of the city named after the elephant, and proceeded to Kurukshetra, which, O bull of Bharata's race, was to be the field of battle. And those steeds, fleet as the mind or the wind, urged by my charioteer, soon bore me, O king, to that great encounter. And arrived in the field of Kurukshetra, both myself and Rama, eager for battle, became desirous of showing each other our prowess. And arrived within view of the great ascetic Rama, I took up my excellent conch and blew a loud blast. And many Brahmanas, O king, and many ascetics having their abodes in the forest, as also the gods with Indra at the head, were stationed there for beholding the great encounter. And many celestial garlands and diverse kinds of celestial music and many cloudy canopies could be noticed there. And all those ascetics who had come with Rama, desiring to become spectators of the fight, stood all around the field. Just at this juncture, O king, my divine mother, devoted to the good of all creatures, appeared before me in her own form and said, "What is this that thou seekest to do?" Repairing to Jamadani's son, O son of Kuru's race, I will repeatedly solicit him, saying, "Do not fight Bhishma, who is thy disciple. O son, being a Kshatriya, do not obstinately set thy heart on an encounter in battle with Jamadani's son, who is a Brahmana." Indeed, it was thus that she reproved me. And she also said, "O son, Rama, equal in prowess unto Mahadeva himself, is the exterminator of the Kshatriya order. It is not known to thee that thou desirest an encounter with him. Thus addressed by her, I saluted the goddess reverentially and replied unto her with joined hands, giving her, O chief of the Bharatas, an account of all that had transpired in that self-choice of the daughter of Kusi. I also told her everything, O King of Kings, about how I had urged Rama to desist from the combat. I also gave her a history of all the past acts of the eldest daughter of Kusi. My mother then, the great river, wending to Rama, began, for my sake, to beseech the Rishi of Bhrigu's race. And she said unto him these words, viz. Do not fight Bhishma, who is thy disciple! Rama, however, said unto her while she was beseeching him thus, go and make Bhishma desist. He doth not execute out my wish. It is for this that I have challenged him. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Rama, Ganga, from affection for her son, came back to Bhishma. But Bhishma, with eyes rolling in anger, refused to do her bidding. Just at this time, the mighty ascetic Rama, that foremost one of Bhrigu's race, appeared in Bhishma's sight. And then that best of the twice-born ones challenged him to the encounter. Section Kxxi. Bhishma said, I then smilingly addressed Rama stationed for battle, saying, myself on my car, I do not wish to fight with thee that art on the earth. Mount on a car, O hero, and case thy body in mail, O mighty armed one, if indeed, O Rama, thou wishest to fight me in battle! Then Rama smilingly replied unto me on that field of battle, saying, the earth, O Bhishma, is my car, and the Vedas, like good steeds, are the animals that carry me. The wind is my car driver, and my coat of mail is constituted by those mothers in the Vedas, viz., Gayatri, Savitri and Saraswati. Well covered by these in battle, O son of Kuru's race, I will fight. Having said this, O Gandhari's son, Rama of prowess incapable of being baffled, covered me on all sides with a thick shower of arrows. I then beheld Jamadani's son stationed on a car equipped with every kind of excellent weapons. And the car he rode was exceedingly handsome and was of wonderful appearance. And it had been created by a fiat of his will, and it was beautiful like a town. And celestial steeds were yoked unto it, and it was well protected by the necessary defences. And it was decked all over with ornaments of gold. And it was well covered with tough skins all around, and bore the device of the sun and the moon. Rama was armed with bow and equipped with a quiver, and with fingers cased in leathern fences. Akritavrana, the dear friend of Bhargava, well versed in the Vedas, did the duties of a cart driver for that warrior. And he, of Bhrigu's race, repeatedly summoning me to battle, saying, come, gladden my heart. And I then, myself, singly obtained for my adversary that invincible and mighty exterminator of the Kshatriya race, viz., Rama risen like the sun himself in splendor, desirous, on his part, of fighting singly. And after he had poured 3 showers of arrows on me, curbing my steeds, I came down from my car and placing my bow aside I proceeded on foot to that best of rishis. And arriving before him, I worshipped the best of Brahmanas with reverence. And having saluted him duly, I told him these excellent words, O Rama, whether thou art equal or superior to me, I will fight with thee, my virtuous preceptor, in battle. O Lord, bless me, wishing me victory. Rama, thus addressed, said, O foremost one of Kuru's race, he that desires prosperity should act even thus. O thou of mighty arms, they that fight with warriors more eminent than themselves, have this duty to perform. O king, I would have cursed thee if thou hadst not approached me thus. Go, fight carefully and summoning all thy patience, O thou of Kuru's race. I cannot, however, wish thee victory, for I myself stand here to vanquish thee. Go, fight fairly. I am pleased with thy behavior! Bowing unto him, I then speedily came back, and mounting on my car, I once more blew my conch decked with gold. And then, O Bharata, the combat commenced between him and me. And it lasted for many days, each of us, O king, having been desirous of vanquishing the other. And in that battle, it was Rama who struck me first with 960 straight arrows furnished with vulturine wings. And with that arrowy shower, O king, my 4 steeds and charioteer were completely covered. Notwithstanding all this, however, I remained quiet in that encounter, accoutred in my coat of mail. Bowing unto the gods, and especially unto the Brahmanas, I then smilingly addressed Rama stationed for battle, saying, although thou hast shown little regard for me, yet I have fully honoured thy preceptorship. Listen again, O Brahmana, to some other auspicious duty that should be discharged if virtue is to be earned. The Vedas that are in thy body, and the high status of Brahmana that is also in thee, and the ascetic merit thou hast earned by the severest of austerities, I do not strike at these. I strike, however, at that kshatriyahood which thou, O Rama, hast adopted. When a Brahmana taketh up weapons, he becometh a kshatriyu. Behold now the power of my bow and the energy of my arms. Speedily shall I cut off that bow of thine with a sharp shaft ! Saying this, I shot at him, O bull of Bharata's race, a sharp broad-headed arrow. And cutting off one of the horns of his bow with it, I caused it to drop on the ground. I then shot at Jamadani's car 100 straight arrows winged with vulturine feathers. Piercing through Rama's body and borne along by the wind, those arrows coursing through space seemed to vomit blood from their mouths, and resembled veritable snakes. Covered all over with blood and with blood issuing out of his body. Rama, O king, shone in battle, like the Sumer mountain with streams of liquid metal rolling down its breast, or like the Asoka tree at the advent of spring, when covered with red bunches of flowers, or, O king, like a kinsuka tree when clad in its flowery attire. Taking up then another bow, Rama, filled with wrath, showered upon me numerous arrows of excessive sharpness, furnished with golden wings. And those fierce arrows of tremendous impetus, resembling snakes, or fire, or poison, coming at me from all sides, pierced my very vitals and caused me to tremble. Summoning all my coolness, I then addressed myself for the encounter, and filled with rage, I pierced Rama with 100 arrows. And afflicted with those 100 blazing shafts resembling either fire, or the sun, or looking like snakes of virulent poison, Rama seemed to lose his senses. Filled, O Bharata, with pity, at the sight, I stopped of my own accord and said, Fie on battle. Fie on kshatriya practices. And overwhelmed, O king, with grief, I repeatedly said, Alas, great is the sin committed by me through observance of kshatriya practices, since I have afflicted with arrows my preceptor who is a Brahmana endued with a virtuous soul! After that, O Bharata, I ceased striking Jamadani's son any more. At this time, the 1,000-rayed luminary, having heated the earth with his rays, proceeded at the close of day to his chambers in the west, and the battle also between us ceased. Section Bhishma said, after the battle had ceased, my charioteer, well skilled in such operations, drew out from his own body, from the bodies of my steeds, and from my body as well, the arrows that struck there. Next morning, when the sun rose, the battle commenced again, my horses having, a little while before, been bathed and allowed to roll on the ground, and having had their thirst slaked and thereby reinvigorated. And beholding me coming quickly to the encounter attired in a coat of mail and stationed on my car, the mighty Rama equipped his car with great care. And I myself also, beholding Rama coming towards me from desire of battle, placed aside my bow and quickly descended from my car. Saluting Rama, I reascended it, O Bharata, and desirous of giving battle, stood fearlessly before that son of Jamadani. I then overwhelmed him with a thick shower of arrows, and he too covered me with an arrowy shower in return. And filled with wrath, Jamadani's son once more shot at me a number of fierce shafts of great force and blazing mouths looking like veritable snakes. And I too, O king, shooting sharp shafts by hundreds and thousands, repeatedly cut off Rama's arrows in midair before they could come at me. Then the mighty son of Jamadani began to hurl celestial weapons at me, all of which I repelled, desirous of achieving mightier feats, O thou of strong arms, with my weapons. And loud was the din that then arose in the welkin all around. At that time, I hurled at Rama the weapon named Vivya, which Rama neutralized, O Bharata, by the weapon called Gayaka. Then I applied, with proper mantras, the weapon called Agnya, but the Lord Rama neutralized that weapon of mine by one of his, called Varana. And it was in this way that I neutralized the celestial weapons of Rama, and that chastiser of foes, Rama also, endued with great energy and acquainted with celestial weapons, neutralized the weapons shot by me. Then, O monarch, that best of Brahmanas, the mighty son of Jamadani, filled with wrath, suddenly wheeling to my right, pierced me in the breast. At this, O best of the Bharatas, I swooned on my best of cars. And beholding me, reft of consciousness, my charioteer quickly bore me away from the field. And seeing me afflicted and pierced with Rama's weapons and borne away drooping and in a swoon, all the followers of Rama, including Akritavarna and others and the princess of Kusi, filled with joy, O Bharata, began to shout aloud. Regaining consciousness then, I addressed my charioteer, saying, Go where Rama stayeth. My pains have left me, and I am ready for battle! Thus instructed, my charioteer soon took me where Rama was, with the aid of those exceedingly handsome steeds of mine that seemed to dance as they coursed through the plain, and that were endued with the speed of the wind. And approaching Rama then, O thou of Kuru's race, and filled with wrath, from desire of vanquishing his angry self, I overwhelmed him with an arrowy shower. But Rama, shooting 3 for every single of mine, cut into fragments every one of my straight-going arrows in midair before any of them could reach him. And beholding those well-furnished arrows of mine by hundreds and thousands, each cut off in twain by Rama's arrows, all the followers of Rama were filled with joy. Impelled then by the desire of slaying him, I shot at Rama, the son of Jamadani, a good-looking arrow of blazing effulgence with death's self sitting at its head. Struck very forcibly therewith and succumbing to its impetus, Rama fell into a swoon and dropped down on the ground. And when Rama thus dropped on the ground, exclamations of "Oh" and "Alas" arose on all sides, and the whole universe, O Bharata, was filled with confusion and alarm, such as may be witnessed if the sun himself were ever to fall down from the firmament. Then all those ascetics together with the princess of Kusi, quietly proceeded, O son of Kuru's race, with great anxiety towards Rama. And embracing him, O Kaurava, they began to comfort him softly with the touch of their hands, rendered cold by contact with water, and with assurances of victory. Thus comforted, Rama rose up and fixing an arrow to his bow, he addressed me in an agitated voice, saying, Stay, O Bhishma! Thou art already slain. And let off by him. That arrow quickly pierced my left side in that fierce encounter. And struck therewith, I began to tremble like a tree shaken by the tempest. Slaying my horses then in terrific combat, Rama, fighting with great coolness, covered me with swarms of winged arrows, shot with remarkable lightness of hand. At this, O mighty armed one, I also began to shoot arrows with great lightness of hand for obstructing Rama's arrowy shower. Then those arrows shot by myself and Rama covering the welkin all around, stayed even there, without falling down. And, thereupon, enveloped by clouds of arrows. The very sun could not shed its rays through them, and the very wind, obstructed by those clouds, seemed to be unable to pass through them. Then, in consequence of the obstructed motion of the wind, the rays of the sun, and the clash of the arrows against one another, a conflagration was caused in the welkin, and then those arrows blazed forth in consequence of the fire generated by themselves, and fell on the earth, consumed into ashes. Then Rama, O Kaurava, filled with rage, covered me with hundreds and thousands and hundreds of thousands and hundreds of millions arrows. And I also, O king, with my arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, cut into fragments all those arrows of Rama and caused them to fall down on the earth like snakes cut into pieces. And it was thus, O best of the Bharatas, that combat took place. When, however, the shades of evening approached, my preceptor withdrew from the fight. Section Glxxxif. Bhishma said, the next day, O bull of Bharata's race, frightful again was the combat that took place between me and Rama when I encountered him once more. That hero of virtuous soul, conversant with celestial weapons, the Lord Rama, from day to day, began to use diverse kinds of celestial weapons, regardless of life itself, which is so difficult of being sacrificed. In that fierce combat, O Bharata, I baffled all those weapons with such of mine as are capable of baffling them. And, O Bharata, when diverse weapons were in this way neutralized and baffled by means of counter-weapons, Rama, of mighty energy, began to contend against me in that battle, reckless of his own life. Seeing all his weapons baffled, the high-souled son of Jamadani then hurled at me a fierce lance, blazing like a meteor, with flaming mouth, filling the whole world, as it were, with its effulgence, and resembling the dart hurled by Death himself. I, however, with my arrows cut into 3 fragments that blazing dart rushing against me, and resembling in effulgence the sun that rises at end of the yuga. At this, breezes charged with fragrant odors began to blow around me. Beholding that dart of his cut off, Rama, burning with anger, hurled a dozen other fierce darts. Their forms, O Bharata, I am incapable of describing in consequence of their great effulgence and speed. How, indeed, shall I describe their forms? Beholding those diverse-looking darts approach me from all sides, like long tongues of fire and blazing forth with fierce energy like the dozen suns that arise at the time of the destruction of the universe, I was filled with fear. Seeing an arrowy net advancing against me, I baffled it with an arrowy downpour of mine, and then sent 2 dozen shafts by which I consumed those fierce-looking dozen darts of Rama. Then, O king, the high-souled son of Jamadani showered on me numerous fierce-looking darts, furnished with variegated handles decked with gold, possessed of golden wings, and resembling flaming meteors. Baffling those fierce darts by means of my shield and sword, and causing them in that combat to fall down on the ground, I then, with clouds of excellent arrows, covered Rama's excellent steeds and his charioteer. Then that high-souled smiter of the Lord of the Hayas, 19, beholding those darts of mine equipped with gold-decked handles and resembling snakes, emerged out of the holes, and filled with wrath at the sight, had recourse once more to celestial weapons. Then swarms of fierce arrows, looking like flights of locusts, fell upon me and overwhelmed me, my steeds, my charioteer, and my car. Indeed, O king, my car, horses, and charioteer were covered all over with those arrows, and the yoke, shaft, wheels, and the wheel spokes of my car, overwhelmed with that arrowy shower, at once broke. After that arrowy shower, however, was over, I also covered my preceptor with a thick shower of arrows. Thereupon, that mass of Brahmic merit, mangled with that arrowy downpour, began to bleed copiously and continuously. Indeed, Like Rama afflicted with my clouds of arrows, I too was densely pierced with his arrows. When at last in the evening, the sun set behind the western hills, our combat came to an end. Section CLXXXV. Bhishma said, next morning, O king, when the sun rose brightly, the combat between myself and him of Bhrigu's race again commenced. Then Rama, that foremost of smiters, stationed on his quickly moving car, rained on me a thick downpour of arrows like a clouds on the mountain breast. My beloved charioteer then, afflicted by that arrowy shower, swerved from his place in the car, filling me with grief on his account. A total unconsciousness then came over him, and thus wounded by that arrowy downpour he fell down upon the earth in a swoon. And afflicted as he had been by Rama's shafts, he soon gave up his life. Then, O great king, fear entered my heart. And when, on the death of my charioteer, I was still lamenting for him with heart unhinged by sorrow, Rama began to shoot at me many death-dealing shafts. Indeed, even when endangered at the death of my charioteer I was lamenting for him, he of Bhrigu's race, drawing the bow with strength, pierced me deep with an arrow. O king, that blood-drinking shaft, falling upon my breast, pierced me through and fell simultaneously with my person upon the earth. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, thinking I was dead, Rama repeatedly roared aloud like the clouds and rejoiced exceedingly. Indeed, O king, when thus I fell down on the earth, Rama, filled with joy, sent forth loud shouts along with his followers, while all the Kauravas who stood beside me and all those who came there to witness the combat were afflicted with great woe on seeing me fall. While lying prostrate, O lion among kings, I beheld 8 Brahmanas endued with the effulgence of the sun or the fire. They stood surrounding me on that field of battle and supporting me on their arms. Indeed, borne up by those Brahmanas I had not to touch the ground. Like friends they supported me in midair while I was breathing heavily. And they were sprinkling me with drops of water, and bearing me up as they stood. They then, O king, repeatedly said unto me, do not fear. Let prosperity be thine. Comforted then by those words of theirs, I quickly rose up. I then beheld my mother Ganga, that foremost of the rivers, stationed on my car. Indeed, O king of the Kuras, it was that great river goddess who had controlled my steeds in the combat, after my charioteer's fall. Worshipping then the feet of my mother and of the spirits of my ancestors, I ascended my car. My mother then protected my car, steeds, and all the implements of battle. With joined hands I entreated her to go away. Having dismissed her, I myself restrained those steeds endued with the speed of the wind, and fought with Jamadani's son, O Bharata, till the close of the day. Then, O chief of the Bharatas, in course of that combat, I shot at Rama a powerful and heart-piercing arrow endued with great speed. Afflicted with that shaft, Rama then, his bow loosened from his grasp, fell down upon the earth on his knees, reft of consciousness. And when Rama, that giver of many thousands of golden coins, fell, masses of clouds covered the firmament, pouring a copious shower of blood. And meteors by hundreds fell, and thunder rolls were heard, causing everything to tremble. And suddenly Rahu enveloped the blazing sun, and rough winds began to blow, and the earth itself began to tremble, and vultures and crows and cranes began to alight in joy, and the points of the horizon seemed to be ablaze, and jackals began repeatedly to yell fiercely, and drums, unstruck by human hands, began to produce harsh sound. Indeed, when the high Sudrama embraced the earth, reft of consciousness, all these frightful and alarming omens of evil were seen. Then all on a sudden rising up, Rama approached me once more, O Kaurava, for battle, forgetting everything and deprived of his senses by anger. and that mighty armed one took up his bow endued with great strength and also a deadly arrow. I, however, resisted him successfully. The great rishis, then, that stood there, were filled with pity at the sight, while he, however, of Bhrigu's race, was filled with great wrath. I then took up a shaft, resembling the blazing fire that appears at the end of the Yuga, but Rama of immeasurable soul baffled that weapon of mine. Then, covered by clouds of dust, the splendor of the solar disk was dimmed, and the sun went to the western mount. And night came with its delicious and cool breezes, and then both of us desisted from the fight. In this way, O king, when evening came the fierce battle ceased, and, next day, with the reappearance of the sun it commenced again. And it lasted for 23 days together. Section v. Bhishma said, Then, O great king, during the night, having bowed unto the Brahmanas, the rishis, the gods, and all those creatures that wander during the dark, and also all the kings of the earth, I laid myself down on my bed, and in the solitude of my room, I began to reflect in the following way. For many days hath this fierce combat of terrible consequence lasted between myself and Jamadani. I am unable, however, to vanquish on the field of battle that Rama of mighty energy. If indeed I am competent to vanquish in battle that Brahmana of mighty strength, viz. Jamadani's son of great prowess, then let the gods kindly show themselves to me this night! Mangled with arrows as I lay asleep. O great king, that night on my right side, towards the morning, those foremost of Brahmanas who had raised me when I had fallen down from my car and held me up and said unto me, Do not fear, and who had comforted me, showed themselves to me, O king, in a dream. And they stood surrounding me and said these words. Listen to them as I repeat them to thee, O perpetuator of Kuru's race. Rise, O Ganga's son, thou needest have no fear. We will protect thee, for thou art our own body. Rama, the son of Jamadani, will never be able to vanquish thee in battle. Thou, O bull of Bharata's race, wilt be the conqueror of Rama in combat. This beloved weapon, O Bharata, called Brahmaswapa, appertaining to the Lord of all creatures, and forged by the divine artificer, will come to thy knowledge, for it was known to thee in thy former life. Neither Rama, nor any person on earth is acquainted with it. Recollect it, therefore, O thou of mighty arms, and apply it with strength. O King of kings, O sinless one, it will come to thee of itself. With it, O Kaurava, thou wilt be able to check all persons endued with mighty energy. O king, Rama will not be slain outright by it. Thou shalt not, therefore, O giver of honours, incur any sin by using it. Afflicted by the force of this thy weapon, the son of Jamadani will fall asleep. Vanquishing him thus, thou wilt again awaken him in battle, O Bhishma, with that dear weapon called Samvardhana. Do what we have told thee, O Kaurava, in the morning, stationed on thy car. Asleep or dead, you reckon it as the same, O king. Rama will not surely die. Apply, therefore, this Brahmaswapa weapon so happily thought of! Having said this, O king, those foremost of Brahmanas, 8 in number and resembling one another in form, and possessed of effulgent bodies, all vanished from my sight. Section vi. Bhishma said, After the night had passed away, I awoke, O Bharata, and thinking of my dream I was filled with great joy. Then, O Bharata, the combat began between him and me, a combat that was fierce and unrivalled, and that made the hairs of all creatures stand on their ends. And Bhargava poured on me an arrowy shower which I baffled with an arrowy shower of mine. Then, filled with wrath at what he had seen the day before and what he saw that day, Rama hurled at me a dart, hard as Indra's thunderbolt and possessed of effulgence, resembling the Yama's mace. It came towards me like a blazing flame of fire and drinking up, as it were, all the quarters of that field of battle. Then, O tiger among the cuirass, it fell, O perpetuator of Kuru's line, upon my shoulder, like the lightning's flame that ranges the sky. Wounded thus by Rama, O thou of red eyes, my blood, O mighty armed one, began to flow copiously like streams of red earth from a mountain, after a shower. Filled with great wrath, I then shot at Jamadani's son a deadly shaft, fatal as the poison of a snake. That heroic and best of Brahmanas, struck therewith at the forehead, O monarch, then appeared as beautiful as a crested hill. Extremely angry, that hero then, changing his position and drawing the bowstring with great strength, aimed at me a terrible shaft resembling all destructive death himself, and capable of grinding all foes. That fierce arrow fell upon my breast, hissing through the air like a snake. Covered with blood, I fell down on the earth, O king, thus struck. Regaining consciousness, I hurled at Jamadani's son a frightful dart, effulgent as the thunderbolt. That dart fell upon the bosom of that foremost of Brahmanas. Deprived of his senses at this, Rama began to tremble all over. That great ascetic then, viz., his friend, the regenerate Kritavrana, embraced him and with diverse words of comfort soothed him. Reassured thus, Rama of high vows was then filled with wrath and vindictiveness. He invoked the great Brahma weapon. For baffling it I also used the same excellent weapon. Clashing against each other, the two weapons began to blaze forth brightly, showing what happens at the end of the Yuga. Without being able to reach either myself or Rama, those two weapons, O best of the Bharatas, met each other in the mid-air. Then the whole welkin seemed to be ablaze, and all creatures, O monarch, became highly distressed. Afflicted by the energy of those weapons, the rishis, the Gandharvas, and the gods were all greatly pained. Then earth,